ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀ kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè wá fi jó ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pa Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pa Jíṣà Tàdádé ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgbọ́n ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun.
Did he actually live in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statements to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash and
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. You know, if you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion. Technically, you know, but he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. You know, so you can see it's teaming and leading in accounting. That's what happened. So this is fact. We have published it already. It's already in the social media. It's everywhere. That what he left was 35 billion. Let me even tell you, if I were
not only publishing the figures, publishing the bank statement, would you
look,
do?
Our accounts are properly audited. You know, I have the largest funding from the donor agency.
It's a Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. We mo. No basanye ga ponto mo. Iye die gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna mota, hakuna koga.
And after a suspension as Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Bandit was denied access to President Tinubu at the presidential villa. This vehicle ferried her out of the villa as she was unable to meet with the president.
Orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
One does not have to be a connoisseur or an expert to appreciate the beauty of their modelling, their virility, their reposeful realism, their dignity and their simplicity. No Greek or Roman sculpture of the best periods, not Cellini, not Udon, ever produced anything that made a more immediate appeal to the senses, or is more immediately satisfying to European ideas of proportion.
It's hard to exaggerate what a profound reversal of prejudice and hierarchy this represented. Along with Greece and Rome, Florence and Paris, now stood Nigeria.
And there it is right there. I was going to start off with a song, but I thought maybe not. I was going to give you a rendition of O Kingston Town. O Kingston Town, the place I long to be. If you gave me the world, I would give it away just to see. Don't worry. I'll give you. If I get enough encouragement, I'll give you the full rendition of that. I was listening to that. You know how these old songs just pop into your head. Oh, Kingston Town. So there it is, Old Kingston Town. So there it is. Here I am, there you are, and here we go. So here we go again. Another day, another. There's so much news today that it's very difficult to condense it into one session. But we'll do some readouts, we'll do some headlines, and hopefully the panelists turn up, and then we'll have a robust conversation, because the stage is set for a robust conversation. But before anything can take place, the usual protocol: click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that. You can see the notice on the plea on the thing. We're looking to get over a particular threshold. Thank you, Ola. I love you too. Your voice is terrible, it's telling me. That's not our Ola. I think this is some rascally Ola in the comment section. So you can see the notice on the screen. We're trying to get over a threshold. So if you have not subscribed already, we need a minimum of 10 people subscribing in the course of this session. So if you haven't, then do the platform that favor of doing that right now. So click on like, click on subscribe. And then if you want to come join us on screen, of course, the invitation ever there is an open and permanent invitation for you to come and join us on the screen. If you are joining us for the first time, you might go through a bit of a screening process because we're putting security measures in place for reasons that is who's laughing at me now? Mojo, you're laughing at me. All right, enough of all that. If anybody laughs at me again, I'll sing some more. So yeah, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So now the headline piece, the headline for the session is that Northerners launch full-scale bandit assault on Tinubu's government in a repeat of the attack on Goodluck. What's wrong with that? Should I just take it off? I don't know, man. It's especially chilly where I am. Oh, let me just take it off. All right, maybe that's better. Choma telling me I look a bit silly with the hat. So yes, the headline for the session is Northerners launch full-scale bandit assault on Tinubu's government in a repeat of Goodluck Jonathan's, or in the repeat of how they frustrated Goodluck Jonathan's administration. So that's the headline piece. So now, there is no equivocation that there's a spiking up of activities coming from northern bandits that has just come in like a wave over the past 3-4 weeks. The one in Plateau State, we're still in recovery over that, but then very quickly another one happened in that same space, and then still it continues to, they are now knocking on people's doors and kidnapping them in major capital cities. So let's kick it off with this. Let's start it from this point.
Estates is the most recent area of the Federal Capital Territory by Sagwari Layout Estates is the most recent area of the Federal Capital Territory to feel the terrors perpetrated by bandits. According to media reports, in 2023 alone, no fewer than 36 people were killed and 339 others abducted from various communities in the territory, with satellite towns across the 6 area councils the worst hit. Sadly, these attacks continue unabated in 2024. The attack at Sagwari Layout in the Duse area of Buari Area Council on the night of January 7, 2024, saw the bandits abducting 10 persons from houses within the estate and 2 staff from a hotel in the vicinity, after which they ferried them into the neighboring hills behind the estate. Anthony is a resident of the estate and tells us more about the attack.
Yeah, with the camouflage, with the army boots. He reached 9, like 10.
Military uniform?
Yeah, military uniform. Some with the police, black and black. So I dodged. I said, these people not be people go for prayer here. So these people were not different people. He made a squad down. I wear singlet. I just removed my singlet. I fold it. I just bend down. I see somebody, one small boy. He just run past me. I asked him, what's the problem? What's the problem? He said, Fulani. I can't squad them more again. So I can't rush, go tell my people, say, maybe they carry their children, go inside their house. See, here no self. Like this, my neighbor, the barrister. is 5 people, 4 children and your wife. And these people, I never confirmed from there. They say it's 3 and 2 people for that hotel.
The attack also raises issues of grazing, as the community complains that security measures like construction of gates are sabotaged by headers.
The only security challenge we have here before, the time we put these gates and one gate there.
So there you heard it from the victim's mouth. They just casually stroll into an estate, knock on the door, and say, "Excuse me, would you mind terribly if we kidnap you?" This is how they are now. They have even now learned manners. They are now casually strolling into estates in Abuja. And you could see the landscape is not as though it's a foresty area. It's quite open site, and they go rat-a-tat-tat on your door. "Excuse me, do you mind terribly if we kidnap you for ransom?" So this is what is going on. Let's hear this to the end, and I'll bring you one more in that space. But there is no equivocation that the Northerners, just as they did successfully to frustrate Goodluck Jonathan, they are now launching a bandit attack against the Tinubu administration, beyond question.
3 gates. Because these are Hausa people, Fulani, they carry a car, they pass here. And they mess some car. They will, like one day they break my windscreen. I park car here, they carry the car pass, break. I ask, they don't answer me. I keep my car here, they carry battery. So come put this iron, put the 2 iron. You know, each 1 week, these Fulani people come with their group, come scatter this place. So this is the challenge we have since that time.
Arise News made attempts to speak to some of the victims' families and estate authorities, but they declined to speak on camera for fear that the abductors might victimize the victims. Also, attempts to get the reactions of the FCT Commissioner of Police on the state of insecurity in the Federal Capital Territory were unsuccessful, as interviews were declined by the police command, perhaps betraying the overwhelming state of affairs. There's now a call on the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, and other security forces charged with securing the capital city to rise up to the occasion and secure citizens.
The footprints are beginning to wear out. Footprints of their loved ones taken into the forest by abductors who raided several homes and houses yesterday, cutting away 10 persons into the bush. Right now, the call is for the security operatives to come and provide some form of security.
All right. So there is that one right there. It's quite a thing. Abuja is not especially a large space, and it's the first purpose-built African capital city, by the way. Certainly, yes, I would say African capital city built by Africans. I do not know of any other country on that continent that their capital city was built by the indigenous people of that space. So it's a purpose-built capital city. It's a tiny little enclave, and it's one of the richest square mile, metaphorically, on the planet. So how is it a possibility? And you saw the landscape. You can still see it right behind that chap with the microphone. How is it possible for a band of, they're not even marauding bandits, they just casually strolled in, go into people's houses and cut them away as hostages? And this is what is going on. So there's a full onslaught now. But the gloves they've been unshackled now and launched against the Nigerian state. So they've been unshackled and launched against the Nigerian state, and to buttress, terrorists return to Abuja-Kaduna Expressway, kidnaps scores of passengers. So there's no doubt that the Northerners are showing their hands now. And by the way, as much as it was under Buhari's administration, you saw satellite pockets of skirmishes, and then you saw raging against the south. But a lot of these things was fairly sheathed under that space. A former federal lawmaker and social activist, Senator Shehu Sani, has confirmed that a group of terrorists on Sunday blocked the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway and abducted scores of passengers. Sani revealed this in a post on X, formerly Twitter, saying that the incident happened near Katiri village around 9 p.m. So it's not even in the dead of the night. The former lawmaker added that politicians from the ruling All Progressive Congress APC and opposition parties were amongst those who escaped being abducted by the terrorists. Just when we felt safer, yesterday, kidnappers returned to Kaduna-Abuja Road. They blocked the road, abducted some scores of persons around 9 p.m. near Katari village. Two of my honorable friends from both the ruling and opposition parties had to run through the bush like Usain Bolt. But despite these incidents, there is stronger security presence along the route than used to be in the past, Sani said. So add this to, I can bring you 10 more stories, but I think you've all read the storyline. There is no equivocation that the Northerners now are launching, just as they did under Goodluck Jonathan, a bandit assault on the Tinubu administration. A bandit assault on the Tinubu administration, and that might well be as a result of the changes that administration is effecting. So that administration, of course, a new broom in a man's zoo. Let me take you to this. Tinubu, let me take you to this. Tinubu reduces entourage on foreign trips for president, vice president, ministers, orders. So this essentially Tinubu slashing that space by 40%. So rather than read it out, let's hear it from the horse's mouth itself.
Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has, by his most recent directive, approved a massive cost-cutting exercise that will cut across the entire federal government of Nigeria and the offices of the president himself, the vice president, and the office of the first lady. It will be conducted in the following fashion. One, the official trips that will be undertaken within the country, that is, when Mr. President or the Vice President travels to any state within the country, the massive bills that accrued due to allowances and ESTER code for security detail coming from Abuja, going and traveling into those states, will be massively cut due to the directive of the President that the security outfits within states, whether it be police, DSS, or branches of the military, will frontline his protective detail when he travels to those states. A major cost-cutting initiative.
You wonder why this was not the case all the way through. It's not as though there's not ample security. Do you see the retinue that all of these rascals in state houses all over Nigeria travel with? So it's not as though there's not sufficient enough complement of security details. So he brings his own retinue of security details. And then, of course, to show support, the hosting state will pad that out with another retinue of security details. And then you have these endless convoys of SUVs as people continue to shout Ebin power at them. So enough of that. And these are real dramatic. And by the way, I hope Tinubu's administration is not being led by social media. That's just what I'm saying. Because we're seeing the administration respond to social media commentaries and then do a policy position or a pivoting off the back of that. We saw it with Better Edu. We're seeing it now. This is a response to that 160 million naira SUVs that the obedience were banging their heads against the wall about just barely 2-3 weeks ago. So this is a response to that. And we have seen just a series of government taking positions off the back of social media commentaries or social media backlash. So I hope this is not the signs of what forebodes for the future, because if we wanted social media to be our president, then we would have appointed Mark Zuckerberg or something. But enough of this ridiculousness. But really, in terms of this initiative, I'm on board with it.
That will affect the office of the vice president as well as the office of the first lady. Additionally, when any international travel is being approved, the following limits have been placed on all ministers of the Federation. 4 members of their staff, appointees and the like, will be allowed to travel with a minister on an official trip. For heads of agency, that will be limited to 2 members of staff allowed to travel on an official trip. Furthermore, the numbers that the president has now approved for official travel with him that will apply to his principal staff are as follows. On international trips, the president has directed that no more than 20 individuals be allowed to travel with him. That number will be cut down to 5 in the case of the First Lady. 20 for the president, 5 for the First Lady. Additionally, the number in the entourage on official international trips for the Vice President will be cut to 5. The number that will be as a limit on the wife of the Vice President is also 5. In terms of local trips, the President has approved a new limit of 25 members of staff to accompany him on domestic trips within the country. The office of the First Lady is now limited to 10 staff members to accompany her on official trips within the country. The Vice President will be limited to 15 members of staff on official trips within the country, while his wife will be limited to 10 members of staff on official trips within the country, the same as the First Lady. It is pertinent to note that there is a difference between the number of members of staff allowed to travel with the presiding officials to international trips and those that are allowed to domestic. You will find that the numbers on international trips than those allowed on. This is international trip expensive across the board, total sanity, prudence, management of the Commonwealth of our people. As a result of this, federal MDA, also including the office of the president itself and the office of the vice president, as well as the offices of the first and second ladies, are affected and bound by this directive of the president. From henceforth, the president is insistent that the notion of government wastage, the notion of recurrent expenditure being in excess, the notion that government officials will be allowed to conduct their affairs in a way that is different from what we are asking of Nigerian citizens with respect to prudence and cost management. Those days are over. The president is insistent that the prudence of government officials must reflect the prudence and efficiency of the Nigerian citizens. And this is the directive of the president. Thank you very much. I'll allow for one more. You have one? Okay, go ahead. One. You have another one too? All right, 2 more questions. That's it. Yes. So thank you very much. So let me just, I'm going to do my best to answer what can be answered in one answer for the sake of our electronic friends. With respect to the adherence to this most recent directive of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I believe we do not need to convince the officers of the federal government of Nigeria of the seriousness of the president with respect to how he will implement his directives. If there's anybody who feels that the directive of the president is not binding on them, who feels that the president will not uphold this directive in implementation and seeks to test it, they would do so at their own peril.
All right. Anybody that seeks to test the president is doing so at their own peril. So anybody that seeks to test the president is doing so at their own peril. Before we go on to and we're going to what he segued, what he hinted at there, the Tunji Ojo narrative. We're going to segue to that in a moment. But before we do that, let me signpost you in the direction of what is coming on Sunday. Dupsy, of course, she's back, and she was back this Sunday. She carries on next Sunday, and she carries on with a bang. So I'm going to post the link to Dupsy's show on Sunday. Make sure you go and bookmark it. It's going to be a banger. This is what Dupsy is looking to discuss with us. So that's what Dupsy is looking to discuss with us. Some of you may be aware. Those not aware, be aware now. Pope declares surrogacy a deplorable act, but is it right? So that's the headline topic for our Dupsy session on Sunday. So make sure I'm posting the link now. Make sure you go and bookmark it so that you don't miss that session. It's going to be explosive. When is it never not explosive and engaging with the majestic Dupsy? Pope declares surrogacy a deplorable act, but is it? So let's talk about it. Join Dupsy 3 p.m. Sunday UK time. So go bookmark that and be ready to take Dupsy on. So be ready to take Dupsy on. So we go on from what Ajuri just hinted at now. And we discussed this at length yesterday, by the way. Is the narrative of this Tunji Ojo, who some people insisted should fall on a sword or should be made to walk the plank off the back of what some people might suggest profiteering from his position as a minister. Tinubu wants to find out exactly what is going on. Contract scandal, Tinubu summons interior minister. So there's a new wave now. This is how a country should be run. So, and by the way, the benchmark set by Buhari was so low that anybody that even pretends to do anything near normalcy gets an A-star from Nigerians. So there it is right there. It's not business as usual, apparently, allegedly. Contract scandal, Tinubu summons Interior Minister. President Bola Tinubu has summoned the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, over his alleged involvement in the controversial 438 million naira contract scandal involving the suspended Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Betta Edu. Correspondents report that Mr. Tunji Ojo was summoned by the president on Tuesday. The minister is expected to explain his role in the contract awarded to New Planet Project Limited, a firm linked to him. I'm not quite sure if it's a firm linked to him. By his own admission, he is the founder of that firm. A leaked memo being circulated online showed that a firm linked to the minister received a substantial sum labeled as consultancy fee from the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. Mr. Tunji Ojo had earlier in a television interview denied any involvement in the contract, explaining that he resigned his directorship of the company in 2019. So it's a real hard sell to say that it has no involvement in the contract. So they are both Gen Zs that have just come into governance. So you'd expect that there'll be that clique of the youngest versus the oldest in the FEC meeting. They both sit in FEC meetings together. They are both aligned in terms of the governance, and out of curiosity and totally on merit now, he's claiming that his company got this plum job, a company that he founded and is now trying to distance himself from. So tell that to the birds. Tell that to the birds. The minister is expected to explain his role in the contract awarded to New Planet Project Limited, a firm linked to him and also founded by him. A leaked memo being circulated online showed that a firm linked to the minister received a substantial sum labeled as consultancy fee from the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. And Mr. Tunji Ojo had earlier in a television interview denied any involvement in the contract, explaining that he resigned his directorship of the company in 2019. I am not a signatory to the account, he said. It's not so much who is a signatory, it's whose account the money lands in, is who gets the fat of the land in terms of the contract. And actually, I was shocked because the company in question was a company where I was director about 5 years ago. I had resigned my directorship, but my wife is still the owner. Mr. Tunji Ojo said he co-founded the New Planet project with his wife 15 years ago, but resigned as director in 2019 upon winning a seat in the House of Representatives. However, he remained a shareholder of the company. Look, this guy is clever by half. He said has the role too, without question. Of course, to the best of my knowledge, public service rules do not prohibit public officers from being shareholders. What public service rules say is that you cannot be a director, of which I resigned about 5 years ago. President Tinubu on Monday suspended Mrs. Edu for allegedly diverting over 585 billion naira to a private account. So there it is right there. So much for the Gen Zs, so much for the let the youth take over. You test them once, and then, of course, they spend the whole of the country's resources on Gucci. So now, let me build this next one up for you with a video clip, because this next one now has a backdrop. So let's build it up with the backdrop, and then we go into the readout. So the backdrop to the backdrop to the next readout is this. I'll just play you about 40-50 seconds.
Okay. Watch this video up here. Watch it.
That's even the more reason. That's even the more reason I'm going to lock you up. That's even the more reason. You're telling me you're a soldier. That's even the more reason. I'm going to lock you up. Get out of there. Get in down there. Very sorry, sir. This is but you're telling me you're a soldier. Just take 4 of them. They have locked him up. Telling me you're a soldier. Put him there.
Did I just hear your governor calling a soldier, a lance corporal, useless? He called a lance corporal useless. Last cover that now this notice the man broke his arm. They fired the man for hand like this. Now high on in hand. Now high on. The last corporal now for there you they call a soldier useless in front of who? In front of all those idiots, those bastards civilian. DSS they push a soldier in any situation.
All right, so be careful. You see all this printing and peacocking on social media. It just gets so many people in endless trouble. But still they won't learn, of course. But learn, he certainly will. Learn, he certainly will. One way, soldier ranting against Sanwo-Olu arrested army chief. So who owns the land? Who owns the land? Who owns Papa's land? The chief of army staff, Lieutenant General Taoreed Lagbaja, has said the Nigerian army has arrested the soldier who slammed the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for ordering the arrest of his colleague alongside 3 other motorcyclists for driving against traffic on the Lagos-Badagry Expressway. Lagbaja said the army is displeased with the conduct of the soldier, saying it is against the discipline of the force. Whilst addressing journalists on Tuesday in Enugu on the conduct of the soldiers, Lagbaja said the said soldiers have been arrested and an investigation is ongoing on others who had acted in the same manner. The army has investigated and the soldier has been apprehended, and we are investigating for every other comical that you have seen on social media, he said. Correspondence reports that a soldier slammed Sanwo-Olu following the arrest of his colleague alongside 3 other motorcyclists driving against traffic on the Lagos-Badagry Expressway. The yet-to-be-identified soldier in the viral video defended his colleague and faulted Sanwo-Olu for calling a soldier useless in the presence of bastard civilians. So on and on it goes. But I think you get the drift of that. So you get the drift of that. Get the drift of this. Good news are good tidings coming. Good tidings coming rather much to the chagrin of the obedience. Good tidings coming towards Nigeria, much to the chagrin of the obedience. Nigeria's per capita income to reach its pre-pandemic level in 2025. So that's as early as next year, and this is as authoritative as the World Bank. The World Bank has projected that Nigeria's per capita income will return to its pre-pandemic level in 2025. This outlook comes as the country's economy is expected to witness a gradual improvement in the coming years, according to the bank's Global Economic Prospects Report for January 2024. So there it is right there. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, I guess, to the obedience. And we were expecting clap back for this, because we touched on this, of course, yesterday, and the clap back comes swift and fast. The clap back comes swift and fast. Labour Party reacts to Okupe's exit, says no room for political opportunists. So what do you mean no room for political opportunists? They've inserted you from behind, and then they've walked away after having their pleasure at your pain. The leadership of the Labour Party LP has water. The leadership of the Labour Party LP has reacted to the resignation of Donyo Okupe, a former Director General of the Presidential Campaign Council from the party. In a statement on Tuesday, Obiora Ifo, the national, so this is now the Abure camp responding. In a statement on Tuesday, Obiora Ifo, National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party, said there is no room for political opportunists in the party. Okupe announced his resignation from the party in a letter on Monday. He said his decision to leave the Labour Party was based on ideological grounds and wished the party success in its future endeavors. In a statement, Ifo said Okupe's exit from the party is not surprising, adding that he has a tradition of jumping from one party to another. I wonder who else has that tradition. of hopping from one party. You see, it's just it's a narcissistic thing, isn't it? Those are the telltale signals of a narcissist who is only propelled by his own self-interest, hopping to wherever his interest is best served, and not at all wanting to build or stay for the pain of graduating a process. In the statement, Ifo said Okupe exited from the party is not surprising, adding that he has a tradition, jumping from one party to another. The leadership of the Labour Party, like most Nigerians, read in the social media the purported resignation of the former Director General of so they are not able to discard him with a whiff, of course, because it's the topmost, most senior, most within that space, outside of the presidential candidate and the vice. The leadership of the Labour Party, like most Nigerians, read in the social media the purported resignation of the former Director General of our Presidential Campaign Council, Dr. Donyo Okupe, from the Labour Party. Ifo said his exit from Labour Party is not in any way surprising to us. In a true character of traditional politicians who move from place, I'm sure somebody in the commentaries will mention the obvious, of course. These people, man, they have no sense of irony, no self-awareness, no sense of irony. His exit from the Labour Party is not in any way surprising to us. In a true character of traditional politicians who move from place to another, he was in PDP, from PDP to APC, then Labour Party. But maybe Abga next, maybe he's doing the reverse, Obi route. His exit from the Labour Party is not in any way surprising to us. In a true character of traditional politicians who move from place to another, he was in PDP, from PDP to APC, then Labour Party. And we won't be surprised if he goes back to his vomit and embraces either APC or PDP all over again. It is all about where food is ready. Labour Party is an ideological party, but what is the underpinning ideology? Because Okupe, of course, tells us that it's right of centre, and Labour Party is left of centre, and the ideological chasm is visible for everybody to see. So why was he a top functionary of that party in the first instance? Labour Party is an ideological party. It has a clear-cut ideology which supports equal opportunity and social justice. It is specifically not a place for people like Donyo Okokwe. It's unbelievable, you know. There's no lack of compunction, no sense of irony, just away with the fairies. It is specifically not a place for people like Donyo Okokwe. And by the way, in a parallel universe, in the land of Narnia, in some twilight make-believe world that will be his president, this guy will be now the chief spokesperson. But now he's not fit for purpose. It is specifically not a place for people like Donyo Okokwe. Our system in Labour Party does not support political opportunists. Oh my goodness me. It's just, there's so many slaps to be dished out just off the back of this nonsensity. The system will naturally expose such political characters and eject them. It was not ejected. He used you and then he publicly shamed and dumped you. That's what happened. The system will naturally expose such political characters and eject them. I ask again, had Labour Party declared winner of the presidential election, will Okukwe remain with the party or jump ship in adherence to his ideological leaning? We must recall that Okukwe was forced to abdicate office halfway into the campaign because of the baggages he came with from other party where he served. The court whipped him into early political menopause. So he really did not contribute much. The Obi momentum started to lose traction as soon as Okukwe left. Okukwe is a gold standard political operator. It's one of the sharpest brains in politics. Even Akin Oshitokun is not as bright as I'm not quite sure in terms of political machinations outside of I'm not quite sure if you have a sharper political operator than Donyo Okokwe. The court whipped him into early political menopause. So he really didn't contribute much into the Labour Party's success. Which success, by the way? Oh yes, you got one governor, isn't it? The one that says Tinubu is a fantastic man. So he really didn't contribute much into the Labour Party's success in the 2023 electoral voyage. However, we are glad he acknowledged that we offered him shelter. Finally, the leadership of the Labour Party wishes him well in his future political adventure. We will, however, remain positive that a new Nigeria is possible. So there it is right there. Gold standard clowns, those people, gold standard clowns. So I'll give you this just as a headline. Our eyes on all ministers. Northern Group hails Tinubu for suspending I hope, anyway, we'll see how it goes. The Arewa Youth Consultative Forum has commended President Bola Tinubu for suspending Betta Edu as Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. In a statement on Monday, Yarima Shetima, president of the group, said Edu's suspension shows that the president has zero tolerance for corruption. Edu has come under scrutiny after a leaked letter surfaced where she authorized Olutoyin Median, Accountant General of the Federation, to transfer 585 million into a private account. Tinubu directed a suspension. So a pat on the back from their bookies. I wonder what that means. A pat on the back from their bookies. So we're starting to bring it home. Tinubu slashes travel expenses for president, vice president, so we've done by 60%. So we've done all that. Yes. Let's go on to. I'm sure I've missed bits, but hopefully those bits will come up in the course of conversation. So that's Kaizo making noise there. Let's see. Is there anything? All right. I think that should do for now. That should keep us going. That should keep us going. And plenty of room in the comment section, by the way. Anyone that wants to hop on, hop like a bunny. Hop on. Hop like a bunny. Hop on. But first, of course, you know where we're going. The routine not complete without you guys, of course, hearing from the Guides.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, oh yeah, she go come again. See ma. Water, only water, oh yeah, let me see go. Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, oh yeah, she go come again. Water, 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 water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku koniru agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Iku koniru agbeshe are from Japan. Konnichiwa, War Peace joins us. Earlier was no doubt there. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko, good to see you. His Royal Majesty, we're in esteemed company. King Emeka deigns to spend time with us. And look what the cat dragged in, Pansat. So good to have you, gentlemen. Good to have you, gentlemen. Anyone that wants to hop on Still Spaces. The place fills fairly quickly, and then you might struggle to hop on. So let's kick the conversation on. So much to talk about. Let's kick it off with but Pansat, please let's make it. You've been listening to previous sessions, so you know we don't do all those. Pansat, kick it off for us, Pansat.
Well, hello to everybody who's on the panel and those listening to us. You have a lot on this episode. So what I'll do, let me just take a couple of minutes to introduce my thoughts. Then I'd like you to come back to me when others have spoken so we can then deal through it more seriously. And the last story that you talked about there, I believe that what we'll be looking at in that Northern Elders Forum part of the back, it's nothing but your good old male chauvinism and Islam, right? You notice that women get weeded out of politics in Nigeria with all kinds of guys. They don't promote theirs. All the women that come from the South that attain prominence are removed with one silly reason or the other. Things that the male are complicit in doing, or even more so. You could remember I forgot her name now, that used to be what's her name that came from London and was in the administration of Buhari?
Yeah, me something.
Yeah, I think so. That and they accuse her of forging her what do you call this?
Yeah,
something trivial. Now, I'm not saying that she was the smartest Bob in the room, but you can't be removing women as much a society as we have. We're encouraging the women to come up into politics, right? It's a population, a group that's close to 50% of our population. And they keep removing them because, now, I've made this case. I don't know why people don't pay attention to the little silly takia of Muslims in Nigeria. Number one is that they don't like democracy. Not that they don't like it, it's haram. It's in their tenets that leaders ought to be picked by some kind of council. This is fundamental. We have to fix this problem right here. So weeding out these women from office, like Desiani, who probably took some money, but who isn't taking any money in the Nigerian government? And they're pursuing her, even though she's going through cancer, and they're pursuing her. But in that case, that's what I'm going to be talking about chauvinism and the Nigerian polity. Now, in the case of your other stories, it's apparent that Peter Obi I came on because Mr. Crown or Mrs. Crown, I don't know the gender, in the comment section doesn't want to read or listen to tapes about Peter Obi's campaign. I believe Obi, with ample anecdotes, talked about how he cut down the size of governance, especially relative to his predecessors. We used to have entourages, people going to Lagos and Abuja with him, and he says, hey, look, I don't know what they're going there to do. I'm the one who's going there to do something. And it got a lot of laughs and endeared him to a lot of people. So it looks like what Tinubu is trying to do is to hotwire himself to become some kind of Peter Obi, and that's just not going to work. Like one man aptly said, he's trying to govern by looking at social media, and I believe it's the right call in that case. But you know what? Tinubu can never transform himself to Peter Obi. It's impossible. I mean, number one, you have to have empathy. He doesn't have that. You have to be serious. You have to have credibility. Talking about legitimacy, he has none of those things, and they're very important as far as being a Peter Obi. We want that question. So now, on the other story, what was the second story you propelled there a minute ago?
There's a lot, but the headline piece is that essentially the Northerners are launching the same technique that they used to kick Goodluck Jonathan out of office against the Tinubu space, using insult, because we're seeing a real spike up in incidents. Not that we've ever really gotten over the hump of that space, but we're seeing a real ratcheting up to the point that they are now casually strolling into people's houses and kidnapping them in dense cities and broad daylight. So that same technique that they used to frustrate Goodluck Jonathan back in play.
Absolutely. I believe that's a good observation. And there are 2 or 3 kinds of Northerners that are retarding our progress in that country. Obviously, none of them is a good actor. None of them. But there are some that are worse than others. But you have to give Tinubu credit from beginning. He's quite bold. I didn't think he would do a few things that he's done, which is to remove the shine and this craziness about Northerners thinking that they have some kind of special blessing from God to rule anybody. So he comes in there, he's putting for the first time a Southern EFCC chairman, things like that. He's done exactly what Buhari did for his Fulani and Muslim brothers by putting Yorubas in. So that's a good thing, at least to show that you don't have exclusivity in that kind of thing. But and he's done quite a lot in that kind of in a way to cut off their nuts, as far as all the stuff they've done over these years, in the last at least 8 years, trying to render the South effete, right, weak. So Tinubu does get credit for doing a few things like that boldly. And to my surprise, they didn't do anything to him, but these people are very patient. So to answer that point directly, there are two types of northern irredentists and violent people, right? They have the very more virulent one, which they give tea, things like that. They did it to Abiola and all that. They go all the way out. I don't think that has been activated, but I believe that Tinubu is doing the right thing in this case with that announcement today to curtail and clip the wings of Shetima, because that's who's going to be the vector of this, right? That's who you have to watch. Now,
all right.
But finally, people such as Awike, you may not know it, when you see some of this violence coming to fore with violence and like things like Chibok girls, who do you find in that crime scene? When you look at it, like in Chibok case, you find, believe it or not, Wike. In the Chibok case, he was the secretary. It was for the state in education, whatever whatever that language is. So he was there. He's one of those guys, right, that you don't know that use this kind of violence to undermine the government. So if they put hit on him in the River State, watch what he does, because he does have a 2027 ambition. Okay, come back to me later on so I could then deal with what I actually talk about.
All right, brilliant. So that's one start, of course. Before I'm going to go to Emeka next, but before I go to Emeka, a bit of administrative stuff. Update on our One Man Went to More Level Up initiative. As you know, we launched that initiative a few weeks ago, and we were able to raise 955 pounds, which came to approximately 1.3 million naira. So we sent 430,000 to Asan to find beneficiaries in the north, and then we sent 430,000 naira to Folly B to find beneficiaries in the southwest. So now we're looking to send the last tranche of that money, 430. It's meant to go to the southeast, but we cannot find anybody that is willing to do the legwork to go on. So maybe at some point, if we can't find anybody we've asked the Kenneth, he more or less rejected he wasn't willing to make the effort, essentially. So if we cannot find anybody to take it on, then I'll come back to the platform to see if you want to split that in half and send it to the north and the southwest again. But we had reports from Folly B's, which we saw, but I've been able to put Folly B's reports together. So I'm rendering it now. So as soon as I finish rendering, I'll bring it to the platform, and I'll also post it as a video on the channel itself. But we've also had reports from Hassan. So now Hassan's voice is in whispers, so you have to listen attentively to what he's saying. But essentially, what he did was to split. It was meant to give the 430,000 naira to 3 beneficiaries. The 2 beneficiaries we already know because he brought them to the platform, and it was then going to give to a 3rd person, which was a rape victim. But the rape victim said she was not prepared to appear on camera. So he decided to set her to one side and split the money in half. So he gave 250 to Mama Hadiza, who is a grandmother. For reasons of insurgency, finds herself taking care of 7 of her grandchildren, and then he gave 150 to Zainab, a 23-year-old widow who finds herself suddenly struggling with 5 kids, one with with some form of disability. So here is Hassan's report. Listen very delicately because he speaks in whispers.
So one man, my conversation with Mama Hadiza is me and asking her if she has received the funds and telling her that I will send this video to the people who actually donated, and I asked her if she has received the funds. She said yes, and I explained to her that this money, you are going to use it for your business, so that by the time we come next time, we want to see an improvement in your business. And Mama Diza made a promise to me that when I come back next, we are going to see the business thriving. And so she said a special thank you. She prayed for all the people that supported and helped, and that's about it with Mama Hadiza. And then with Zainab, if you look at the video, she was laughing, smiling, and it was equally the same thing. And I told her that the people who sent that money to her, this is her opportunity to say thank you. And she said thank you, and then she acknowledged that she has received the 180,000, and that is what happened. Now, I did not give the money to this sexual violence survivor, because when I went to meet her and tell her about this money, she said there's no way she can be on camera. So since she cannot be on camera, I thought it is better to share the money into two. Since Mama Hadiza has 7 grandchildren to take care of, and then Zainab had 4. That was why I split it that way. So Mama Hadiza gets 250 and Zainab gets 180. And I explained to both of them that the money is supposed to go into their businesses, so that by the time we come next time, we want to see improvement in their businesses. And they all promised me that they are going to put all their efforts to ensure that the business progresses. So both of them prayed for you and then said many thanks. So that is just about it. Assalamu alaikum mama, ina wuni? Ina gajiya? Ya kokari? Wato kuɗi 250,000 ya zo wurinki? Kin samu? To dama mun jima muna son mu samu dawo wurinki mu gaya miki gashi, amma kuma muna fatan kuɗin zaki sa a cikin kasuwancinki ya taimake ki. Kada ki kashe kuɗin don kashewa, ki sa kuɗin ya yi ƙarfi saboda jarin ki ya ƙarfi. Kin ga zaki kula da jikokinki ke ma, kin gane? Yawwa, to tun da dai tabbas kuɗi 250 ya same ki, yawa sai ki godiya. Ki ce musu kina godiya.
Yawwa, ina godiya, na gode wa. Na gode.
Allah ya saka.
Allah ya saka. Na gode. Na gode, Allah ya saka da alheri.
Yawa, to mama mun gode. Yanzu za mu ka dawo, muna fatan za mu zo mu samu komai ya karu, ya yi kyau sosai insha Allah. To masha Allah mama. Yawa, sannu mama. Yauwa, to Zainab, na yau kina murmushi, kina dariya. Mun ƙara dawowa daga wannan platform. Ina so in sani, shin sako ya same ki?
Alhamdulillah, sako ya same ni.
Yauwa, to sakon nawa ne ya same ki?
Sako na samu, alhamdulillah, na samu 180.
Masha Allah.
Na gode, Allah ya saka da alkhairi, kuma insha Allah zan yi abin da ya kamata. Na gode.
Yawa, to mu ma mun gode sosai. Shawarar da zan baki shine wannan kuɗin da kika samu ki amfani da shi a cikin kasuwancinki, ki sa a business ɗinki ya haɓaka. Insha Allah idan bayan ɗan lokaci muka zo muka ga cewa abin yana haɓaka, har yanzu za mu ƙara iya taimakawa. Allah ya taimaka, Allah ya bada sa'a, kuma duka mutanen wannan platform suna miki godiya da albishir. To me za ki ce musu?
Na gode Allah ya saka da alkhairi kuma Allah ya sa haka.
To masha Allah. So everyone, and that is the end of it. Regards to all of them. Bye-bye.
So that was the excellent Hassan doing God's work. So that's the report from the north. I don't know, it's in Maiduguri, so I think that's the northeast. So 250 to Mahadiza, and then 180 to Zainab. So thank you everyone that participated in that. As soon as I finish rendering the Foleybees report, I'll play that in the course of this session as well. So those are two trenches now: 430 to the north, 430 to the southwest. 430 still outstanding to go to the southeast. But if we cannot find anybody to take it on, and then I'll come back to the platform, and then you guys will have to make a decision. So thank you one and all for participating in that. Back to the conversation, and we go to King Emeka. Mekus.
Yeah, good evening, woman, and nice reports from Hassan, and we're hoping Foleybees gets back to us. This is a very nice initiative. Special thanks to both of them. I don't know why Ekene, who has gone to the village and is enjoying his millet pap.
He couldn't even take a moment from drinking burukutu to go and do some good.
I will smoke him out this night. Let to come out again. I know what to do to him. I know
can you take it on? You're not.
I'm not in the country. So, but I will try to smoke Emeka Ekene out from where he's listening from the background. I will say something that will make him come to the platform. Anyway, good evening, woman. Like you said, today the new session was buzzing and bubbling with lots of information. And
in fact, there was so much that I left out. There was so much news today.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, good evening also to the co-panelists out there, to Pansat. Welcome back and Happy New Year. Good to have you back with your Pansatry commentary. And also special good evening to the comment section as well as viewers at home. Don't forget to like when you join the show or the platform, and also share and subscribe, and invite your friends, family, and enemies to come and enjoy the one-man show. Anyway, I would try to cut across all the topics, spend little time as possible so that I can speak.
Do you want to kick it off with this? Because you had quite fixed views about this yesterday, and it looks as though Tinubu was listening to you.
So what I would say first and foremost is that the president he's addressing issues in the way that is presidential. Anyway, it's not strange to him. He has done this when he was the governor of Lagos State. He brought insanity to civil service in Lagos State, and as well as curbing the excesses and the corruption going on within the civil service in Lagos State. He laid that foundation. So what he's doing is not strange anyway, but it may be strange to those who do not really know him and his antecedents when he was the governor of Lagos State. So him summoning the Minister of Interior, he's trying to, at least we can see that the president is trying to express some cautionary measures to ensure that there's an oversight on all his ministers and what they are up to. He didn't only summon the Minister of Interior. He also summoned the Minister of Steel Development as well as the Minister of Power to come for some briefing on what they are doing. And those two guys, apart from the Minister of Interior, those two guys they are poor-performing ministers. They are not doing very well. So they need to come around to come and explain what they are up to. So if the president is calling you, it means, like for Ojo, we know why he's calling Ojo. Those other two, they are not performing very well. Anyway, when journalists approached Ojo, to ask him how did the meeting go. He said all is well. From the look of things, it appears that the Minister of Interior has won he has won his way in and warmed himself into the hearts of Nigeria based on what he has been doing so far in the passport office. I can tell that a lot of Nigerians really want him to continue, regardless of the unethical actions that he took. But one thing I notice again in the media space is that I think the minister is doing some housekeeping, and he's trying to clear out the garbages. You know, yesterday when he went to channels, he told the entire world, inclusive of Nigerians home and abroad, that the wife is still a director and the owner of the company because he has resigned his directorship. But I saw today that a memo floating from and being received by the CAC shows that he actually resigned as a director, and also there was a letter that same letter said his wife is also resigning, and another person is like 4 people were resigning and to be replaced, and I like something is going on that is amiss here. And that paper looked like a photocopy paper. Yes, you see photocopy stamp. I was just laughing. I said, "This guy is a smart individual. He's a smart man." I know him.
You know, I mean, the guy must it must be some sort of narcissistic sort of element to think that these people attempt to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. You formed the company. You are a member of cabinet. You are in the same age bracket as this lady. Fortuitously, is one inviting us to believe that it was fortune that lands this now plum contract on in your company, which you are then telling us that you are no longer a director of. But who is the beneficiary of that money that comes in? What's all this nonsense now? What's all this nonsense?
Exactly.
Say I took the contract and I executed the job. That should be his defense.
But he knows the repercussion.
Emeka, good morning. Ojo, he can be academically smart, but he's not street smart. And he should not continue going on this trajectory. He should just keep quiet and let them do damage control.
I think he panicked.
Yes,
I think he panicked.
Yeah, one man, you're right. He panicked. And again, it was here on this platform, Larry went to CAC and showed that he's the only shareholder with 5%, and the remaining 95% has not. The others who own 95%, their names were not showing on the directory of officers or executive officers of the or shareholders of his company. I think maybe in my view, this is my opinion. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just speculating. He's probably looking for her to share that 95%. Just like when he told channels yesterday that his wife is still the director, that he has nothing to do with that company anymore. Now, all of a sudden, the next day, your wife too is also resigning with you on the same date that you resigned your directorship in 2019, which is very strange. You didn't tell the world that yesterday. So it now shows that you are trying to clean house. Anyway, whatever you're doing is up to you. But what I can tell is that a lot of Nigerians like him, including myself. I like him. I like what he's doing. But what the issue at hand is unethical. Yes, we agree. Many of us agree, including those who refuse to admit it. Some are saying it's illegal, but what this opens up is that the public service law should now be amended to include those loopholes and the lucanas that public service officers are trying to exploit. Yes, they now need to amend the law to show that yes, even if you have resigned from your directorship or any key executive officer position in a company, if you are still a shareholder or a major shareholder in that company, go and do something with your shares. And also, if you have any interest or direct or indirect influence, you cannot bid for any government contract. Just forget about it. Is it that you focus on public service?
Emeka, on your screen is the Oluwole photocopy that is parading. It says at the extraordinary general meeting of the New Planet Project Limited, held on the 1st of February 2019 at the registered office, at the registered address, it was resolved that the following persons are hereby removed as directors of the company. Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, Tunji Ojo, Abimbola, and then some name that I cannot read, then Idris Shaibu, and then Hassan Suleiman. But on what basis was Bumi Ojo, with Abimbola Ojo removed is the thing. Because if
No,
he's saying that
exactly.
that he
Now,
is
on his own basis, right? His explanation was that he entered into politics and he became a member of the House of Representatives in 2019, right? So that is the reason.
that
So
explains him. But why should
that
the
is
wife?
then what
Yeah.
exactly? Thank you. You're asking a very good question. So what is the reason why your wife is resigning from the company that you founded? Why are you now saying your wife is resigning? But again, what he's trying to do, that's why I said I'm speculating. I'm not saying that's the main reason, but again, we know that he's trying to clean house so that people not begin to ask, because now he's a political exposed person. Just like because he's a political exposed person, that affects his wife as well as his kids. And if you look at the Code of Conduct Bureau, you hear that at every 4 years, anybody who has held public office must submit statement of account as well as asset declaration for after 4 years, and that will include that of their unmarried children. So anyway, he's just trying to cross the T's and dot the I's. Good luck to him. I hope he learns from this if he survives, and I hope he doesn't perpetrate any act. And likewise, other ministers too should take note that the president will not spare you if you get yourself involved in any dirty dealings. So I like where the president is going with this. I like what the president is up to. And not only that, that also includes, the directive of the president slashing travels expenses. I can tell you that it is not as a result of any social media backlash or any social media cries or what social media, especially the headless mob, actually was, but the realities of things. After the Dubai excursion, the bill coming to the table of the president showed him the reality of the travels. And if you just suppose that with the revenue that we are going to earn, and he was like, if we do this in 4 years, we'll be out of pocket. So the president had to do the right thing. Just like he came in with his accountant pen and he said, this nonsense has to stop. Let's cut this. And this is not straight with the president anyway.
Do you think this is a response to the backlash against the 160 million? I'm talking about Tinubu slashing the cost of governance. Do you think it's a response to the 160 million?
It's not. It's a response to the reality. The bill itself, not the because those, the explanation then was. Look at the number of people that went with him. The others came on their own, right? But as a direct result of the sponsorship of those who came with the president, many of them who had no business to be there in Dubai anyway, that bill was too much. And the president decided that I don't think this is going to be sustainable. I don't think this is the right way to go. And coming up to slash the cost of travels, local and international travels, which is, in my point of view, a call in the right direction. So, and I think more prudent cost-cutting measures will be coming in the future as things arises. So, I want to congratulate the president on this measure. I think the president is doing things in the right way. He's changing the mindset of governance in the country. He's trying to be prudent. He's trying to be objective. He's trying to be reasonable. He's trying to be forward-looking and forward-thinking. And he's also trying to ensure that Nigerians understand, or not just Nigerians alone, those in public offices and especially those within the presidency understand the hardship that is actually going on in the country. So I express
is the optics, isn't it? You can't have them telling us to tighten our belts and they are living lives like Arab princes, like
exactly
Arab, like Saudi royalty,
it's raining all the time. So yeah, the optics is good, the direction is good, the objective is also good too, and the practicality of it is really good. And I like the way you see, to show the seriousness of things, Ajuri has to come on camera, not just releasing a press statement. He had to come on camera to say it himself, and also to tell those that if you think you want to test the waters, go ahead at your own peril. and let's see what the repercussions is going to look like. Now it is now up to us Nigerians to begin to review and hold government officials who are affected by this direct presidential directive to tax, and begin to watch them when they are traveling, both local and international travels, and bring it up to the limelight so that others can see for themselves if they are obeying the presidential directives in respect to with respect to travels, whether local or international. And we can tell that it's cut across everybody, and they're all affected by it, including the president himself. So what this entails is that if the president is traveling only internationally, only 20 people needs to be with him, including his personal security or any aides or special assistants that should be along with him, even his personal secretary or principal secretary. So now, if we see more than that, there's two possibilities. Is either those people who are there paid their own flight expenses to come and see him, because what usually happens, the best way to see the president is when he's out of Aso Rock. If he's traveling, maybe he's in Lagos or he's going somewhere, that's when a lot of these political power stalkers and politicians will rush. So they should come on their own expense and not be sponsored by the Nigerian state or the Nigerian post. But I wish anybody good luck who wants to double dare the president on this directive anyway.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this headline, Emeka. So it is off the back of Sanwo-Olu's citizens' arrest, and then the backlash from the army, and then the empire strikes back. So
Yes.
is this excessive? One way, soldiers ranting against Sanwo-Olu arrested. So that's the army chief.
Yeah, I knew this was going to be the outcome of things anyway, right? But it also paints the army really in a bad light. You understand? It is really sad for the army to allow their chief to come out to explain their stupidity. It is really sad. And there again, I don't know if maybe because of the cameras we have on phones, if that is really, although this generation of who did not use Nokia 3310 or never experienced phone when they were young, when they were growing up, I think there's something hypnotic about phones and their cameras that people begin to tape themselves and express their opinion on camera, and then not only that, publish it to the entire world to see. I won't particularly want to hold that soldier responsible for that careless and silly act, but you could tell from especially with the Gen Zs that they are so excited to put themselves on cameras and express their opinions or express some activities that you look at and you say, do these people have families, or are they all right? Do they need pills? You get it. But what I've looked at, I just say maybe they grew up with phones, iPads, electronic devices. When we were growing up, we grew up with throwing stones at each other and picking sand and playing 10-10 and the rest, and jumping treadmill, or what would do? I've forgotten this. And doing sway and do counters and those stuff. That's how our childhood lifestyle was all about. But them themselves from childhood.
Remember when we used to spin tops? When you spin a top, that was
yes.
That was our own
exactly. But they grew up with with iPads and electronic devices. So that may be my own reason for this for the soldier. You should. I knew they were going to arrest him, and they are going to. As a matter of fact, I think he's going to be dismissed. So you don't go about making such kind of careless statements and expressing your opinions, especially when you are in a professional setting. You are a military officer. Where he's not an officer, but you're a military personnel. You shouldn't be careless with your statements. You shouldn't be careless with your words. And then again, you are putting the Nigerian army with your statement, putting the Nigerian army in disrepute. So I knew it was going to end up this way, and that should be a warning sign to the rest of them, especially the low-ranking and junior cadres of the military, including the Nigerian army. You be careful with what you say, and then you have to also give respect to the Nigerian Navy and the Nigerian Air Force. You barely hear their low-ranking personnel engaging in this shenanigans and this silliness. All the indiscipline from the military is usually from the Nigerian army. Now, the latest is Nigerian army flogging somebody in Rivers State, and they were videotaping it. These behaviors, I just don't get it. And it's really sad for your chief. For your chief, that's your highest ranking officer who is responsible for the army, coming out to be explaining why his boys are indisciplined. It's very embarrassing. I think they should go the high route. And I also heard him saying that the officer responsible for signals and administration has sent signals to all the cantonments to inform them of this marching order and to ensure that the Nigerian armies are well disciplined. So anyway, let's see how it goes. I'm not hoping the next time we want to see the chief of army staff is not on these frivolous issues, is to tell us that they stop insecurity in the country and not explaining somebody who is on camera and cannot respect himself.
All right, Emeka, the green shoots of hope starts to spring. Nigeria's per capita income to reach its pre-pandemic level in 2025. This is as senior a space as the World Bank, their annual report, and as early as next year, the recovery starts to become visible.
Most definitely, right? With you see, that was why I was trying to explain to some other on the different platform that you see. The last administration, we didn't know, the bus driver didn't even know where he was going to. He was just driving blind, right? But with this administration, in view of the challenges we're experiencing currently, the bus driver is telling us, I know where I want to go to. I know I might not know the route entirely, but I know my destination. He has clearly explained that he wants to grow the economy to a $1 trillion economy. He has also explained that he wants to expand the economy productivity-wise, as well as create more jobs, and then improve on our resources, our mineral resources, so that we can be economically strong. And he's not just saying it; he has shown that with examples by going to different countries, going to different summits, engaging with different heads of states, and trying to sell the Nigerian project to them. So. What we are going to begin to see with all these plans is that from next year, which the World Bank has actually predicted, we will begin to see some growth. And I hope we begin to sustain this growth so that, because we really missed the mark after the Obasanjo administration. By 2020, it was estimated that we will become a world developing economy. And we missed it completely with Jonathan and Buhari. And that is really, really sad that we missed that, because if we were going at the rate at which Obasanjo was trying to grow the economy by then, by 2020, a lot of things would have been going on very well for us. And I don't think the Japa syndrome would have kicked in. Those who want to travel would have traveled by choice and not by force. So anyway, I think
can I interject you, Emeka? I have a question for you.
Hold on, let me land this point. I think the World Bank is looking at the economic policies and the blueprint of the Tinubu administration and their plans, and they are making that prediction, that growth predictions on how the economy would look like or shape like. It may not be.
I will not let you get away with such an assertion. That is completely inaccurate.
Hold on to Nigeria. It is a prediction. It is a prediction. It may not.
So you are saying it because of Tinubu's administration's policy.
Yes, that's what the report is even saying. It's a prediction of what the economic outlook will look like in 2025.
It was always going to be like that.
It's a prediction.
And can you hold on right there? Then you can continue. It's going to take me 2 minutes to ask you a question based on that, right? Because you're saying. Yeah, it's Spencer now. In order for you to improve an economy of a nation, it's not easy. We expect too much from these politicians, but you have to have, in the case of Nigeria, there must be industrialization, right? It holds the key to unleashing Nigeria's full potential. Do you agree with that? Nigeria needs industry. Okay. I don't think you've seen anything from Tinubu on that level right now. We're in 2024. You're talking about 2025. That's a year from now. So to strengthen our economy, you are stipulating that you do need massive
I don't agree with that, by the way, but carry on.
No, Passat is not entirely wrong, right? Industrialization, manufacturing, and production, which they're all tied together. If
There
we're
are less than 10 countries globally that base their economy on industrialization. The United Kingdom is a service economy.
But the United Kingdom, it was post-industrialized. They've moved past that industrialization phase, and they are now providing.
Let me land my question, and we can have this debate because it's a more important debate. I would really like you to have a debate on this one day, because you have to crawl before you walk, right? That is a maxim that you have to guide you. But my question for you, Emeka, because you featured quite prominently the other day, and you just talking and talking. But let's be practical. You have stipulated that industrialization holds the key to unleashing Nigeria. In this case, Nigeria, we're not industrialized. We have to be industrialized. Okay. So establishing effective markets for our agricultural products is also utmost importance, right? You agree with that? Establishing
I agree. I agree, and it's also tied to food security. So it's very crucial.
It's very crucial, right?
The agricultural sector must begin to produce the required food that we need in the country. The manufacturing sector must continue to improve. I think if we can be able to get to 50%, if we can scale up 50%.
Yeah, hold your horses, because I'm trying to lay this down so that I could then ask you a question. And you're being sincere. You're answering without an evasive mind. So I wasn't talking about agricultural products per se, but I'm talking about a well-functioning market system that will allow our farmers to receive fair prices for and then stimulate the economy. So the market, when you put it to the agricultural thing, agriculture is important too, but I'm saying the market itself. So we need a robust and accessible healthcare system. It's essential for the well-being of our nation, right? You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
But again, I agree with each sector, trying to scale up as best as they can. If we intend to grow,
I'm getting fed up with your questions. Ask your question and move on, so that can talk.
You're not a moderator here.
You're just hanging on to the mic.
I am not. If I'm hanging on to the mic, I won't be making good points.
Because I want to challenge some of the stuff these guys.
I know, but hold on. It's not how long you speak. I want to. He and I were having a good dialogue. We're not disagreeing, for one thing. And there's nothing wrong with disagreement.
I will fall asleep.
Just listen to this.
Carry on.
Go to sleep. So now, what's your name again? Yeah, Emeka. So we agreed on industrialization, right? We agreed on the markets for the agriculture. We agreed on a robust and accessible healthcare system for well-being of our nation. Now, do you agree that education plays a crucial role in fostering the development of human capital and driving economic growth? You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree, because you have to churn out those who are capable to take up the jobs that the economy is producing. You must train people to have the required skill sets to take up the jobs that you want them to do. Yes, I totally agree with that. Yes.
Okay, good. So finally, right, because I want you to now treat this topic very well. So finally, it's imperative that we prioritize the enhancement of our electricity infrastructure. Do you agree? That's important for that projection you're making for 2025.
Not just 2025. Not just only 2025. So that 2025 is a projection not made by the Nigerian state. It's a projection made by the World Bank. Okay, so let's distinguish.
Yeah, but you agree that electricity, that infrastructure, electricity is important.
Correct. Okay. Then again,
So now my question to you is that what's the milestone achievement so far of this administration, that even if it's 2026? But you're saying 2025. So if I give you additional year, I'm a fair guy. So based on these stipulations that you've made, could you now then lead us to what's your confidence? Why would you just come and talk and cheer on people? Now, I really want you to be fascinating.
I'm actually not talking to.
All right, let Emeka address that, and then we'll move on. I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm not talking to cheer on. Right, I'm only going by what the plans that the president has on power. I'll answer swiftly. I think you just need to Google presidential power initiative. Just put Nigeria presidential power initiative. That is what the cement guys are doing, and that has been expedited. I don't want to take time on that. Just Google it. You have all the results you have on agriculture. You could tell that the Minister of Agriculture is trying to see how they can grow enough of those import products that we taking into the country, which includes wheat mostly, so that we can stop being dependent on importing these staple items into the country. Now we are also expanding our rice production. You know, those grains. Exactly, that's the word I was looking for. The grains. Expanding our rice production, and we're doing well on that sector. The next is to address that wheat concern so that it cut across most of the common food we eat, like the flour, the bread, the macaronis and the spaghettis that we usually eat, and as well as even though the wheat swallow we're taking, so that cut across that section so that we can address and be less dependent on importing this item. So the Ministry of Agriculture is doing that, and they are not sharing grains. I don't know if you're aware.
Emeka, please.
Let me move on.
Hold on. Please. Don't do that, right? Now, I would have been more patient if you say, okay, look, he's gonna try to, let's have a secure nation, let's have a united nation. Let's have hold on 1 minute. Those things you're doing, that stuff you're talking about, making spaghetti and talking all that stuff, that doesn't mean anything to us.
Hold on. To Niger, click on mute and unmute. Your device is not connecting. But push that a little bit and then let him round up.
Okay,
I want to move it around quickly.
I'm sure. Okay, I appreciate that, because one man, you're very important in having us move away from all this stuff and go to the meat, right? So please, from today, guide this. Emeka is a smart guy. All he needs is to understand that a platform like this is supposed to be progressive and moving on. We can't mire in talking about spaghetti. Nigeria is a big country that had many companies in the past.
Emeka is one of the most progressive voices on the Nigerian sphere on social media. Anywhere I hear him speak is always a positive outlook and a brighter future. And he packs it out with data and statistics as well. So
that's why
talk in a vacuum.
Okay, so let's make you look good then, Emeka. What I want to do is I'll give you a chance to finish whatever you're talking about on a second run. When it comes to my turn, I want to have a dialogue with you, right? Because what I want you to understand is the country that you come from. It's Nigeria. It's not what we have now. We've been there before. We've had companies in the past. So talking about making spaghetti and all that kind of stuff, that's not gonna get us out of what we're stuck in. So I want you to think about these things when next time I talk to you, which I'm gonna challenge you on this program tonight.
Thank
Number
you,
one, hold on. We're gonna need a secure nation. We're going to need a united nation where, all the parties will have to believe in that country. We're going to need a healthy nation, and we're going to need competitiveness and growth in that country. And we're going to find that money, put people back to work, accountability in governance, and how to fix Nigeria. That's what I want to talk to you about, because I don't want all this.
Thank you, Pastor. Let me do the rundown. Let me do the rundown on every sector. I can't speak, but I'm just giving you a rundown on the plans for every sector. Right?
Yeah,
I just spoke about agriculture.
Condense it though, because I want to give you one more slot before I move on to
Thanks, Roman. So on oil and gas, we can see the Dangote refinery coming in and trying to address the top five.
Yes. Sorry, Emeka Ogbeni here.
Please, I want to advise. Let's monologue be monologue, so that it can go round. Particularly for some of us that will be sleeping in the next 2-3 hours. Please.
Yes, we know you, Ogbeni. You don't. I don't know who said you sleep more than Baba, and Baba is probably twice your age. Look at this, Ogbeni. I have to come to Scotland and take you to the gym.
But in order to achieve that, a monologue has to be.
Pansa, did you not see what Ogbeni was saying? It was saying. Don't disrupt.
No, listen to me. I agree with that, but what I'm saying, in order for a monologue not to be challengeable, it must be so tight that there are no ways to poke holes in it. If you come out here and you're saying the sky is pink, at some point somebody's gonna come and say, no, that's not true. But if you make your monologue tight, precise, and truthful, right, and more importantly, relevant. Do you understand? So I agree with that. So if you have a way to do that, then that's fine. Yeah.
All right, brilliant.
Actually, Ogbeni, I was waiting for you to come to the show so that I can ask some certain questions. I hope Jalekoko told you to come today, and I want to take on this Ojoga.
Ajale Koko is here as well, but let him make a round off, and then I'll
So-
go to back. Emeka, should I just push you on to the next topic? Because I think
No, let me
Pastor-
correct the
it
let
will
me
come
correct
back
the
at you,
impression.
and then we'll do the
yeah,
loop
no,
again.
if Pastor to allow me, I just want to so that other Nigerians can also know what the plans the president have in the oil and gas. We are aware of the Dangote refinery coming up. Not only that, also the owner of Boa is also doing his own in Akwa Ibom State. We now have NNPC being on its own completely, and the plan is NNPC is trying to clean up their books and they will go public. So we are going to they are going to be divested from the Nigeria state, and now it will be a public limited company, and that will be responsible where they are currently responsible for their own operations, revenue, and expenses at this moment. I think I said yesterday that they were trying to borrow the government 3.5 billion. Anyway, the main concern that we are currently having now is the FX issues, which they are trying to address. And then if we go to the educational sector, which Pansa brought up, we saw that there's a 50 billion student loan to those who think they want to go to school but do not have the funds to go to school. So we are now preparing the next set of generation to acquire the skill that will be necessary for the output of jobs that may be coming out as a result of these economic plans going on. Now we also have Bosu Tijani, who is now saying he wants to train 1 million Nigerians for IT skills acquisition and to make
He has
Nigeria
already
the technological
opened
hub.
he's already opened the portal for that. and
Oh,
people are
he's
already-
done.
yeah.
The first is 30,000, 300,000, and thereabout to train more, so that Nigeria will be the African hub of IT technocrats. So we will now be the major exporter of IT specialists in Africa. And if you are looking for African IT individuals, those who operate within the IT space, definitely Nigeria will be your hub. So we are going to be exporting these highly trained, skilled workers to the rest of the world, which is currently going on now, and that's good. It's now preparing the next generation, the youth, for the next phase of life and the next phase of the industrialized world. So now the manufacturing sector, which Pansat has actually spoke about, what they were saying is the FX issue and power, and that's why I referred Pansat to the Presidential Power Initiative. Let him go take a read on it and then educate himself properly on what is going on in that space. And then with other economic plans that is coming up, we're seeing that the president is putting up plans that will move us closer to take us back to where we are supposed to be during the Obasanjo phase, and from there we can now see if we can move further. But the industrialization will come when we begin to put the building blocks in place. Can you move me to the next space? Please?
Yeah, it's going to be a tiny little soup on this one, just a tiny little texture. The Labour Party reacts to Okupe's exit, says
Oh, yeah.
political opportunities.
Thank you for blabbing
we were discussing this yesterday. It was it's a gift that keeps on giving. That Labour Party is just
honestly
speaking,
I almost forgot about that space with Pansat's interjection, but thank God for redirecting me back to that place. You see, the Labour Party, right? This statement they gave, they would as well as not just written anything. They would have just completely just ignored Okupe. Whoever wrote this, the national secretary who wrote this, I think he did a very poor job. You understand? Or when I was reading the statement, I thought he was describing Peter Obi, and then I just looked, I saw the name and I saw the picture there. So okay, it's Doye Okupe. All the characteristics he described are the characteristics of Peter Obi. The jumping from one party to another party is what Peter Obi did. The lack of ideology. Peter Obi lacks ideology. He said that he doesn't believe in mandate. And all of a sudden, they drew his attention back again, and they said, "Oh, we have to do a manifesto. We have to do a manifesto for the political party." So all the description and the descriptive statements that they wrote on that stuff, that's this, and it's for people to be. And then again, what they are saying is, when they were now referring to the court case, the issue of the money laundering issue of Doyin Okupe. Doyin Okupe actually was the one who resigned as the Director General of that the Peter Obi campaign. It was not the Labour Party that said he should resign. He said remember his statement, it is actually on his tweet. You can just go on his Twitter feed and you will see it there. The Labour Party did not say we are suspending you or we are pushing you away from this party because you are a convicted criminal. He resigned himself. So when they are referring to that, is that the Labour Party actually housed him. They housed the criminal. They made the criminal the Director General of the Obedient Movement and the Labour Party movement and the Obi and Dati campaign group. They made a convicted criminal. So when obedience are coming out or the headless ones are coming out to be saying things, these are the issues we need to be referring them to. That what they are saying is that a criminal was actually once the Director General, and that criminal looked at himself and said, "Okay, let me resign from being the Director General of this movement, of this campaign movement, and allow someone else to come in." And just like you rightly said, when Okupe resigned as the DG of the campaign group, the campaign of Obi and Dati, the noise really died down because the other person, I can't remember his name. That guy didn't do much. Okupe was actually still directing the show in the background. So it's a shame. It's a shame for the party. It is a shame.
Hold on.
I'm delivering. Let me not lose my train of thought. This is my highlight. This is my highlight, and I want to deliver. One man, please tell Passat. This is my highlight moment. I want to deliver this properly, this statement, so that it dwells deep into.
You don't have a highlight. You don't have a highlight.
It dwells really deep into the scores of the obedient movement and Ekene. I hope I spoke Ekene out and Joel of Nazareth. Let them come and explain themselves that they allowed a criminal, a convicted, not alleged, a convicted criminal.
What was he convicted of?
Money laundering. Money laundering was convicted.
Okupe is convicted
of
now.
money laundering, and there's no one on the other parties that have been convicted of the same.
No. There's no. This one convicted. The court has convicted you. They've convicted you already. Right? He's a convicted criminal. All he needs is a presidential pardon. Even with the presidential pardon, he was once a convicted criminal that has been pardoned, but he has not been pardoned, so he's a criminal. So Doyin Okupe is a criminal. So now that they are referring to him,
could you hold on?
Emeka, let me land.
Hold on. Has he served this conviction? Has he served this conviction?
All right, Emeka, bring it to in about 2 more
If he has served this conviction, then it's over, then, isn't it?
He's still a criminal. He's still a criminal. He's still a criminal.
One man. It's not a criminal if you've served it.
He has not served it. Hold on, guys. Emeka, he was jailed in December 2022. He out of how many convictions he was found guilty? Out of 59 counts, he was found guilty of how many? But he just got jailed in 2022 December, so he hasn't started. He's appealed, yeah. So he was found guilty in 26 of 59 count charge against him.
In 2022, late 2022.
December 19, 2022. But they just said they appealed it.
Okay, if it is 2022, that was after or before Labour Party took him on.
The crime happened before that.
It happened before that.
He paid
but guys, allow me cook.
No, but the conviction was after. No, because what you are doing, you are maligning a people. No, Emeka, what you are doing is not fair because you are maligning the people that took him on when he wasn't a convict, and that is very unedifying behavior.
No, he was a convict. He was a convict. He was a convict before they took him on.
He was sentenced.
He was convicted in December.
He was sentenced. Tonight, calm down. He was sentenced in December. He was already been convicted before the sentence.
Okay, I see.
And the crime happened way before that.
When was he convicted again?
Jesus.
No, we have to know when. That matters.
But Tunaja, you are acting like you don't have data. Wait, but Tunaja, you are acting like you don't have data, right?
No, but Tunaja is right. The conviction was not before. It was not before.
Because it matters. Because it might matter whether he was convicted before Labour took him on or not.
Exactly.
He was convicted before Labour took him on.
Wait, he filed.
the
Hold
scandal
on a
that came out.
second. I have the information. Calm down. He filed an appeal for his conviction March 2023. That means he had been convicted earlier than that. Sorry, he was convicted December 19, 2022. And that means, wait. So the case had been going on way before that.
Yes.
So it was already in court. But the conviction happened.
He was not convicted.
Can you guys just calm down?
No, you were the one who supposed to calm down.
You should have picked up on this earlier on. You just had somebody ranting away and you didn't even bother to question him.
The guy.
All right, Emeka, it has to be just 2 more minutes because there's so many.
Wait. One man. How would you just give me 2 minutes when this is my highlight? You see, when
highlight if you're just lying.
Oh, I'm not lying. You have data now. Don't act like you're out of
You are lying. You are lying.
Now, wait, hold on. Don't act like you're out of data. Just go to your screen and Google this. So when Dave Chappelle is delivering his highlight joke, he saves it for last and he hits it on the high note and he leaves when the crowd is already high. Please, guys, stop interrupting me. Now, this is my high note and I'm cooking the best for last. I'm cooking my soup and I'm being interrupted. I don't think 2 minutes is enough for me to finish this soup that I'm cooking. I'm cooking it really hot. So, guys, calm down. Hold your emotions. Have a grip. Just hang on.
All right.
Let me proceed with my cooking.
Of the other panelists.
I'm delivering now. Let me cook. So the Obi
cannot deliver. You can't deliver.
Oh my goodness. So the obedient movement and the headless mob, as well as the obedient movement, decided to go and attach themselves to a criminal who was their DG, and he was the one who decided to excuse himself. He recused himself and he said, okay, I don't want to be involved, but I would be. Look at his tweet. Go and read his tweet. I would be supporting you from there. Now again, that the man has decided to use the Labour Party as a special purpose vehicle, just like when they were leaving the PDP. The group that left the PDP, inclusive of Obi himself, to join the Labour Party to pursue their political ideologies, they are now saying, oh, this man, okay, now we want to cast, we now want to disparage you. Well, why didn't they disparage you? Why didn't they suspend him? Why didn't they even expel him? Because he's a criminal. You just, okay, no, we are now the new political face of the Nigerian movement. We are the good guys there. We don't want to associate ourselves with criminals. Now they are not the ones not trying to remind us of who we already know. This bunch of jokers. Let me hit this note now. Pass out. What is it now? This bunch of jokers will continue to make a mockery of themselves. They think they think they can fool everyone, but they can't fool us. We know who they are. They are masquerade. Obi, wake up and smell the coffee.
All right, that's the majestic. That's the majestic
man. I really want to have a go at Emeka's comments, man. This guy, man.
No, you can have a go at him, but I want all the voices documented, and then we open
but one man, give me 5 seconds. Give me 5 seconds. Okupe was arraigned in 2019 on a 59-count charge, bordering on alleged money laundering and diversion of funds in the tune of 702 million naira. So it was 719 that they took him to court. They finally nailed him in December 2022.
All right, brilliant. Baba,
this is what we know. That's why I told you, Nigeria, to go to his data. Go and Google it.
That is
they
not
allowed the criminal to enter into their place. They convicted. Oh God, you need to know the difference between conviction and being charged.
Oh my God.
He was convicted in 2022. So he was convicted and he still joined the movement. Go to your system now. Just go to your system.
You've been
Don't worry.
talking all this
I'm
while.
not
Let
doing my
somebody
best.
person talk.
I will Google. I will give you the evidence so that you can deal with it. Go to your system and you have data now. Except you are like CM that cannot pay for data. I know you are not CM. I know you are not CM. You are not CM that is using
He's laughing. He knows he's being mysterious.
Hold on, Emeka. Would you like to hear from Baba?
Oh yeah. Why not? Baba
okay, so let's hear from Baba. So Baba,
but one man, Emeka is schizophrenic, right? You know that. I want you to know that.
Yeah, one man. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
And by the way, guys, let Baba have a free run, unless you absolutely have to interject it. Baba, you're up next. I'll go to see you, Baba.
Thank you, one man, for the pleasure of the opportunity. I salute your gentlemen of the platform and my favorite people.
Are you including Pansat in that description?
Absolutely no.
All right. Okay.
And my favorite people on the comment section. I salute you all, and I see your guys back. I'm waiting for Allah to come on. And Ayo, of course, it's not a laughing matter. So maybe you can make me laugh this evening. I salute Shoma and Siriki and all the rest people there. I salute you. For our viewers, we hold you in high esteem. We love that you're listening and carrying on our message this further, because this is a platform where we provoke the thoughts, and the thoughts also provoke us, and our line of thinking is of course flourishing. And please like, share, and subscribe to this panel. You love it, that's why you come every day. So by all means, please click on the like button right now to give us leverage and the opportunity to come back tomorrow. One man, I want to talk about Tunji Ojo and Beta Edu. My voice is low. I am sad because these are, whether we like it or not, these are brilliant people, well educated. We all share when they were appointed. We believe they will do something. But here we are right now. Let me start with Tunji Ojo. It's so saddening. I will not blame the system. I will blame him, and it has shown that good education is just not enough. Even street smart is not just enough. You have to imbibe the culture of the streets also. In a situation like this, these things, I know how it works. I'm not existing in the world. I'm living. So I know how it works. And there is no way, as the ethics regulations are at present, there is just no way you will not be tempted to do such things, because when you are a director of a company, a shareholder, you operate the company and you are going into government, there is no, whether you give your share or directorship, you submit it, you resign, or anywhere. First and foremost, we are not angels. We are human beings. If you give it to proxy, who is the proxy? Your friend, your cousin, your children. It's the same thing. No doubt about it. But Planets, New Planet, the company he runs, the first question I ask myself, is this company just formatted today to rig the system? No, it's an old company. The company is eminently qualified in the field of ICT. They've been doing contracts with NNPC, with other big industries outside government. So it's not today. Hold on. Bouquet,
that didn't go.
Just give me 1 second. Somebody can take
let me tell those on the comment section and to Nigeria and Pansat, I have sent the report to you. Go and read it. Note the timeline. Before you say I am lying and I'm trying to deceive people, note it there, because you guys are associating yourself with a convicted criminal. So go and read it and educate yourself. Now, not allow me cook well today, but tomorrow I will cook better. So come tomorrow so that I can cook a good soup. Today I cook ogbolo. Tomorrow I will cook fried egusi.
All this talk is not cooking.
All right. Let Ogbeni take the floor whilst Baba is sorting out the matter. So Ogbeni, people especially wanted to hear your take on this Tunji Ojo thing. So this now millennial youth takeover that there's been clamoring
Yes,
for.
woman, I'm back. Sorry.
All right, carry on.
I'm so sorry about that, panelists and our listeners. And is eminently qualified. But when you are going into government, I think the new regulation, because what we are using at the moment, I think was put in place 2009. So it's not fit for purpose at this moment in time in our country's development administratively. Here we are. The questions we should be asking, because I always go deeper than the surface. I take my time. And if you remember in the last 2 days or so, I just listen to the background, what people are saying, and also having a feel of what is happening on the ground and in the atmosphere around government in Abuja. Is this the first time the company New Planet has been working for that? It was formerly an agency because before it became a ministry under DEJAVU. Is it the first time it's working for that ministry or agency? No. Has he earned some sumptuous money from that agency / ministry? Of course, yes. It was just a legislator then. So he's a cash cow. So when he became a minister, I think basically he should have asked whoever is running the company to hands off government contract. He has sufficient leverage and popular enough in the private sector.
Baba, there's a bit of background noise where you are.
Well, Fumi, shut the door. Shut the door, Fumi. Shut the door. Bookie's door. Okay.
All right, carry on. Yeah.
Moving. They are full of wahala.
Look at that. It's hair and makeup, Abby.
So it should have hands off government contract. But in this case, that contract particularly is for reviewing the data for which they will use in distributing the monies to people. Data came in August, I think around August 2022 or so. And here we are, they were given the contract. There were about 6 or 8 companies in all. Did they bid for it? I don't know. But payments made to all the companies amounted to close to 5 billion just to clean data, upgrade the register so they can move forward and disburse the money. This is wrong. In a country where we need money, you don't need consultants to do this thing. Because that 5 billion can still cover a lot more people. It can make the dragnet very, very wide. So why waste that money for these people? And one of the companies given this contract by Beta Edu is an interior decorator. An interior decorator. So how much of these incompetent companies are amongst the 8 companies? And can they check with CAC in Abuja? Because this is the usual practice. Do these 8 companies have common directors, a thread of directors flowing out in and out of each of these companies? So for us to establish whether it is a cartel or not. So for only 1 month, these consultants use in checking the data and everything of the registrar. How can you use 1 month to cover people you want to reach in the remotest parts of the country, the poor of the poor? It's not possible. It's not possible. So they didn't do anything. In my own considered opinion, they just shared the money. And in this light, like I said for Better Edu 3 days ago, that she has to be suspended. So I'm very happy she was suspended eventually yesterday. And in the light of what has come up with Tinubu'S, brilliant young man, he's done very well. I think he's the brightest star of this present administration, doing so well. I doubt if anybody can do what he's doing now. But then, do we cut our nose to spite our face?
But does that excuse this though? Because they clamor for a more
that's where I'm coming, one man.
Yeah,
I think it should not be pushed. It should not be shoved down the mountain. He should just ease himself out of the administration and resign. It is the proper thing to do. It's painful, very painful, because the things all of us are clamoring for, we are sharing him for instance, the passport thing. I'm sure we are taking about 5 steps back in that area of his administration. We can never have it so good, for we can kiss that goodbye. But do we say because of that, because of his competence, we have to? Because is this a demeanor or is it a felony?
So, Baba, can I ask you a question?
Yes, Sir Kulata, come in.
Should he resign because it's a crime or because it's a moral dilemma?
It's a moral dilemma and a misdemeanor. No, we have to set standard.
A misdemeanor is a crime. A misdemeanor is a crime, so it's definitely.
But a lesser one. It is a misdemeanor. I can say that.
I don't think it rises to that level.
Well, why I said this is that, look, first, he resigned. Let's take his story. He resigned as a director. Let's go further. Verified or not, he's no more even a director. His wife is not a director, but he formatted New Planet. This is his company. He's been doing works with government in the last 10 years. He established it. So why didn't he have the street culture? Let me put it culture, not say smart. I don't like the word smart. To say, look, no, I will not do government contract anymore. I'm now a minister. I work for the government. But he went ahead. They got 480 million. The question we will ask ourselves, which I want those who will look into it ask, was it the first time he got that money? Did he do the job? Did he do the job?
Is Baba breaking up or is it my system?
Maybe your system. My system hardly breaks that down. So this is my dilemma. I know it's not a felony by all standards. It's not a felony. But I think it ranks within the periphery of a misdemeanor. Because you can't tell me your wife runs a company or your son, even your proxy. Let's go to the extreme. A proxy doesn't just appear. You appoint a proxy. We all know that, I mean, putting a meat in your mouth and making it disappear is not magic. So this is where I am coming. It's a hard thing for me, you understand? But I just say for peace of administrative, how do I put it? Peace. He just have to step aside so that we can move forward. And then they have to regard that regulation they set up in 2009, which is no more fit for purpose, and state it clearly, because I can't see how it will function right now to the end of this administration without this incident, this scandal dogging every step he takes.
Baba, can you hear Janle Koko?
Can I interject?
Yeah, Baba, come in, please.
I mean, what immorality has this guy committed when he no longer serve in that company, when he no longer he is done away with his directorship and he doesn't party. What immorality did he commit? What
As it
immorality
stands today,
has he personally hold on, sir. What immorality has he personally committed that deserve him as we are calling for him to step down? What immorality?
Yeah, this is the thing. He works for the government.
No, I'm talking. No. His company.
Yeah.
Because they give that job to his company. On that basis, you are saying on the basis of moral, he must leave. I said, what immorality has he committed?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That that company does contract with the government he works for. He was a director. Let's follow what he's saying. He was a director of that company. That is established, even though he has resigned. Even if his wife is no more a director, the wife also has resigned. You understand? Who are the present directors? Who appointed them? Who are signatories to the accounts?
Baba.
Yes, Kulata, please come in.
But Baba, he has no decision-making abilities. If he's resigned as a director, that means the day-to-day operations of the company, the decision-making of the company, he is not involved.
Look, Kulata,
and in addition to what Kulata said, does the law of the land not allow his company to function and take contracts from the government? I mean, we have to look at this. Does the law deny his company, or is it illegal for his company to do business with the government of Nigeria? If then he has committed nothing. He has not done anything wrong.
I will address that.
Does Ajanleko know anything about conflict of interest?
Let me say something now.
I will address that when it comes to my turn.
Yeah, thank you, Ogbeni. That's why I'm saying this explicitly. There is morality. There is law. Law is law. Moral is moral. Even, in fact, there is 11th commandment. Thou shalt not be caught. You understand? In this aspect, there isn't much I could really say here, because if he allows this to drag on, quote me here, the can of worms will be opened. And that could really destroy his political career right now. Because how did they come about the contract? Did they do any work? They didn't do any work.
Let me interject you a little bit for 1 minute.
No, I'll give you 30 seconds.
Thank you. Now, Ajanleko and Kulata, the standard for a conflict of interest is what they call appearance. That is the key. It's appearance. It's not if somebody's been convicted or has even been accused. If there's an appearance of conflict, that is sufficient to put it in this process that we're going through right now.
What are you even talking about, appearance?
Okay, let me give you an example.
Carry on, Baba. Carry on.
Let me give you an example. When John Mahama came into government, he took over from Atamils, who died. But when he won his own election, just like Jonathan, he appointed just the same scenario we clamor in Nigeria. He appointed a young girl under 30. I can't remember her name now. She was driving to work one morning as a minister, and she was conversing with somebody and telling that fellow, I think a friend, close friend, that all I want in government and I want in life is just, by the time they ease me out of the government, she was less than 30 days in government too. Let me just have $1 million. If I can make $1 million, I am made for life. The driver was recording her. She did not realize it. The driver leaked that tape to the press. The driver leaked the tape to the press, and there was public hoopla. And she was sacked. She was sacked just for a conversation she had. That's the kind of standard that this kind of situation, when you work for government, that it demands. That is what morals demand. I'm not saying he has been caught with his hands in the cookie jar. But for earning, a company has run before, bidding and earning from government, it is not morally correct. He shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have done that. That is my take in this. And to come to better, and I see today that some Calabar group, people from Cross River, are putting up some fight to say it is our daughter. For God's sake, we have to stop all of this. I know she comes with a very high connection. I mean, she started the wife of Ayade is her colleague, because that one too, a medical doctor. She was the one who introduced her to the husband in the first place. Before under 30 or about 30, she was made an advisor. And I think 2 years later, she became commissioner for health in that state. So they are coming up with these things right now. They should just let sleeping dog lie. Yes, woman.
Yeah. Bring it home, Baba. The background sound is heavily causing into. Yeah.
Once they found themselves trouble. Yeah. So the thing actually is, I think we should stop this. It is my thief, your thief thing in Nigeria. If something, because we are going in a new direction in this country. I am a believer in this government, but I only know that the best he can do or achieve is to point us in the right direction for us to be abreast and equipped with what obtains in other advanced countries. So we can arm ourselves with the right tools. It will lay the proper foundation. It will put us in a proper direction. So those coming after him can follow suit, and we become grounded. And that is the way of advancement. We should not, because of one parochial interest of today, sabotage that tomorrow, which we are now working towards. Because I believe we are formatting a new nation, armed with proper political and economic tools of modern times. So that is my take. Thank you, one man, for the opportunity.
All right, brilliant, Baba. I will look around back to you fairly quickly, Baba, but I'm keen to get all of the voices document their thoughts. So we will do an 8-minute monologue whip round, just so every voice is documented, and then we open up the space to a free-for-all sort of a conversation.
No, is Ogbeni going next? Because I want to throw him a question so he can address it.
Yeah, exactly. So Ogbeni is going next, and then
I'm glad. Okay.
Ogbeni goes next, then to Niger, then yourself, then War Peace. War Peace will tell me that he came in first, but War Peace, with your permission, Ogbeni, let's hear from you. I think you especially came in for the tribute, please.
Yeah, can I throw the question so Ogbeni, whenever you form your thought around it, that's fine. A conflict of interest only becomes a legal matter when an individual tries to influence the outcome of a decision, not by happenstance, right? If an individual actively tries to influence a decision, then it becomes a legal matter. Otherwise, it just remains a moral matter. Like, okay, I was a director, but if I'm not actively trying to influence that decision, then it's just, well, conflict of interest, coincidence, whatever. So my take is, do you agree that it's only when you're actively trying to influence the outcome, and that's when it becomes like a legal matter, when you can say, okay, you better go and resign?
Okay. Good morning, everyone from Scotland. Please like and share our page and subscribe too if you have not done so. All right, Oma. See, this Tunji Ojo's matter has for me, two legs. First, legal, the other one moral. Let me start with the legal one. Has Tunji Ojo breached any of the laws that regulates his office or his position as a public officer? Before I answer my question, let me tell you the three laws that banned Tunji Ojo, or the most relevant laws here. First, your Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal Act. What does it say? Section 5 of that law explicitly states that a public officer shall not put himself in a position where his personal interest conflict with his duties and responsibility. Please mark those phrases. His personal interest conflict with his duties and responsibility. That is one. Two, Nigerian Procurement Act. If you are applying for a contract as a company, what do you follow? What you follow is our Procurement Act. You must follow it. If you don't follow it strictly, if you breach anything there, it amounts to breach of our law. Now, what's the third one? Public service rules. What does it say? Then probably the last one, your constitution, which your constitution doesn't really regulate that area, because it has already donated power generally, or authority generally, to the Code of Conduct to make law for themselves, make National Assembly to make those laws, and all sorts of laws. So what has happened here? Summary of the fact of what happened here is this. Tunji Ojo claimed to have established this company like any entrepreneur in Nigeria, New Planet Projects. Did he just establish it? The answer is no. He established it 2009, 15 years ago, right? And they've been doing jobs, they've been getting contracts from governments over years, and they've been executing and delivering their contract. It's not a new company. It's a company well known in the IT solution and consultancy field in Nigeria. If you are conversant with that area, you will understand that it is not new. I lead one called Sino Softwares. Go to my LinkedIn, you will see I'm the team lead there, and we're doing some contracts we've done some in Germany, we've done some in US, we are presently in Afghanistan doing contracts there. So I understand that field very well. A New Planet Project Limited is not new in that field. So yes, 15 years ago. So what
that's not laying a foundation. I'm sure you know that. You didn't lay a foundation by saying that.
Please, can you keep quiet?
We have no way of verifying what you're saying.
Can you keep quiet and let me complete
just let him speak. Let Obeni cook.
To agitate. After all, some folks like you came here to defend Peter Obi when he was awarding contract to his family company. So no, I don't regard people.
Obeni, stay on track. Don't let people.
So my point is
take
this:
you off the track.
So when you look at all these four laws, he said he established that company, and in 2019, his first time to enter into active partisan politics, he resigned. So the first question you will ask me is that what the law prescribed? And I will tell you yes. Ask me which law public service rules. The public service rule says you cannot be a public officer and at the same time be a director. It doesn't say you can't be a shareholder. Let me give you an instance. For instance, if I purchase shares in Microsoft today and I become a minister today, should I stop Microsoft or Elon Musk to apply to Nigeria or to get contract from Nigeria? The answer is no. The reason why that law is there is because as a shareholder, you cannot control anything. It's the directors that are the head and the brain of any company and not the shareholders. So I believe he remains a shareholder if he's ever one and then resign as a director. Now, that is what public service rules provide. I believe he has a lawyer who advised him that what the law requires you to do is to resign. So he said he resigned. So should the company stop getting contract from government because an ex-director of the company is now a politician? The answer is no. Our law doesn't say so. Our law doesn't say a company that have been having government as a major client before or customer should stop getting contract from that customer, okay, because an ex-director who can no longer control what the company does has become a politician. So fast forward it to what
could I push back on that, please?
I'm going to let me.
You're not a lawyer. What are you pushing back?
No, let me push back.
Let him land first.
Let him land, please. We are looking at the legal angle here, please. Pansat, I beg you.
I will make it a legal issue. I want to.
No, please, Pansat, I beg you.
To remove this guy. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Calm down, poor man. Okay,
no, I cannot abide the guy. I'm sorry.
Law is tomatoes selling. Better go to law school and go and spend 10 years first before you understand all this. So first, when you look at the Nigerian Procurement Act, that's the first thing I will look at here. Is there any breach here? I will say no, because this man has become ex-director of that company as at the time they apply for this contract. Even if they had applied before he got to the government, what the law requires is the moment you get to the government, you've been appointed, you must resign as director so that you are not in control again. Secondly, as this guy breached Code of Conduct Act, don't forget, what does Code of Conduct Act say? I've read it to you the other time, section 5. He said that a public officer, now let's say Tunji Ojo. So what he's saying now, Tunji Ojo should not put himself in a position where Tunji Ojo's personal interests will conflict with Tunji Ojo's duties and responsibilities. That's the simplest way we read law. So you put the man's name there. So in this case now, my point is, what is Tunji Ojo's duties and responsibility? Tunji Ojo's duties and responsibility is the Ministry of Interiors. By collecting contract by his ex-company now, collecting contract from Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, has that put Tunji Ojo in a conflict of interest? The answer is no. The answer is very simple as far as I'm concerned. As far as that law is concerned, Tunji Ojo does not have duty and responsibility in the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. So there is no way Tunji Ojo, assuming he has interest, assuming he's even still a director in that company, there is no way Tunji Ojo company will be a conflict of interest as per Tunji Ojo. Now, everybody has a legitimate ambition, okay? It's a legitimate one to have your company. And everybody has a legitimate ambition to be an entrepreneur. And secondly, what many people analyzing this you don't understand is this. You are separate from a company. You know, most times people say, it is my company. You don't own a company. It's not your company. Don't say it's my company. You may be a shareholder in a company. You may be a director in a company. A company is a separate entity from you. So if you are not in control of that company, then you don't put yourself in a personal conflict. And secondly, look at it from this angle. The moment you resign as a director of that company, legally speaking, you cannot control anything. You can't even tell them, don't apply for a contract. Because you are not a director. You don't even have any legal standing to even ask them what they should do and what they should not do. And that is why, in many cases, you see people selling their shares out if they realize that their company is doing what they don't like. Because there's nothing you can really do. It's either you call from a general meeting and say, okay, let's have a meeting, let's correct this, or you sell your shares and then you leave the company. So that is that on law. Strictly on law, for me, he has not breached, and I think he has a good lawyer with him, or maybe team of lawyer that advised him in 2019. And have we had a case such as this before? My answer is simple yes. Cameron in UK. I remember he had a scandal. I've been trying to look for it. I can't really find that because I was supposed to be on TVC.
Benny, why not use Nigerian reference? Why UK? UK has nothing to do with us.
We operate the same legal system now. Do we not
forget that UK?
No, we don't care about UK now. What is UK got to do in Nigerian matter?
No,
Benny, let me put something forward to you.
Let me tell you the reason why I like going to UK. We look for international best practice, Abi, and most times when you are looking for international best practice, we look at all these advanced countries, US, UK. That's where we always look at to get inspiration for our own system, right? So my answer, and that's why I look for examples in all this space where, okay, do you have what was the system there? Has it happened before? Then what happened? I remember Cameron case. It was a director in a particular company. He resigned as a director, but it became a scandal when he got to government. And his simple answer was that I've resigned. Why do you? I can't control what is happening there again. And that was what excused Cameron back then, that he has resigned. So what else do you need? So the company should die because the director has pursued his own personal ambition. So the company should not also pursue his own objective any longer. No, the answer is big no now. Because if this man finishes as a politician, he can still retire back to his company. So he should pause his company because of personal ambition. The answer is no. That's for that. Strictly on now.
Staying on that.
And lastly,
Can I
I'm coming. And lastly, two on law. Corporate Affairs Commission. You see, there's this problem Corporate Affairs Commission have in Nigeria. And the problem is this. They hardly update their files. And that is where I think Sahara reporter got his information from. They hardly update. I know of two companies now, my farm and one other company that was the director before, that, for instance, my farm I've shut down and I've wound up that particular part. For the other company where I used to be a director, I've resigned. Yet, as I speak now, if you go to internet, if you go to CAC, you still find my name there. They hardly update their website. So, too bad for Tunji Ojo, but for me, in all this, I've not seen the man breach any law. Let me, I told you two legs to it. Let me.
Well, Ogbeni, just before you move to the second leg, assuming I work in Ministry of Culture, you work in Ministry of Power, but you have shares in Julius Berger. Sorry, I work in Ministry of Works. Let's use practical example. You work in Ministry of Power. You have shares in Julius Berger. You are not a director in Julius Berger. My ministry awards Julius Berger contracts for road. It's exactly the same thing. So how can that even be conflict of interest? Because it's just a shareholder.
Kulata, I've given you an example of Microsoft, which fall exactly to this example you have given me. I have shares in Microsoft. I'm not a director in Microsoft. I'm not a minister of Interior. Should Microsoft now stop getting contract from Nigeria because one of the shareholders is now a minister? The best Microsoft will do is this. We will not approach that ministry, but we can approach other ministry because Microsoft is a going concern. So you won't.
Ogbeni.
Yeah.
I know you're a lawyer. You want to speak truth to power. Just notice the pattern you are stressing your first leg. Make sure you stress your second leg like this too. Because me and you will have a naked dance. We will have a naked dance on King Square if you now beat it down. So I'm not interjecting you now.
Right?
Continue. Continue. Just continue.
I would talk on morality. First, I don't know how much you know of jurisprudence. If you know, too, I don't know the university you went to where they taught you jurisprudence. But in my own University of Ife, where I learned jurisprudence, I learned what they call moral relativism and moral universalism. And my school of thought is there is nothing like moral universalism. Okay? What do I mean by that? The moral standard for me as Ogbeni Kole will not be moral standard for you as world peace. We may have different moral standard. So, for instance, if somebody accused Bankole of hate, and Bankole believes that I did not do that hate, but the way I'm trained in Ekiti, I would not shift a beat because of what you are thinking about me. It doesn't matter to me. You can go and dance anywhere you want to dance. It's not Bankole's trouble. But for world peace, maybe every single accusation, whether you do it or not, you just bow out and you resign. That is your moral standard. That's what they call moral relativism. So there's no moral universalism. That's the keynote. That's the point I want to start with. Now, let me go into morality. So what is morality here? So morality is this, conflict of interest. That's the only morality I see here many people speaking about. So, and I asked myself the question. So please, what's the conflict of interest? First and foremost, does Minister of Interior has any responsibility in the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs? My first question is no. That's my first big question. No. Minister of Interior doesn't have his office inside the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. Minister of Interior doesn't sign any paper on humanitarian affairs. Minister of Interior cannot order or instruct Minister of Humanitarian Affairs. Minister of Interior does not share meetings with on contract in that space. That is one I'll talk about. Secondly, people talk about your wife is still a director in that company. So the next thing I look at is, okay, my wife. Can my wife pursue her own personal ambition separate from mine? Or because I have my own personal ambition, I should hurt my wife's personal ambition too? The answer is no. We've had cases of governors.
Would that contract have been given to his company without his influence?
It's possible, because when you look at the antecedent, that company has been getting contract from government over time, not even Tinubu's government. Don't forget, it was a company established in 2009. And he told you that I've been collecting contracts, I've been delivering contracts before now. So if the company has been delivering, it's not the first time the company is entering that industry. I asked my question, so where's the morality? So the morality is that I should kill the company and shut it down because I'm now a minister. Even at the time when people believe that as a minister, you shouldn't even go there to embezzle. You should go there to only serve people and come back to your life you were living before. That is one. Now, when people talk of appearance of conflict, what do you mean by appearance of conflict? Let me tell you what they call appearance. Appearance simply means what appears or what seems like a conflict. So in this case, the best you can talk about what seems like conflict is that, oh, maybe Tunji Ojo will be the one whispering to the wife to apply. Okay, but is the wife the one approving? So when you talk of appearance, you talk about the approving authority. Okay, let's say he's the one who even say, go and apply in Ministry of Humanitarian. So the insinuation there is that having applied, since that wife now has appeared, maybe Tunji Ojo now went to meet the Minister of Humanitarian and said, see, this company is my company. I want you to award a contract to this company. And my answer to that is that unless you find an evidence to show that, at least a little evidence to show that, because already this man has said, I've been collecting contract over time. It's not today.
Benny, please factor into it. They both sit in Federal Executive Council.
Yes, do you know how FEC work? Let me tell you how FEC work. Every minister sits in FEC, right? So when every minister sits in FEC, what do you do in FEC? Everybody comes with their update of what they are doing. Each person speak on update. The president talk on it. They make approvals of contract. They make approvals of and there's a limit to the contract they make approval of. All right. So everybody, you come, you present your own, you approve, you go. You present your own, you approve, you go. You present your own, you approve, you go. So then I ask the question. So where is the conflict there? Are you saying the Minister of Interior has power to disapprove or approve a contract that belongs to humanitarian? No, they don't vote. It's not as if Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs will bring the contract and they will now say, okay, Minister of Interior, what do you have to say about? No, it doesn't work that way. You come, you present yours, Mr. President look at it, then approves or disapproves, because that's the only man all of you are answerable to. So the only area I can find conflict of interest is if that company, let's say it's Tinubu now that is in position of Tunji Ojo, fine, because the humanitarian minister is answerable to Tinubu. In fact, she's enjoying Tinubu's delegated authority. But as it stands now, this woman is not even, he's not using Tunji Ojo's delegated authority. You know, Ojo doesn't have any authority over her. They are primus inter pares, they are equal. So that's the way I see this. Now, that is morality. Now, what's the second leg of morality? Which the only way out for who are the opposition or people that are calling for his head now is that there's a possibility for two ministers to meet and talk. And I agree there is that possibility. The two ministers come here and say, Sue, that is my company. Please try and get something done for my company. Then he said, okay, no problem. Just send that letter and I will sign it. And then they sign it. Probably for promise for another contract also in his ministry. But everything I just said now will remain in the realm of assumption unless there is something to show. So that's my take on this. And I don't think Tinubu government should allow media, Shara reporter and all these guys to bully the government, to kick out somebody who is performing and who has tried his best to follow what the law says. There is no moral universalism anywhere. He has followed what he thinks.
Ogbeni, are you done?
In law, yes, I'm done.
Ogbeni, okay, everything you just said is based on your opinion, and you just make it clear.
Yeah.
No, it's your own legal opinion.
And law.
Yes,
his opinion.
No. One man, calm down. You're not talking to a dumb person. It's on Ogbeni legal opinion.
Is informed.
No. One man, calm down now. Calm down.
Educated opinion now.
One man, I can speak for myself. I didn't study law in school. I studied public administration. Though I didn't graduate, but at least I passed the 4 years on university. That's why I'm standing with 10 panelists talking. If I'm dumb, I'll be at a GEJ'S or other media platforms talking. I'm not dumb, so take it easy.
No, carry on. It wasn't. More carry on. That wasn't what I meant. But...
Yeah. Ogbeni just spoke for very reason. That's how I see it. And again, as a lawyer, he has to speak to a common man, a layman perspective. So whatever you just said is, I send you a sheet of one man. You proceed, people that receive proceed. Now, not every information you have, you say you save the best for the last. It even worse for Tunde Ojo to even rush to the news media to defend himself, knowing that there's investigation going on that department, past administration and this administration, involving his company. You know that, Ogbeni? Hope you know that.
What do you say?
The Better Edu Ministry is under investigation for 2 administration, the past administration and this present administration. You know that?
Past administration?
Yes.
That's the ministry, right?
The ministry.
Yes,
yeah. And his company is part of, he has been receiving contract from that company before, subject to investigation. That one is on ground, pending.
Yes.
Now there's a new one again, involving that same company again.
Yes.
And you're telling me there's no conflict of interest. And this new award just came in when he became a minister. And you're telling me there's no conflict of interest. That he has not done anything wrong. Hold on, calm down. Hold on.
Of conflict of interest first, so that will be on same.
Yes, like you said, it has no moral standard, not yours or mine. But because the government know, because the people in power have access to information, that's why they put a lot of gag and leash so that that information they not make use of that information, because it will be lopsided.
What's your understanding of conflict of interest? Let's start with that.
Conflict of interest have no, as I said, it has no moral standard. If where I work has a problem, seems to indict me, there's no way I can really defend it. In as much I have myself, that somebody.
Sorry, what piece? Are you talking of the conflict of interest as defined by Section 5 of Code of Conduct Bureau or your own?
I'm not using that. I'm just saying on moral standard,
okay,
like you just said.
All right.
Yeah. So we're not talking about there's legality.
Wait, before you go to moral, did you agree with the point that I said he has not breached any law, or you are disagreeing with that?
Like you said, you're following this program since yesterday, and nobody was talking about the legality. We were talking about the moral standard, which in any word, in every word, same word. In Japan, they used to name the former Minister of Agriculture. Hope you know that last year was a moral standard, 400 million yen.
What happened to him?
So he committed suicide. He almost arrested. He committed suicide and killed himself.
What happened?
Is a
He
moral
work contract to his own company.
He worked contract to the Prime Minister's wife, ex-Prime Minister's wife. He sold the land, the school, former school, to the. No, now, but he's no longer a minister. Hold on, he's no longer a minister.
Answerable to the Prime Minister.
No, ex-minister, ex-Prime Minister,
okay,
ex-Prime
Minister.
Okay. Yeah, the wife, but you see a conflict of interest. He was supposed to go to jail. He hanged himself. So there's no standard moral standard for it. Why they say just desist from so that your name does not appear, so that the government can vouch for you. You cannot be in a song where they say, don't stand around among criminals. They came to raid 10 criminals. You're inside, they say, I'm innocent. Even though you're innocent, you're not innocent.
Let me ask a question. If you are in the position of Tunji Ojo, what would you, if you heard that company applied for a contract, what would you have done?
First of all, I don't know what question you're asking. We are shooting the goalpost here.
I said,
we are shooting
if you are in position of Tunji Ojo, you have resigned from a company. The company applied for a contract. What would you have done to avoid?
If I'm in his position, first of all, that company will not be involved in federal government contract. Just like you said, there are so many contracts you can bid for.
Now, I said you have resigned. What would you have done?
No, I'm not doing yesterday now. Not like what I have done. I'm not there yet to do anything. But what has been done, that's what we're sticking to. Yes. He came to China. Hold on now. He came to China. Hold on. Hold on.
Sorry, Ogbeni. You are talking about moral standard. And what Ogbeni is interrogating is your moral imperative. So is asking if you say the morality is a bit off, then what standard, what personal standards are you applying? Is what Ogbeni is trying to.
Yeah, but I said what one is saying personal moral applying. The personal moral I will be applying that company will not be involved in any way or shape, be involved in anything that will bring a dent to him in this present 4 months he became a minister. That's a moral standard.
The government is that company's main clientele. So are you saying that company should cease operations?
But one man and what piece? Hold on. Let me just say 5 seconds. In what capacity is he supposed to tell the company not to do one thing or the other? He has no decision-making ability.
Yeah, that's why I say we are setting a goalpost. He founded the company. He founded the company. It's not that he became a shareholder in the company that he was not found. He founded the company. He owned as CEO of the company. Hold on now. Hold on.
You are building your argument on the wrong footing. Now, that company was founded by 6 shareholders, not only Tunji Ojo, all right? And he was a director until 2019. Now, in 2019, he resigned as a director. So what you are saying is that he should shut down the interest of all other shareholders from that company, all because of his own personal ambition. Is that
let me tell you, I'm not taking what you're saying. I'm taking what he said from China yesterday. He founded the company. His own words.
No,
he founded the company.
No. He said he was a shareholder.
Hold on. We all watched it. I watched it so many times. And we'll check. What piece?
Hold on, Ogbeni. What piece? Take Ogbeni to where your question is so you can address it. And then we'll move on to
Obama is just being a clever, a lawyer. Of course, in as much he has his own say, other lawyers have their own say. Now, he said on the public that he founded the company, he and his wife, long ago before now, on air. I didn't say it. When we went to corporate affairs, his name is there as the founder and one of the shareholders. The remaining shareholder cannot be found. Now, he said on air, hold on. Hold on now.
Let him take you to where he wants you to be. Yeah.
And in 2019, when 2019 he became a minister, became a House of Rep minister, he relinquished his position and become only a shareholder on that company. And now he's a House of Rep. It has nothing to do with that company, administrative department that decide what they're going to do. His wife became the CEO. He said that of the company, the director. Now they keep the different contracts. Now he has become a minister, one of the ministers in the ministry, which the company have issued in a different department, a different ministry, which his wife, his name is still in the company. That is a pure conflict of interest to any layman. You cannot come and tell a lame person that, the company your wife is running is having a problem. A problem already already established. Corruption is already established. That's why they said conflict of interest. Corruption is already established. Now, how do you not start defending yourself that the contract I got was legit when there's already a fraudulent money that went to your account? How do you not defend yourself of that?
All right, let Ogbeni address that and then we'll move on. Ogbeni.
One man. You see all what Peace has said, they are built on assumptions. And they're also built on misunderstanding of the fact of the case and the meaning of conflict of interest. And that's why I first asked him, how do you define conflict of interest? He evaded that, he didn't define it. What is conflict of interest? It's simple. You have a personal interest in something. At the same time, you have a duty, okay, to either approve or disapprove that your personal interest. So if you put yourself in a situation where you are now the authority to approve or disapprove, or you are a proxy to the authority to approve or disapprove that your personal interest, then there's a conflict of interest. Because there is no way as a human being, it is natural that you will tilt to favor your interest. So it's simple. That is conflict of interest. And I've said it, Section 5 defines it. It's not about when you go to, sometimes you see moral standard woven sometimes a bit into law. And don't forget that your Code of Conduct Act is more of the conduct of the public officers. So it's more of a moral law or legislation. And he defined it so simply. He said, don't put yourself in a position where your personal interest now conflict with your own duties and responsibilities. And that's why I ask, what are the duties of Tunji Ojo? Duties of Tunji Ojo they are all limited to Ministry of Interior. Now, does he have any duty in that company? The answer is no. Is that company applying to Ministry of Interior? The answer is still no. So where is the company applying to? Humanitarian. Okay, does he have any influence or any authority on humanitarian? The answer is a big no. So if the answer is no, then where is the conflict of interest here? Is the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs answerable to Tunji Ojo? No. Is she using delegated authority of Tunji Ojo? The answer is still no. So how do you now build your moral standard? Now, secondly, I asked him, and that's why I asked him this question. I said, what would you have done to keep your moral this thing intact? He didn't answer that question too, because he knew where I was going to. So he would have said, oh, you should have told your company not to apply, but you don't have control over that company. So which, like Kulata asked, which is what was in my mind, on which authority would you ask that company that has other
Benji, I didn't want to interject. I want you to be smooth this thing, though you keep interjecting me. But in your own words, you said if you know that you cannot take control of that company and direct them, you sell off your shares. Any share you have, so you are completely out of that company. And that's the only way your argument will stand. He still have people 1% of that thing share in that company, meaning you are still attached to that company. Baba Jalukoko, sorry, Baba Jalukoko.
This
Baba
thing
Jacko, sorry
now,
to say.
he has explained
But
to you the law of Nigeria allows him to own share
Baba
in
Aja
company.
Aleko.
The
Baba
only thing
Jalekoko,
the
sorry
law
to
does not allow him is not to be a director. What is it? What
Baba
do you
Jal
want? Since
Baba
yesterday, you have been
Jalekoko.
arguing this thing.
Baba Ajalokoko, you are speaking from emotional base and you are supporting your tribal man. And I will tell you to your face, I'm not scared of you. I will tell you. And your action is proving that. And please, I'm not the first to accuse you of this. Babati have one accuse of
What
it.
is
When they first of
tribal
all,
in this thing?
no,
What
no,
is tribal?
you think I'm
We are
stupid and
talking about law. What the law
you're
says.
coming.
You are
Talking about
talking
law.
about
You
tribal.
are
What is tribal in
why,
this issue?
why must you stress it to me? Are you the one to teach me? Are you my teacher to tell me? I'm not arguing with you.
Ogani have told, he has
But
lectured every
you
one
and
of
I can,
us. He explained what the law
we
says.
can
You
have,
still don't
we
want to.
can
You
have.
want to continue to push
Why
back.
must you? Why would I
on
push
the
back?
premises of what?
Why would I
Oh
push
my
back?
God!
Why are you making
On the
my
premises
sense?
of what?
Why are you making me sense?
The
Did he receive
law
money from
allows
the?
him to own
The
share
law
in
did not allow
companies,
him.
but not
The
to be
law does not
director.
allow him.
Oh, okay.
One piece.
Continue.
Which law are you quoting here, please?
No law. I'm not speaking law. Law. No law that allow him.
The
If
law
this,
doesn't allow him.
hold on. Listen. If this all you are just are saying, I can have a minister in position, tell my cousin to go open a company and be getting contract, and there'll be no conflict of interest. These are the things the law. These are the things the law is trying to prevent.
No,
all these loopholes. Hold on.
I'm coming. If you advise your cousin to go and open a company and your cousin apply to get contracts, there's no conflict of interest there.
But those are the things the government is trying to prevent under written law, so that it will not happen. Hold on, not the argument. Listen, you just said the argument.
But one piece, you are repeating yourself now. I mean, you said you are not quoting Nigerian law. It's your own version of morals that you're quoting.
I'm quoting Nigerian law.
He's quoting his own law. His own law. What is law?
Ajaloko, please, from this argument, I don't want to engage you, please. I know you're already biased. So that's why I'm not engaging you. You know that thing?
Everything I said yesterday is what
I'm not
Ogbeni, as if I'm
engaging
a lawyer. Everything I said yesterday is what Ogbeni have explained, I've said in details today. Everything. But you have been arguing these things since yesterday. You just want to hold on one point. Oh, conflict of interest. Conflict of interest. Ogbeni now explain what conflict of interest means. You must be linked directly to the crime. And the legal implication of it must be established. But still, you don't want to listen. What is it, for God's sake? He's
now you are
using
done.
his experience, his knowledge in law to explain to us, but you want to continue to quote your own law. You don't want to follow what the law says, Nigerian law.
I won't take this from your platform. I won't allow Ajaloko to impose his opinion on me and impose on the rest of Nigeria because he felt that Ojo is an Egba man. He has to start, Jebu man has to start speaking and speaking. Ojo is not the best of the best in Nigeria. We have billions of it.
Ojo is from Akoko.
Okay, let's leave it at it. I said it like that not because I don't want to go tribal, like no tribal. Hold on. I don't want to hold on. If you are very smart, you know I don't want to go to say Yorubas. That's why I don't want to make it general, make personality, make it personal, so that Jaleko will understand I'm coming for him, and he's making it like that. Now, since yesterday we'll be speaking about the conflict of interest, morality. That's what we'll be talking about. Now, this is the reason why when you get your hand in the cookie jar, there's no ignorance of the law. You know that there's no ignorance of the law. Oh, I didn't know. Yes, you face the music. That's why you said distance yourself for anything that will stain you. Hold on, please.
You're taking too much of my time, please. Now, and I think this will be the last question so that I can move on another issue. Now, my question is simple. Does morality have any universal standard? And if your answer is
no, that's why your standard cannot be. That's why your own standard cannot be more than mine, and mine cannot be more than yours. So why is Ajaloko not shouting that I must take yours?
No, that's why we have laws now. If morality, hold on, if morality is subjective, that's why we have laws.
You go to law,
and if the law states, then the law will follow as the law states. You know.
Then you move forward.
You see, one man. You see why you say there's no moral standard. If there's no moral standard, Your own start. Your own stop where my own start. My own stop.
Who
Hold on, one
establishes
man.
the standard?
Let me land. Your moral
Yeah,
standard
go on.
stop where my own start. And when my own stop where your own start. If not, he will not be going to seek presidency to explain himself. He has done nothing wrong, like Ogbeni has been saying. We should be. We are not
This session
stupid
was
now.
supposed to be 8
The
minutes.
Hold on.
invited
Hold
him
on.
now.
Hold
It
on.
went
No,
on
no,
for
no, no,
30
no.
minutes or more. I thought it was supposed to be
So,
8 minutes.
somebody did wrong for his ethics. For the ethics he's sworn to, he found wanting that ethics. And you are coming to tell me that there's nothing wrong about the ethics. I'm not
It
saying
has
the
not
legal
been
piece.
found wanting. How has it been found wanting?
Okay,
It's
to round it
company.
up, One Piece, your morals is not Ogbeni's morals. Moral relativity. Let's move on.
The ethics
And
is sworn
Ogbeni's moral standard is not Nigerian. It's not the Nigerian moral standard or the federal government standard to prosecute
Yeah,
him.
that's why we have laws.
So why Ogbeni go shout for me? I should take Ogbeni's own.
All right.
He's a dog crook, or Joe is a dog crook. He's not smart enough to cover his track. That's how I would say.
All right. Well, I don't know about that. It's a minister of state at 40. Ogbeni, let me just move you on to this space just to manage the time. But let me build it up with this. We're going to better edu. From Grace. Is it to grass? What this, Ogbeni? This is her in the
one man. I've discussed better edu before 2 days ago. We can
all right.
other issue. Yes.
Oh, okay. Let me move you to this one then. This new initiative, long overdue. Tinubu reduces entourage on. Let me show it from here. Tinubu reduces entourage on foreign trips for president, vice president, ministers, others. So they've said that they've done the math, and it's essentially a 60% slash in the free for all that has always obtained.
One man, I think well, it's a good development. I'm not too excited about it. I only hope Ingilari is right this time around, so that tomorrow we don't see Baba's convoy still have that good numbers of vehicles around, and we'll come back to ask this guy, why did you say what your master didn't send you to go and say? But by and large, I'm not too excited about it. And the reason is, if you want to cut costs, start from your budget. That's my answer. Start from your budget. Not what's the impact of all this entourage on the public fund? Very minute. What's the impact? How much will you be spending on each visit? And how many places it even? Most time is foreign trip is.
Is this not a reaction to social media outcry? Because that's how I read it when I saw it.
I also think so.
Yeah.
But one man, don't forget that social media is a reality that has come to stay with us. We have to find a way to manage it now.
Ogbeni, sorry to cut you short. You'll be very surprised the budget for travels listed in ministries. You'll be very surprised. Running into the billions. I can do a snippet and show you. So
I'm even surprised that Ogbeni is saying that though. But Ogbeni, please, because I know you will soon leave. Let me just ask you this one question, right? To your minister, the interior minister, the company he had, have they done government contract before?
They've been doing it over years, since 2009.
Okay, alrighty, thank you.
It's not the first time they are doing contract. According
to
I
said with government. I'm not saying private. I understand he can do contract.
Yes, that's what he just showed me again now. That in fact the company has been having issue on their past contract with that same Ministry of Interior.
That make it worse.
But that's the business of the company. It's not the owner of the company any longer. So whatever happened to the company,
because when he got contract with when he was they're not a rep, he did contract with that company. That's around 2018, 2017. And just
let's
subject to investigation.
Joe now, so we can move on. That's how I didn't speak yesterday.
Yes, if we can reduce the interjections, then Ogbeni, carry on.
So, that's why I'm not excited. Yes. They said I'll be surprised if I see the budget on traveling and all these things. But my point is that as this, what I can call executive order now, has it changed what is in the budget? The answer is no. The budget has been approved. the bogus money is still there. Now they are coming out and say we are cutting down. Will they return the money
Yeah,
back?
yeah, no, definitely. No, it's a budget, right? So since he has cut down on the number of people who can travel local and international, which means you cannot exceed what your budgetary allocation for travels has said, and that will really cut down the amount that will be spent for travels. So if previously it was budgeted, I think like a minister would budget, oh, I'll be traveling with 200 to 50, 20 to 50 aids, right? If I'm going to travel internationally or I'm going to travel locally. But now that they've cut it down to 4 or 2, how's it going to work? Are you going to say the flight ticket is this amount or for this number of people? No, it's going to cut down. It will trim it down.
I understand you.
So also, Benny, do you think it's an offshoot of that Uju's budget? Remember when she budgeted #1 billion to go to Geneva? Is that what? Do you remember?
Yes. For me, it's
that's not Uju. That's the fine woman. Uju is different. Woman.
You know, is it still our babe? Still,
she's our babe. She's our babe. Yeah.
It's still. No, is it still Edu that did that?
No, this one is an
Minister of Trade.
Minister of Trade.
Oh, all right. Okay, yeah.
And that money is not for only traveling. It's to pay the workers their backlog of their salary and rents they are owing.
One man, I started by saying it's a good development. But my own is I'm not too excited about it. For me, there are other spaces they need to cut costs down seriously than these. So it's a welcome development. They are just starting, but there are other space. And I will insist again, they should go back to their budget and cut costs in so many areas. So many areas. Not just this area. This area is just because this is what media is making noise about today. We are just following it. But talking about social media, one man, is a reality that has come to our space in this generation. We must learn how to live with it. We must learn how to react to it. We must, in fact, there's no public office for me personally now that I will have without having at least a special advisor on this social media thing. It may not be officially, but I must employ somebody that will be watching social media for me and then be correcting whatever wrong narrative that is on social media. Social media
if they've still not taken the learning from the Obi phenomenon, then they would never learn anything. Yes. If they still don't know the impact of social media after what they saw from Peter Obi, then they would never learn anything.
Ogbeni, I can tell you that they are enjoying our show. Even on the other platform, they say those people are disorganized. This our show, they like it very well. I can tell you that.
We now. Let me tell you something I just observed today. I'm not taking you back to the Minister of Interior anyway, because I have just one point here to make, which is on this Soja and Co. So, you remember when we raised the issue of Obi, that Obi was awarding contract to his family company. These same people were defending Obi back then. Many of my friends now on social media now, they are the one now condemning Minister of Interior who did not award contract to his own own company. Company that is no longer there. They are condemning him now. But when Obi came, they said, oh no, there's no problem with that. After all, the company initiated and executed the order. So is what I call selective righteousness.
That Obi one was a real case of conflict of interest. When it was the governor of Anambra State, the bulk of the contracts were going to Paul Ododiem, who was his partner at Next International. And it wasn't going through the state assembly. It was just there was no sophistication to it. Just
breach code of conduct, breach procurement act, breach everything. But this same set of guys were all hailing Obi back then and said we should forgive him. But today now we should go and hang Minister of Interior for resigning from a company before taking up partisan politics. But anyway, that is on that. Let me talk on this soldier ranting thing. I don't know why they arrested this guy. I don't know what's wrong with our soldier. They are killing people everywhere. They've taken over Kaduna Road, but although that one is social media sensation and crazy for me. The events happened. I won't say they don't happen, but to say they've taken over, that's all these journalists, what do you even call it? thing they are doing in Nigeria. Abuja issues, yes, I'm aware of that Abuja issue. I was still in Abuja November, December, and all those issues that happen around. There are insecurity that we all face in Nigeria, and we need our military to face it scarcely. So if they have all these in their hands, what's their business with somebody who's ranting? It is freedom of speech now. So why are they gagging him? He's just expressing his own. The same way Sanwo-Olu says somebody is useless. Why would Sanwo-Olu say a military officer is useless, even if he has breached the law? Why would you say he's a useless man? So Sanwo-Olu express his own, enjoy his own freedom of expression. Then this soldier enjoy his own freedom of expression. So why did you arrest the soldier? I don't know. Maybe there's a code of conduct for military officer. That's the only one I don't know.
There is. They are not supposed to talk to the press or post anything.
They are not supposed to do whatsapp, because Sanwo-Olu is not a CNC. Sanwo-Olu doesn't have a direct command over that soldier. Sanwo-Olu is just a public officer. Maybe there's something that's okay. I don't even know. I can't even know where to.
It's coming to the press. You understand? If they look at, out of all of them, it is that first soldier, the one in a military environment, the one with khaki camouflage, who talk about Ojoro. The rest of them are skit makers.
Yes,
skit
I know.
makers.
Okay,
Even I
that's
saw one, the man was wearing blue beret of UN peacekeepers. He is a skit maker based in the US, and he's claiming to be a soldier. So these are the things they are trying to avoid. Soldiers don't speak. Thank you, Benny.
But why would they soldiers don't? I don't. Well, I'm going to check that law. I know soldiers speak. They speak. The only thing I know, soldier must.
No,
not
check
speak.
it. Even civil servants are not supposed to speak.
No, they can speak. See, the only law I know is that you don't speak about your operations. You don't speak about private and confidential matters of the military, and you don't put yourself in a position that will bring the high esteem of the military profession down.
Bring the military to disrepute. That's exactly under
Maybe
the
that
purview.
is the area they are now looking at. But it's a bit
And that's what he did now. He brought the Nigerian to disrepute.
See, it's a bit tricky, because when you juxtapose this now with his own constitutional, don't forget that constitution prevail over all these laws. So when you juxtapose that now with the constitutional right of freedom of speech, where do you sit this thing? It's a difficult one. And if anybody will even pick the army chief now, you are not ordering to pick, and you have a lot of things in your hand, for God's sake. I think all these things are just petty. There are a lot of things they have in their hands.
It's a hangover from the military regime.
All right, let Ogbeni bring it home. Then I'll go on to
what are they doing
on
the Plateau issue? Has Tinubu gone there? As the army chief, or I expect all the 4 army chiefs by now to be in Plateau and console those guys, talk to them. Then Tinubu even himself should fly down to talk to them. And these are the things they should be doing, not to be arresting one soldier that is just on social media. Maybe the guy has not even collected the salary for the month, and he just ranting out of hunger, and you're not arresting him. I don't know. I don't see anything really they are doing in all this. If a whole service chief should be having time to be dealing with somebody. So if
don't forget, he made an allegation that when he wants to do his dirty job, he engages soldiers to do it for him. That's heavy, serious stuff.
Okay, the guy said so.
Yeah, he said so. The real soldier said so.
Okay, they should just call him for interrogation now and put him in guard room to learn lesson. Well, it shouldn't make news.
All right, brother.
It shouldn't even be a major headline.
All right, brother.
You even notice that all these are newspaper, they don't even read news again. They now
they have to carry news themselves now. You know, who wants to carry who carries real news these days? They want
they just follow.
They want sexy news, not
Sometimes you see them referring to Instagram of one faceless people, and they will make it a major headline. They will now, when you now read into it, you now see on DEJ'S Instagram, he reacted. I said, so that's why you are making major headline. Where do you put journalism these days? I don't know. Anyway, thank you, one man, for the opportunity.
All right, brilliant. Before you go, Benny, let me signpost this. This is Doopsy's session. I suspect you might want to turn up for this one. So this is Doopsy's session coming up on Sunday. So Doopsy is taking on that thorny issue, that the delicate issue. The Pope came out just a couple of days ago to declare surrogacy as a deplorable act. But is it right? That's the question. So that question will be taken on by Doopsy on Sunday. So whoever wants to join Doopsy, the link in the comment section, bookmark it. So a real delicate conversation to be guided by Doopsy on Sunday, Ogweni.
Okay, thank you, Oma. I'll watch the show, but I won't join you.
It's still delicate a topic, Abi.
No, you know, I've told you now. Anything morality and religion, you don't have a certain standard. Everybody just talk their own and go.
All right,
it's not really productive for my intelligence. So, but I will encourage people to join.
Now you are talking. I get it.
All right, brilliant. Let's go from your Ogweni to Tunaija, who I think is just about ready to come on now. So Tunaija, to the conversation from whichever entry point you'd like. Tunaija.
Yeah, Woman, thank you for having me, and greetings to everyone on the panel and to the chat and the viewers. Yeah, I think since there was a bit of a talk, the last one was about the soldier that was arrested. I think yeah, it was right to arrest him and discipline him, because they are not supposed to do that, and they know it. Anybody that is in the military knows that you are not supposed to come out and start talking, commenting on public issues, not to mention going after a governor, which is silly, really. And at the same time, it's like the governor, the way he handled the matter wasn't exactly edifying, if you want to put it that way. And it's like the soldier that was driving in the opposite, going the opposite direction of a traffic did something wrong. The governor did something wrong, and the soldier that commented on it did something wrong. It's like three wrongs. How does he ever make it right? So I think it's good that they arrested him, so that at least the other they will set an example. Because you can't have soldiers coming out. That can lead to indiscipline very quickly. And the soldiers are the backbone. The military and security forces are the backbone of the company. Of the country. You can't afford, indiscipline in that manner. Any nation. He will be disciplined for it. If he was in the US, if he was in the UK, you face a reprimand. And yeah, so that's fine. Regarding this Ojo matter, from what I found out, he seems to have been awarded, that's the company that he used to be a director for, was awarded I think they were given about 400 something million naira, which is equivalent to 400 something thousand naira, within how many months of being in government, and for what they quote consultancy something, which sounds very, very sketchy too. There's nothing concrete there. So we don't know what the company is supposed to be doing, not to mention his link with the company. And if you want to judge that things, it's quite straightforward. If the company is used to doing that, and they used to get contract even before he became House of Assembly member, not to mention as a minister, you can excuse that, okay, the pattern remains the same. But if it's an unusual pattern, then definitely he deserves to be investigated. And I'm sure that's the reason why the president is calling him in, because the president probably had looked at it and thought, this doesn't look right. It looks like somebody, the pattern has changed. In other words, and they have to be held accountable. The idea that we have to be leaving these people to just be doing what they like. We know in the Nigerian space, people are fed up with corruption. They are really fed up. They don't just know how to go after these politicians. They're just exhausted. Somebody on the chat was saying maybe they should just legalize corruption. No, you can't legalize corruption because it leads to decay in so many other areas. If anything, I think Tinubu, when he was talking about being, very, he's going to hold his ministers accountable and they have to do their job and all the rest. I was saying it the other day, I think I was here then, or maybe one other panel. I was saying that there is no standard. He didn't put any standard there. And I don't think these people take their public service seriously. It's really, interesting how our people perceive public service, and our families, the way they perceive public service too, is all wrong. Like you have family members pressuring their fellow family members to go and embezzle money from the state or give them contract that they know they are not going to fulfill, which is still the same thing as embezzling money. Really, these people just pressure each other and they go and make money, and then people die. I want people to understand this. When they do this, when they carry out this corruption, people actually die because of what they are doing. They are supposed to fix a road, you don't do it, people die. If you're supposed to build a hospital or buy equipment or whatever, people die. If you're supposed to pay people properly so that they can do their job properly and they don't do it, people die. And I think that the way to start reversing this is for every ministry to have a serious analysis about the life this effect they have on people. And when you steal money based on the gravity of the offense you commit, and if it causes the loss of life, you should be sentenced to death, because you can't keep having people steal resources from the nation and they just get a tap on the wrist or put them in prison and they go away. No, that's not how it should be. They should pay with their lives. If they decay the nation in such a way that people die, women are dying of children are dying of infant mortality death is so high. You have situation that the roads become a death trap. You have a situation whereby insecurity is all over the place. While they give money for this type of things to be done, you can't keep having if you are doing your job, you didn't steal any money, and yet these things are happening. That's fine. That is incompetence. They can fire you for that. But if they find you stealing public resources that is meant to help the people, because when you are helping people, it's not only one person, you're paying thousands of people, and you cause people to lose their lives, you should pay. And the corruption shouldn't just be corruption. It should be tied to the amount that you steal, the damage you do. And I think when you do it that way, and there are some countries where if they catch you being corrupt, they don't just punish you, they punish members of your family too. Because I think now I begin to understand why they did that. I'm beginning to understand it now. Because the reason why they have to go in that direction, because to deter the family members from encouraging their own person from defrauding the state. We have to find a way to rein this thing back, so that if somebody is going to office, the family members will be the ones telling him, you better behave yourself, you don't bring trouble to this house. So if you try it, that will be the opposite. You have to change the direction of the way the people think. I don't normally talk about corruption because my focus is on security, but because people everywhere you go, they keep shouting at me, oh, you don't condemn the government, they are stealing our money constantly. But the problem is solvable. You have to deter people from behaving like that. If you don't put serious offense, like in China, if you do there are some crimes you commit in China, you will die. They're not going to let you get away with it. You'll be dead. Even in Saudi Arabia, there are certain things you're going to do some countries, you will die. Because how can you cost people their life and you get away with it? That is just not right. Because personally, I value life so much, because if you take one life, you're not just taking that life. In 200 years' time, you may have taken thousands of life from that person, because that person goes on to have children and the children have children. That's how it goes. And you just take people's life, it's okay, because you stole billions upon billions of naira and they just slap you on the wrist. You go to jail for 3 years, you come out and your village members start praising you. What kind of rubbish is that? You can't keep having that kind of behavior. If Tinubu is serious, have the ministries run the analysis, call out, say this is the lives you're affecting, and if you don't do your job, just know people lives depend on your performance. And I think there is a disconnect there. The ministers and the people don't truly understand it fully. How dangerous their behavior is, how impactful and how tragic some of their mismanagement, what they are doing, is resulting on the streets, on the hospitals, in the schools. Enough of that already. Personally, I think we should start taking it more seriously and we start pushing for stronger laws against corruption. And the good thing about it, it's not going to catch the poorest people. Because the poorest people, their kind of corruption doesn't affect this, it doesn't cost lives that much. But the rich ones is going to catch them. The ones that are stealing our national coffers is going to catch them. And believe me, they will fight it. So that's what I think about this thing. And this Ojo, this thing, it depends, like I said. And I'm sure there's a pattern that has been altered. That's the reason why Tinubu is calling him in. If Tinubu has seen that they've been winning contract already and this one is no big deal, he's not going to bother. Tinubu is not an apologist for anybody. He's not going to call him in. He's calling him in because he has seen something that he doesn't like. And if that is what he's doing, how many months in office, they're already slashing money left, and God knows these are the ones we know about. They're already scattering money all over the place. With the little money we have, you're already wasting it. Consultancy for what? What are you consulting for? You're supposed to be giving people money, not consulting this thing. Paying almost $500,000 for consultation. This thing. What kind of consultation is that? So that kind of stuff, I really don't like it. And if I was Tinubu, I would take it seriously and set an example, a very serious one for that matter. When there's this kind of example you set there, it's going to send chill down all the ministers' spine, and everybody will sit up and do their job. And if he wants to be taken seriously, he has to set an example with Edu, and because if you can punish small infringements, people will imagine, if I get caught stealing crude oil, what are they going to do to me if they can do this kind of stuff with these people? I think that's where Tinubu direction. If you can do that, personally, I'll be impressed.
Do you applaud this move to Niger?
Calling him in?
No, the Edu sacking and the calling in.
Yes, I think it's the right thing to do. I think he dilly-dallied for a bit. Maybe it's procedural stuff, but I suspect, I like the idea that he suspended her immediately. That's after a while, and called this Tunde this in Ojo in, because clearly there must have been something there. If there wasn't anything there, I don't think he would have called him in. I wouldn't. If I saw that the company's been getting contract left and right even before Tunde Ojo made it into office, I won't bother. I'll just tell people he's been getting contract. Go and check his history. Go and check the company history. But if it turns out that within how many months of him getting into office, he's just got a massive one that is disproportionate to anything else they've ever had, something has happened. It doesn't matter how. Something has happened. And you have to look into it closely. And so from that point of view, I think it deserves to be, at least I give him credit for, moving in this direction. We don't know what the outcome is. For all you know, this is just for show. After all,
do you think this is a departure from the norm? We never saw this much under the Buhari administration.
But I must say though, there was a chill in the air during Buhari's administration. When I came to Nigeria, I saw that people were scared of being corrupt openly. However, remember, Buhari was sick for a very long time. He was barely present in the country, especially in the early days of his presidency. So that may have affected outcomes in his time in office. But if Tinubu is serious, he can do very, very serious things. And, when Emeka was talking about what this current administration is doing, most of the stuff they've done, nothing has really, that they've done themselves, have really changed lives for the better. If anything, it's made everything worse for us. But it doesn't mean that Nigeria cannot do better. What the World Bank was basically saying was basically spelling out the obvious. One of my one of the things I've often said was that Nigeria could experience a turning point in 2023 and 24. My assumption was that the oil refineries are going to come online. Can you imagine 2 oil refineries coming on, major refineries coming online in Nigeria, and the others are on the line to come online too? Nigeria could experience a turning point if our leaders don't go and sabotage it. Clearly, some of them have not listened. These guys are just busy distributing money left and right. They want to sabotage it, and I hope Tinubu himself doesn't sabotage it, because so far, most of the stuff he's done has actually put Nigeria's economy in danger. Nigeria is not the largest economy now in Africa because of some of the things he's done. Sometimes, all you have to do is just sit there, don't do anything. Because the foundation has already been laid. You just have to do a little bit of stuff. But he's changing too many stuff that sometimes I fear that he might damage something. The only thing he was supposed to focus on was security. I don't even know why he's bothering with everything else. Just focus on security. The rest, Nigerians will take care of the rest. Just focus. That's it. And do you know that's the primary job of a ruler? Security, the primary.
To Niger.
No. I'm serious.
Wow.
That is number one primary job. Anybody that knows about statecraft, your job is security, your top priority. Nothing else should come, because you know what? People that understand statecraft. Sorry, go ahead. Let me just finish this point. 10 seconds.
To Nigeria?
3 years ago. So the people that understand statecraft, what they understood was that if you take care of security, the citizens will do the rest. They will do the rest.
So
that's what they understand.
Come on its own. because
if somebody start doing good business, making money, they will organize.
Constant electricity will come on its own.
Yes, because they will organize. They will organize, and the government
will come on its own.
See, I'm not saying government don't do stuff. Government will not make a difference. What I'm saying is that the lift will be a lot. It will not be that hard anymore, because everybody will align. Common sense reigns when people are not fearing for their lives and systems are not being undermined. Common sense can reign very easily. You are not losing people. And do you know how we've lost 141,000 from Nigeria already? These are some of the best minds from Nigeria just last year alone.
To Nigeria.
Yep.
We've had good security in the past. Why is Nigeria? Why is it that we didn't develop back then?
I think, you see, my thing is that everybody thinks we had good security in the past. It's just that it wasn't manifesting itself. We were always insecure.
We did in the 90s.
In the 90s,
I used to fly Yola to Lagos. We call it Good Morning Lagos. You shall grow. Without nobody attacking you, we'll go and buy honey in Yola. We'll go and sell in Lagos, and we'll travel back to Yola next day.
I see what you see then. What you saw then was a nation in decay, based on the fact that they are not strong. See, Nigeria has never been strong. This is, for me, this is the only thing that I differ from a lot of people. They will say, oh, it was good in 1960. It was a coup that caused problem. It was good after the Civil War. First attack. No, I just saw a decay coming over. That's all I saw, because people assume that Nigeria has always been strong. Nigeria has never been strong. As a nation, they've never really been strong, because they never went in that direction. What they did was they just kept partying and doing stuff. You know, they were not doing anything serious with the power that they had.
Yes, I agree with you to an extent, but you also agree that the economy was better then.
Oh yes.
No matter how you want to look at it, the economy was better then. So that is what I know most of you hate the name Peter Obi when he's talked about the intangibles.
The economy was better
when people are hungry. When people are hungry.
When put figure to it. What year was the economy better?
I mean, the economy then was better than what it is now. That's what I'm talking about.
When exactly?
I mean, take it down to, from 2015 at least, it was better than what it is today. What I am saying is that I'm referring to the guy that said, I don't know who said that he was traveling those days, and he was traveling those days, and there was no insecurity. And I'm trying to make him understand that yes, there we might have some insecurity, but the insecurity was far more subdued, because the economy was much better. People could feed. People could go out there, buy stuff. The dollar to Naira rate wasn't as this much, wasn't this bad. People could still afford their food. People could afford housing. So if those things are in place, you are going to reduce criminality or insecurity to a reasonable percentage. I have made that point here, even with the United States. I have told people here, say, if you are in the United States and we have the same situation we have in Nigeria, and we have these guns we have in people's hands, it would have been catastrophic.
See, the reason why I consider that is that if, let's say, you have a property and you don't have doors, you don't have windows, and you started off going to work, and every year you're making money, you buy plasma TV, SUVs and everything, and you're living in a highly deprived area where people need resources, chances are that you might get away with it for a while, maybe a month, 2 months, maybe even a year, but sooner or later you'll be poor. And that is the nature of Nigeria. It's like a bird that is falling from a high height, thinking that it was flying, not knowing that it was just falling. When it hit the ground, reality will hit home. What was happening to Nigeria was that people just didn't know, because the vestiges of the colonial power that left the UK, which was the British, was still there. The infrastructure, the exchange rate, all that stuff was still there. But they didn't just know what it took to maintain it. They didn't do what they needed to do to maintain it. While others in Asia, even Middle East, a lot of them fixed their nation, made it strong. Even when we were borrowing them money, we thought we were better than them. They were fixing their nations, we didn't do ours. And now we are paying the price for it. And I'm not even sure people have even woken up to that reality. Because the reason why they did theirs was because they knew what it was like, what it takes to found a strong nation. But I'm not even sure our people have woken up to that truth yet. But that said, in terms of dealing with corruption, I think we have to change step here and really address these corrupt practices the way for what it is worth. Because these people are killing people. They are resulting in loss of life. They will give some military brasses money to go and help fight insecurity. They go and chew it. What is that? You're killing people because of it. They give you money to go and follow those type of things. If you truly want to deal with it, you have to now tie it to the casualties people are causing. And if they understand that, next time when they are doing their job, they'll take it seriously. Their family members will take it seriously if they know this. So it just shows you what I'm saying now. It just shows you that there are solutions. It's just a matter of thinking about it and pushing for it. There are solutions everywhere.
All right, Tudaja, take us to the Donyo Okokwe space. He resigned from Labour Party, and then they clap back from the Abure faction.
Yeah, I don't mind. You know, okay, I think it's fair point. It's a fair point to be making it about political opportunism, to criticize them for doing that, because clearly everybody's, even P2B is moving from one party to another. So yeah, you shouldn't. I don't see why you be making that kind of comment. I don't know why people do this type of stuff. You are saying stuff you don't even think about what you are saying. You know, like, what is that? Why are you talking about that when you know full well that P2B is doing the same thing?
It described the Labour Party as a special purpose vehicle that they just used them for the election.
Yeah, that guy just whoever is writing that nonsense didn't know what he was writing. And there's the political class in Nigeria right now. They barely have any ideology. I don't know why they even bother calling it a center right. Do you know what right means? Right means you should be strong in security, but they are not. So they are just center money. That's all they're after. Wherever there is money, that's where they want to go.
But is there some veracity to that? Because that seems to be the understanding of everybody as well. There was no ideological meshing together. The obedient movement going to Labour Party. Yeah, Donyo Okokwe said that we left PDP abruptly and we were looking for a special purpose vehicle and we went to Labour Party. So it's just a cynical exploitation. That's
what it's always been, and to an extent, in a way, that's what I wouldn't say P2B was doing. Okay, I could say that too, but that's what P2B technically did too. He used maybe this thing, but he has not left, so you can't say he used them. He's there, staying there. So, but in the case of the statement released by Labour Party, criticizing him that he just used the party. No, I don't think that is advice, because clearly this is the name of the game.
If they used Labour Party as a special purpose vehicle, is that not indicative of a lack of principles or sort of?
Yes, there's some argument there, but you can't help. But when you are using somebody as a means, after you are done, you leave, isn't it? And that is what Okokwe has done, but P2B hasn't. So one cannot actually, if he leaves now tomorrow, you can say he just used the party, isn't it? But he hasn't. It's like saying you use the babe and you just leave the baby. You have to have left the babe before you use the babe, before somebody can accuse you of that. If you stay with the babe and marry the baby, nobody can say you use the baby. See what I mean?
Do you think Peter Obi believes in the ideological thrust of our Labour Party?
P2B will be on the center left if he was part of the Labour Party. And to be fair, most of his ideology, apart from his economic ideology, is mostly.
But PDP is center right though.
Yes, PDP center right. They are
and it was with PDP man and boy.
Yes, economically, P2B is on the center right economically. But on other social issues,
in governance, it was center right too.
In governance,
it was center pocket. It was center pocket.
It was central bank. It was central bank.
The way he governed, I think he governed in a way people liked him. He was governed for education, which is not something right politicians care too much about. He governed. He did a lot of social stuff. You see what I mean? So he has another. He's more on the center left.
He killed a lot of people when he was a governor.
Yes, center left people can be brutal too. Center left people can be very brutal when it comes to rule of law. But in terms of security, I guess in terms of security, you call him center right, center left. He's not. He's a little bit.
How can you say the Bajwe did a lot of social stuff? He gave his people beer to be drinking now.
But what social stuff did he do, sir?
No, exactly. I think he worked with schools and churches and
there's no governor that did not work with schools.
Hospitals to help increase access to this in the healthcare in the state.
Which hospital? Let them
No. To be fair, I know of cases where they said he did some work with missionaries and all these faith-based institutions to provide healthcare. And
let me tell you what he did. He upgraded he upgraded Ojuku something teaching hospital complex. He did. I mean, he upgraded it, but we're talking about maybe 4, 5, 6 buildings, and he built some cancer one thing or the other. No, heart something, but that's pretty much it in 8 years.
Tonight, Obi, by his own admission, and you have to understand that he ruled, I think he ended in 2007, thereabouts. He said throughout his two-year term that he handled 500 billion. So not 500 billion in today's money, 500 billion in that time's money. Is there anything that is commensurate with that volume of money in terms of Anambra State?
From what I gather, he improved the roads significantly. I think I remember at that time they said he had the best roads.
That's not true. The roads he built has washed away. The governor before him, the roads he built are still standing.
I don't know about that, but people that are still there are testifying to what he did. But you can, I don't know, man. People that live there are telling us that this is what he did. Maybe they are lying, they are the ones traveling on that road. So I can't, just take your statement on that. But however, it doesn't necessarily, just because it's on center right, doesn't mean he cannot run the Labour party. After all, the UK, we experience that all the time. Tony Blair was not exactly proper center left anyway. He's more of a right wing politician. And so you can see that when you are on the left, you tend to have center right or center left leaders, and then that, especially when you want to make it to become this in the ruling party. But when you're on the right, you tend to have a center right.
Don't forget there are centrists too.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, you can use the term centrist. So they can lean right, they can lean left, depending on the aspects of the economy or the state that you are talking about. That you can call them centrist. Those are the ones that tend to make it to become prime ministers and the leaders of most of the time.
Tunaja, you are trying to paint this man, this Badre, as somebody who knows his ideology. That man is confused. You think all these things you are categorizing him into, you think he knows?
No, I think he has an ideology. I think the topmost, P2B is a nationalist. Make no mistake. No, he's a nationalist at the top of it, because the pattern, the way he behaves, and it's also a Pan-Africanist, the way he behaves, the way he talks, you can tell. Because like if he goes to a party in the UK now, like I saw him in a party in the UK where people invited him, and one of the things, instead of him to be, I came to the party, one of the things is that we could be doing this in Nigeria. You see what I mean? So his whole thing is about is focusing on Nigeria as his first priority.
I'm sorry, what's in his record? I'm not talking about appearance. What's in his records that shows he's an African, Pan-Africanist?
He went to, from what I know anyway, from what I gather, he went to Haiti to assist with earthquake victims. And in terms of this in African, participation in African affairs, I think there are a few things he's been involved in, but I don't know. I don't have details on that. Recently, he was even supposed to speak with Molema, Dr. Arikana, and I think Pielo Lumumba in Ghana just a few days ago. And the Ghana Leadership canceled the conference. And they
don't want Badjo in their country.
So. So you can see that he does have links with that kind of approach.
To Nigeria.
Yep.
All those things are not links. Let me tell you that Haiti, for me, I know that Haiti is one of the major tax havens in the world. And I know Peter Obi name surface in Panama, and they deal mainly in all these tax havens. They route their money with shell companies and others through all those routes. So if I see a man like that doing humanitarian service in Haiti, I put a question mark on it.
Wow.
I believe
Haiti. Oh my God! Is there nothing you're not gonna try? Haiti is not a tax haven, though. Come on, man.
It's a tax haven.
It is. It's a tax haven.
Who put their money in Haiti? Haiti is so unstable. If you want to talk about maybe this the country next door, you can make that excuse. Not Haiti.
You see those countries you think they are. You see those countries you think they are unstable. The reason why you see many of our politicians going there to get second passport, many of them have second passport of those countries you think they are just not because when you have a Haiti passport alone, the countries it enters, your own dear nation, you can't enter it with your green passport. So if you see them, I'm telling you,
there are easier ways to make money than to go and work for the UN.
And they have what do you call it? They get passports by having properties in those countries. Many of our people go, all those St. Kitts, all those small highlands and co you see in South America. You see them, they go there. They know those countries are poor, but it's their tax haven, I'm telling you. And they have all their
hold on. You see how tax havens work? The way people use tax havens, you don't even have to travel there at all. You just have to walk into an office in London and they handle your portfolio. That's how it works.
That's how I'm telling you. Let me give you an instance. If there's any issue with Haiti, if I don't have second passport in Haiti, if I invest into humanitarian service in Haiti, I will easily get second passport.
Yeah, but he's not investing now. I don't know why you are digressing from the point. He's not investing there. Yeah, he donated because of the earthquake. He donated and worked. No, not just donated, and he worked there too.
Now.
He didn't get anything from it.
If you have share companies investment, you don't know. See,
no, he doesn't have a company in Haiti.
Wait now. The Panama the company that bears his money in Panama. Do you know where that company is founded?
No.
Okay. So once you don't
is it founded in Haiti?
That it must be from one of these tax having.
But it's not founded in Haiti now. You can't just insinuate. He's just insinuating stuff, but it's not founded in Haiti.
No, I'm telling you, this is not insinuation. He has a company named British.
Is he in Haiti?
Virgin Islands.
It's
not in
Oh my God! Come on, man. This is just not right. You can't be doing this. You can't be insinuating stuff without any evidence.
No,
I'm giving you pattern. You see, when you see somebody's name surface in all these having shell company, keeping money in faceless names, okay? First question mark you put on that is that such a person will surely be trying to get second passport in all these small countries. I bet
you. My brother,
he doesn't even have a British passport, even if he lived in the UK for how many years?
Can I say something? Can I say something, please? Can I come in, please? Can I come in, please? Can I come in, please?
Tell me the
can I come in, please?
Insinuation.
Tell me the route you expect Peter Obi to have British passport.
Oh my God!
He's a businessman.
Oh my God!
Did they not even arrest him?
He's a permanent resident in the UK. He's a
permanent resident. Man, who is that guy? I need to know this guy that is saying this guy. I think this guy can malign even Jesus Christ. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! You came to save the world. I'm not so sure whether you're just kidding us when we get there.
Tunaja. No, please. Can I just say something real quick? Can I just say something real quick? Please? It is quite unfortunate. Hold on, can I just make this point, please?
No, let me just.
It is quite unfortunate.
Let him land.
Go ahead.
And then have that interjection, Joel. Then wrap it up to Niger, so we can bring Kolata in before he falls asleep. It's getting Kolata is getting. No, you land your point, and then then Joel comes in, and then Tunaija rounds up.
Okay, thanks. Tunaija, my point is simple. Let me tell you why I think Peter Obi will not get British passport. before you get British passport, if you like, stay 15 years, stay any years you want in the UK. You must not spend more than 90 days outside UK. The moment you spend it, you start counting your rand again. Peter Obi is a businessman that will spend days outside UK. So there's no way you put everything together, Peter Obi will still get British passport or permanent residency. So forget it. That Peter Obi doesn't have. It's not as if Peter Obi doesn't want it. That's my understanding of that space.
Sorry, what is this guy's username again? Just to be
now, you know his voice now. He's your long-standing friend now, Benny Colley.
Benny, okay, yeah, I have to keep him in check because this guy is out of control, man.
Can I say something, please? Can I say something, please?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Is this Obeni saying all these things? Is this Obeni?
The guy,
the one.
The majestic Ogbeni, the super
Ogbeni,
you malign anybody he doesn't like. That guy is dangerous.
Obeni, see, Obeni, see, there are people that will speak on this platform. I will look at them, I will be like, okay, it's one of those people, that needs to go back to high school. Or you're a lawyer, and you have lived away from Nigeria for quite a while. Right? I mean, there are many people that have business interests, but you never see them go on. Hold on. No, I'm not patronizing. No.
Address his point.
No,
address the fraud.
No. I'm not trying to patronize.
But now you are telling me to address the point. Ogbeni just sat there maligning people baselessly.
Let me come in now. Let me finish now.
I'm sorry, but I didn't malign him.
Hold on. Let me say this, right? You see, you see, there are expectations, right? And there are things that you see from people. You see someone, you say, oh, like if I see one man, I know that he's an Abadorian, right? And I know that whenever you mention Peter Obi, he gets pissed. It's expected to the likes of Kulata. Right. So now, if I'm looking for a fake data, I know where to go to go get the fake data. I know it's Kulata. But you see, Kulata actually he has something, because I believe that from nonsense you can make sense, right? So everybody has something that they bring to the table. You as a lawyer, you are trained to lie. You're a liar, and I understand you went through school to it, but you are trained to do what you're doing, and I get it. But no. Most lawyers are trained to lie. All lawyers are trained to lie.
We are not trained to lie.
No. Don't worry. Anyway, you guys are trained to lie. But I mean, that is my opinion, right? But the issue there is this, right? It is not nice whenever we see someone trying to do something for humanity, then we try to tie it to things that we are not really, really sure of. If you were sure of what you were saying,
how does that apply to Peter? What's it doing for humanity?
Because no. Going to Haiti. Hold on one man. You live abroad, one man. Right here. I know there have been cases of tornado that happened in my state. I left where I was and I went there to help. I do not come out to say it, probably because it's in the public space that he has to say it. But if that time comes, I'm going to present it. So one man, what we do for humanity, in terms of humanity, what we do for humanity, whenever there is earthquake or tornado somewhere, there are people that actually go there. Those are the heroes that we normally see. So if you cannot reduce, I mean, I know your hate for Peter Obi is quite is astronomical. However, whenever we see something right,
uncle, I'm sorry,
right, let us like give him that prop so that we can encourage others to do it. That is my point. Whenever it has to do with human beings, right?
I have one 2-second question. Did he take his photographer with him to Haiti?
It did not.
You mean the one he took to all the flood scenes and whatnot?
Exactly.
That was when he was governor. That was when he was governor. You cannot hide. You cannot prevent the press from taking pictures of you. That was when he was governor.
Joe, no worry. I don't get my answer.
He was not governor there. He had left office.
When
he was during the Jonathan's administration.
When he was going on Kano.
No, that was during the presidential election campaign period.
And now, before
he was not governor at all.
Hold on now, let me tell you now. Can I just say something?
Put the record straight.
Hold on now.
Obi went
before
I don't
election.
want to speak on that hate him.
Can I just say something now? Let me just so that we can have a conversation.
You
might not have this to go. During his time as governor.
I said him is your uncle.
Right? During his time as
I've
governor.
never seen anybody with such deep hatred for me to be that.
One man. I've seen one man.
Apologies, Joe, but why is it that whenever people are critical of, or not even critical, hold him to account, people always say it's hatred?
No, but
it's hatred because from the point of hate.
Why is it hatred to hold people
let me answer that.
Because it comes from a point of hatred. Because it's not based on fact.
From platform to platform.
Let me take that.
No, because it's not based on fact. One man.
It's not based on fact. It's not factual that the answer.
One man, when he was governor, right? When he was governor, when there was flood, we saw him. His
do you hate Tinubu?
And when there
do you hate
with the people.
It's a good question, Aja.
Do you hate Tinubu?
No. I don't hate Tinubu, but I hate his ways.
You always criticize. You always go after him
because I hate his ways.
So
you can see the result.
Can we conclude too that you hate him?
See, Can I just answer this?
Can we conclude that you hate Tinubu?
No, he's a certificate forger and a drug addict.
Others, when they criticize they hate him.
He's a druggie and a certificate forger. And that's the problem I have with him. Right? That is what I hate. That's what I don't like. And now you are seeing the effects in government.
Time to speak. Come on, hold on.
All right. Bring it. Have the floor back to Nigeria. Bring it home in a short summary, and then we go on to Kulata.
Good. Yeah, this maligning P2B because he's doing the right thing is wrong, and I'm not going to start criticizing Tinubu when he goes and helps people in the north when there is flooding or stuff like that, because that is just not edifying. You can even when somebody's doing that and you start maligning, it just shows that you've lost perspective on what you should be looking out for. And on this thing that I needed to address, that when he was working for the Labour Party, he was being tried, but he wasn't convicted at the time. So it was before he was convicted, he resigned his position. So the way Emeka came earlier on to shout, "Would they employ a criminal?" and all that wasn't the case. And I just thought I should correct that. Regarding this insecurity.
Wait, Tunaja, what are you correcting? I said something to you that guy was convicted.
Don't let him have it just for the time.
You were shouting on the roof that they employed the criminal. He wasn't convicted then. If you are not convicted,
let me allow you flow. Don't worry.
Yeah. You are not letting me flow though. You're like, they employed the criminal. He's a criminal. No, but he's not. That is not fair. Some of the things we do sometimes just because we want to play politics is not edifying. And the way you are like praising Tinubu for things, he hasn't even done any major stuff that really yielded results. I gather that maybe there's things that are going to be happening. I just hope it doesn't ruin the country before and the good things starts coming through. That said, regarding this terrorist stuff, I will just finish with this terrorist one.
Yeah, but make it brief though. Yeah,
very, very brief. This terrorist one, there's always going to be up and down. And at the same time, if Tinubu is not responding to the threat, it's going to keep happening. And maybe, it's true. It might actually get worse under his time because the northern part, there are some elements in the north that were held back a little bit because they had a northern leader. And there is a way Tinubu will act in the north. He will be more careful than just the way someone like Buhari would have been. So you can see now that let's say the ability for insecurity to increase in the north would have notched up maybe about 5% to 10% because of the person he is. At the same time, because the people that are acting have less reason to hold back. So you can see this also, and that's why I think he has to act very swiftly and very, very strongly on security. If he does that, he will be the most successful leader Nigeria has ever seen, and he has the opportunity to do that.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent, majestic to Niger. None other, the elegance that is to Niger. So the elegance that is to Niger. Up next is Kulata. So let's ginger Kulata up so we can get the best out of him. And there is only one thing that ginger Kulata, as we all know, is always a pretty girl. So let's bring Kulata in with this. So there it is, Kulata. Now you've cheered up.
Why did you play that song for me now? Why didn't you play it for me?
You don't like babes now. It's Kulata that likes babes now.
Why did you start that with me?
Kulata them I like round my bed.
Was that better?
One man.
Yes.
Why did you play that music before Kulata? Kulata has not been seen to be romantic. I mean, what the hell? Come on.
What does romance
mean? He does a jealous Kulata.
Is it by doing
Kata guy? Is that a jealous Kulata?
Anyway, that better. That's a. I mean, she dealt a death knell to all this. Let's get our youths. That's a youth, too.
So sad.
Did you, Kulata? Did you see the clip? I've been trying to download it, but I can't. Did you see the clip where she was
give me address $1,000,
$1,000. Yes.
I saw it. I was just shaking my head. I'm just giving like $1,000, just like I mean.
It was
the way
just
you
acting like somebody that won the lottery. Some last class.
You know, the thing is, she was a commissioner before in what's it called, Calabar, Cross River State. So you know that this is not new rodeo for her, because you will not. If they make me minister right now, I won't be thinking of how I'm going to like start stealing. You have to first think of the plan. Like, what's my plan to do this? What are my North Stars? Then what is my plan? What are the milestones I want to hit? Then how am I going to drive the exit delivery? That's all I'll care about.
And the money will come.
I mean, first of all, if you're going for minister, except you steal, the money won't come. So you probably have to take a pay cut if you're going to go take Nigerian minister, because if it's based on salary and benefit, because your Naira salary can never really match what you earn abroad, which is just the way it is. But of course, your influence and your power, then you can make more money. But I don't want to go there to make money. I want to go there to do a job. So for all this, Nigeria is the old politicians.
What did you say? Say it again.
I won't go there to make money now.
He's not a Nigerian. He doesn't have blood in his body, in his veins.
My hometown people will swear for me. They will hate me. But I mean, because I'm not like that.
But why is Emeka laughing at that now? As if that's what he should be going to office to do. Jesus Christ.
I'm laughing because that's not the reality.
But when you get there, they may force you. If you don't chop money, they probably will kill you. That's why I'll never.
It's not about. See, you know what? You know, I like when people theorize things. And when you go there, when you see, okay, let me not say. There's something I want to say.
When you go there, most likely you will do one or two things because they will make you do it.
The system will swallow you, no doubt.
When vendors are paying you,
how can you start from here behaving like that? Then you are okay with Nigeria being this bad. I don't understand how you can just be. We can rest on our laurels like this. You guys don't even want to improve things. Jeez.
Nigeria, please. We theorize a lot. The reality of things, it differs. We live in a real world.
But you know, all what we say start is from the point of trying to improve things, not conceding ground already.
It's part of the okay.
My bedtime done the pass. You know, I be old man. So what's it called? The better whatever. I mean, it's a disgrace. But it goes back to the larger Tinubu conversation. When Tinubu selected this as ministerial list, and I looked at it, I think Ogbeni was saying, I was too judgmental, I was too early. I looked at that list, that this is a shitty list. Like, I mean, the crop of ministers, they're shitty. Let's say the truth. Just a few, very few of them that you can give a bit of kudos to. Very, very few. I mean, look at the likes from Uju, that's Joel's auntie, to even that Zita's friend. They're not performing to all these health minister. Oh, one minister.
You know something? Just do you know they spend about 2 hours every morning to do their faces? All the women ministers, they turn out as if every day is party time. Thank you.
It's crap. Even I'm not going to talk about women, oh, men too. What are they? I mean, very few ministers are doing something tangible. Maybe Bosun, the TJ guy, fine. I mean, the finance one, because
Umahi as well is
Umahi is doing something. But for the love of God, the rest are crap. Tinubu wasted an opportunity. I've said it in areas where it wasn't politically strong.
Wike.
Oh, Wike, yeah, Wike is too. Even though that one makes too much noise, but Wike at least is doing some things. But areas where Tinubu is politically weak, for example, like the southeast, you could have gone for competence rather than this nonsense tokenism of picking someone's doing political. We're seeing the results right now. By now, we should be beyond planning. It should take you 3 months to plan and get your milestones and start executing. What are they doing? As soon as they settle down, they start stealing money, like literally stealing. If you're even going to steal, in what God's hurt do you transfer money to a personal account? Like that's some dumb. That takes some audacious level of thinking, careless thinking. The ministers are acting like they did them a favor, but actually nominating them. They're just a shit list of ministers. And if Tinubu does not rejig that list, if he's look, and another thing that's happening right now, I don't know if you guys are paying attention, even though this is complete insinuation. So I'm going to say this is my opinion. They are unleashing insecurity, which is a tool by some politicians regardless.
Do you agree with that as well? Because that
of course, it's a pattern now. That's how they wrecked Jonathan now. But I'm not going to call out the region or whatever. But it's a tool of the politician to unleash insecurity, to make that country as ungovernable as possible.
Kolata, sorry, hold it there. We all know they are unleashing insecurity, but it was started by this thing that APC against Jonathan, and we are surprised. We are surprised.
It happened under Obasanjo too. There are many things that get on. There are many things that they release.
In getting Jonathan out of the power was one of the instruments. Insecurity, and Lal Mohammed was on TV every day.
You're right.
Before we even hear about it.
You're right.
What are we not surprised? Why are we surprised? Why are we surprised about now that they are doing against themselves?
It wasn't really APC. It's a sectional interest.
No, don't push it. It was APC. Right. They were there for all sections. There was the major section. There was the physical boot on ground. There was the psychological part of it. People in international media.
You know the problem with Goodluck Jonathan was that they not felt aggrieved because they felt it was their turn to govern, and because Yar'Adua died, Goodluck Jonathan he seized that opportunity. So they were happy for him to complete Yar'Adua's first term and then hand it over back to the North. So when Goodluck Jonathan hung on to it, that really set them a panic. Because had Goodluck Jonathan then gone on to win in 2015, he would have served maybe about 10 years. And they don't really know what... So it was... And that was when they started to escalate that insurgency just to diminish him. And I think they had American backing as well, because they were always...
They have international backing. We saw Colonel Woe mentioned they went to America to diminish his name. He had the South backing. The West felt that they're not in the government, so it was not the North. It's not the North felt bad as same much as the Southwest too. So we should put it like that and let it roll. It's APC. We should not be put on region. It's APC.
All right, guys, let me go. Continue. I'll go sleep now.
What piece? And the party is the Democratic Party in the United States. So just put in perspective.
So the thing is, he has challenges. He has real challenges from legacy issues under Buhari. Then he has structural political challenges by people trying to rejig things in the next political cycle. So honestly, he doesn't have time. Yeah, is he a strategist in terms of politics? Yes, he is. But look, you have one shot, and the one shot you've got, make something out of it. Because you can't, this crop of ministers, I swear, I've looked at them. I mean, I nursed my hopes a little bit. Of course, downplayed it. The first list, I was like, what the hell is this? Then I said, okay, maybe I'm being too critical. But now it's now months. Like,
don't
it's
worry,
months.
he's going to. The president will sack poor performing ministers.
Well, let's see, because everything cannot be politics. There's a place for politics. Yes, he has to make some political appointments, but at this point in time, like, you should have over 50% of your ministers performing, and then we create a bunch of useless, redundant ministries, just increasing bureaucracy unnecessarily. So it's like, at this point, Tinubu needs to, like, sit tight, and he's going to go back to what I really wanted to talk about today, which one man, I sent you the link, but you never discussed it, which is the KPMG report on economy. So all this hustling abroad to get foreign investors.
Sorry, where did you send it to? Maybe I can put it on screen now.
I probably sent it to your phone.
Okay.
I probably sent it to your phone days ago. I mean, maybe 3 or 4 days ago, sir. All this hustling for foreign investors and all that is not yielding any result. In actuality, even portfolio investors, those are the ones that will just go and buy stock here. I mean, buy stock here, buy bonds here. Portfolio investors, it declined. It declined from 649 million to 87 million. 87 million. That's all in Q3 2023. So, I mean, it's not good. And what's it called? Foreign direct investors, out of 654 million that we got in Q3, guess the percentage of foreign direct investment, because you have for portfolio investors, you have loans, you have FDI. FDI is what we really want, because those will stay in the country for much longer. But out of $654 million, guess, someone just give me your best guesstimate of how much of that was FDI, foreign direct investment.
About 5%.
641.
Percentage.
No, 5%.
25%.
I said 5. I said 5. 5. I said
5%. You must be very enthusiastic. 0.91%. Less than 1%. 0.91 was FDI. 78% of that was from loans. So, in actual sense, you need to fix stuff at home. The good news is our stock market is tearing rubber. People that are bought into Nigerian stocks, yeah, you will be making profits. So there's way more opportunities to grow home with the Naira. It needs to focus home. Like junketing all over the place to seek foreign money, and your country is not fixed. The people that will follow you to go through all the water happening in Nigeria are Nigerians. A foreigner has options, especially when the dollar is super strong, the interest rate for dollar is high. People will go for safety. It's only if America does the quantitative easing or whatever that then maybe things may happen. But why will you rely on another country? So people will barely take the to Nigeria, maybe except you jack up your interest rate to the point where you can never lose.
Well, is it insecurity that is the main thing that
it's not just that. There's insecurity, we get that. There's also the stability. Any investor wants some level of predictability, right? So I know if I put my money here, this factor, that factor, I have a clear understanding of all the factors. So I know what to jack up in my margin to be able to get a return. But when you implement a few things, and then it's kind of like haphazard. Its policies are not fully settled in, right? and they need to know that they're fully committed to the policy. When you say you deregulated petrol, magically petrol price has remained the same. The same related product, diesel, follows the market follows market price. Diesel and kerosene, they're fully deregulated. They rise and fall. One is just steady. So of course, people look at you like, why are you kidding? There's that.
Be careful, though. You have Fatai running in to come and tackle you.
Let's continue. So who are you kidding? So there's also the Emefiele shenanigans, all these things. The foreign press even carried better edu. The foreign press are reporting on better edu. So all eyes are on him because he's gone all over the world to sell Nigeria, and people paid attention. And then they now start looking at, okay, what am I trying to put my money in? And then they see all these things. So it needs to refocus. Local, go local, fix local. There's a lot of naira that can do things in Nigeria. There are many opportunities that we can stabilize in Nigeria. Security is one of them. I know we've overlabeled that. Rule of law is a good one too. Interest rates, jack it up a bit to curtail the inflation. Jack it up, not a bit. It needs to be jacked up, so at least we won't have negative bond yields. Jack it up. So
now you're saying we should go local. They're jacking interest rate up.
Well, you can jack up interest. Economy will suffer temporarily, but once we can get inflation, because the target is we can't let inflation keep going this way. It's like we have a stagflation. So you have to first maybe address the inflation. That will have a bit of negative consequences.
The major inflation driver is food inflation, and that's
not just that. Addressed. There are two main ones. There's food inflation, and then there's the inflation for the overprinting of money, the ways and means. Because
what I'm saying is the major driver of our inflation is
not just that, sir.
But we have not addressed the food inflation concern.
Yeah,
we still have the insecurity in the places where we get food.
There are many things that can happen. You can have like discounted rates for farmers, right? You can have discounted rates for targeted areas. But to curtail inflation, because Ghana's inflation is going down. It's trending down. They've increased the interest rate many times. It is trending down. Ours is going up. And there are other pressures, of course. Some of this fuel subsidy stuff that got released has inflationary pressures too. So really the main message I'm trying to pass is look inwards. Look more inwards. Like clearly this foreign stuff is going to take a while to mature. It's going to take a while to get all these things you want. There are areas in the country, like our railway sector, at this point in time is ripe for PPP, is ripe for investors. States can pool, they can sell right of way. You can bring some company, Chinese company or whatever, build it, run it, ticket it, hand it over to us in 100 years, 80 years, 50 years, whatever the case is. Get something happening. You don't have to borrow money. Let them run it, profit from it. Same thing with, roads. I think, the minister of for what's called works is about to do something similar, where they will have street lights, have toll gates, and private companies will pay for it, and they'll make money. So they need to get creative. A lot of focus is going to the oil sector, like to boost oil output. Which, it's that's kind of like obvious one. It's a low hanging fruit. We need to do that. But there needs to be a lot of work thinking local. And to get all these things done, this crop of ministers are simply not cutting it. For me, maybe they are doing things I don't know. Then I'm ignorant. But I just don't see them.
There is nothing they can do when you have removed the fuel subsidies, which will drive energy costs higher, and hence food and everything else will go up. Then you go and deflate the value of the currency. In those forces will drive this in higher inflation. And there is not, what can the ministers do until we start exporting stuff? those forces will keep winning, and until
the
Dangote
main
refinery comes
thing
on
he
stream.
needs to, the main thing the president needs to address, if he's really concerned and if he's really interested in growing that economy, ensure that insecurity ceases.
Yes, that's the only one quick fix.
A stable country will drive itself. We are having food shortages from the north because the north is being ravaged by insecurity. We're having people being chased away from their farmland. They cannot produce. Now, even if with the fuel subsidy removal, which has jacked up the prices of goods and as well as farm produce, those who are producing the farms and the agricultural produce are not going to farms as they used to because of insecurity. That means scarcity of farm produce, and then the remaining the availability of food in the country, the prices will go high. So that's why I say the main driver, which is, and our food inflation is 30.9%. That is driving our inflation crazy because of insecurity, inavailability of grains, transportation issue because of road infrastructure on the ground, and then with some others snippet of concerns that are affecting that sector.
I think Kolata is right. Almost all experts have said the same thing. It should be inward looking. His foreign policy should be interior policy. Because if he takes care of interior policy, let me just say, if he takes care of the interior, the exterior will come in. You don't have to invite them. They will rush into Nigeria. All of us will start going to Nigeria every day. It's just that simple.
Most definitely. I said last week that the 2024 budget, which has been labeled the budget of renewed hope, actually is a budget of renewed hopelessness. So there's no hope on that budget. If you look at even the Ministry of Minerals and Development, which Dele Alake is handling, it doesn't even have any personnel. He has not even addressed the laws that will govern that space. So we just see that, like what Kolata is saying. Well, maybe if they sack a few ministers, the rest will sit up. Thank you.
And Kolata.
Yeah.
This is the reason why we in Igbo land we say that whenever you see a problem, attack it. I won't say I'm depressed about the issues of Nigeria, but I'm so disappointed that those who ought to know better, tend to follow this step. I remember when this traveling thing was going on, go to COP90, go to this one. Somebody saying here that an expert was asking, or you said the expert said, no, the expert said it. But before that, when those guys were still over there abroad, P2P was shouting it, build your home, and the people will come. And he made a reference. He said, hold on, I know you don't like his name. I know you don't like his name. Can I just say something? Let me just land now.
Peter will be laundromat.
Hold on now. But he said it, he tweeted it, and on this show, we castigated him too. And what he's saying is simple. Build your home. The relationship between a local and foreign investor or foreign direct investment and Nigeria is like milk and honey. When you build your home, the honey will come. The bees will come. So the issue here is this: let's not act like we are trying to reinvent anything.
You have to admit,
or you're trying to say something that is different.
Looking.
He was on it, but we did not listen.
Peter Obi that traveled to Egypt even before he became president
to go and learn what he's going to do inside Nigeria.
What did he learn? He came back with false news. He came back with fake news.
What's there to learn in
Egypt? Responded.
Don't mention Peter Obi again.
There's a reason why we say don't mention
Peter Obi.
Exactly, we are, because he's just full of shit. He's full of shit. If you give him this position of power, I'm telling you, I can put my money. See, if P2B becomes president, I would buy futures to bet against P2B, ridiculing this country. And
I would love you to bet with something. Something more dear to you.
We drag the country down because P2B is full of shit.
All right, let's get back to Kolata. But just start Peter Obi's trip to Egypt. Did you know that the same company that is managing the electricity thing in Egypt is the same one managing it in Nigeria. So I'm not quite sure why he couldn't have just go to Siemens and then ask them what the plan is. But back to
he just wanted to find out how the Egyptians related with them, because that's something Nigerians don't do very well. We don't, even if the companies in Nigeria, they will not perform for Nigeria, but they will perform for other people.
There was a conference in Egypt that weekend. Peter Obi went for that conference. And Siemens is in Nigeria. I mean, they've been talking about that same deal in Nigeria. If you wanted to find out what happened, you could have gone to... Anyway, let's not waste time with non-entity.
It was a pretense. It was the Exim conference he went for, actually.
Okay, strategically, P2B got it better right than Tinubu. He was more inward looking, while Tinubu was outward looking.
In what way? In what way?
Because he kept saying you have to deal with the economic issues in Nigeria, the consumption to production. Those are
pedestrian stuff.
Not pedestrian stuff. That is what is causing us foreign exchange.
Hold on. If you look at the Tinubu manifesto and you look at the Peter Obi manifesto, it was a direct copy. So everything he was saying, it just thinks essentially that he copied from Tinubu's manifesto.
Oh, come on, please. That's true. I read the three manifestos. The only one that is a bit different is Atiku's manifesto.
Yes.
It will be the Labour Party uplifted and copied from Asuwaju's manifesto. This is not me stopping it. You want us to. Okay, one man. Have a session on this tomorrow. We'll go and get the manifesto and we'll begin to talk about it.
Emeka already reviewed it before.
We reviewed it. That's why I'm able to say it.
Peter Obi has been making this speech well before the election.
I should go and look at that date.
Is it the Peter Obi that said he will abolish Ministry of Education that these people are talking about?
I never heard him say that.
Did he not say we abolish Ministry of Education at the federal level? Is that the person that is ready to govern?
I don't think that's a good idea, but I don't know why what he said was going to replace it. But in terms of
didn't say he's going
inward,
to replace, he said he will abolish it.
Yeah, I just he got it right. In terms of looking inward, he got it right.
All right, let Kulata carry on.
So it's not all doom and gloom. Tinubu's magic touch on the stock market has increased the stock market by the capitalization in the stock market by 46.6% since he got sworn in. That's real money. So we can generate a lot.
You mean in naira?
In naira. So we can generate.
Just give him that window to land a thought. Yeah.
No, we can do a lot locally, and that focus really needs to look local. And there needs to be, like I said before, because I've said all these things, I'm even tired. Like, there needs to be more coordination across these ministries. Like, especially all this blue economy, this one, that one, this one, that one. That coordination with it needs to be stronger. And I don't see, there needs to be more out of the box thinking. Like, under Obasanjo, we have to compare, right? Maybe compare to Yorubas for the sake of it. There were more opportunities created. There was more, you could see more out of the box thinking. Some things align just naturally because a lot of the economy is just based on cycles. We've reviewed the Nigerian economy before here that I showed you. Our economy is largely driven by oil prices. There's nothing magical we've been doing since we started selling oil. If oil goes up, we'll do better. If oil goes down, we suffer. That's just our economy. It's not rocket science. But at these desperate times, there needs to be a lot of out of the box thinking. Because as it is, the optics, because the optics is important. The optics shows some powerful guy, a powerful politician with a lot of allegiance with politician that is just sitting on the throne. There is that massive drive. It's like they pay lip service to all these things. Hey, Nigerians are suffering. We're going to do this. I need to see more push, more real drive, more this. Like, we know insecurity. Show us your attack on insecurity. And regarding insecurity, That insecurity is a franchise. Let's not kid ourselves. It's a franchise for politicians. You will know a lot of these politicians doing it, but you have to be you have to face the devil. You have to face them. So it needs to keep like get over it. You're already president. Get over that bullshit. You're president. Get your folks to work. And the people that don't have the ability, just like in any private sector, fire them and fire them on time before you do, because in another 2.5 years or 2 years, let me say 2 years, everything goes away. It now turns back to politics. So we'll now have to wait for the second term. There's some restructuring of our security architecture. Security needs to go local. There's no way we can sustain a national security policing force. Let me say policing force. I'm going to be specific. We can't sustain a national policing force when a lot of Nigerians' allegiance is not to Nigeria, but it's to their tribal identity. And nobody can question that. If it's local, you want to protect your local environment first. So any stranger coming to your place from a local thing, you want to survive. But if it's national, if it's Yoruba going to do something, another Yoruba guy will like, who gives a shit? If it's Fulani Bororo creating a mess, if the head of the police, whatever, it doesn't care, because they have a pact of protecting themselves. And it's not one tribe, it's every single one. Even that Plateau state, where you have like 42 tribes, for people that want to take advantage of the natural resources there, they'll just divide and conquer. And that's exactly what they're doing. So not until the policing goes local, and then we create a special police unit full of graduates with multiple layers, educated people that are a surgical strike force to just go in, come out, go in, come out. We need that policing. We need that. And then you can start, but you have to, your friends. Your friends are the ones that run all this, manage all this, insecurity. We know that. Let's fess up to it. Some just do it for politics. And of course, isn't that how Boko Haram started? Wasn't it some politicians group? Boko Haram was a politician in the Borno State's group till it turned to this mess. And we now have franchises from Niger State to Zamfara State to this, and they're using the opportunity to steal resources, to play politics, to do all that stuff. So you have to face your friends. I call them your friends, quote and unquote, because they're all politicians. You need to be able to face them and attack it. And also, when you're doing it, put your political heart, that's your political magic, put it to pass local policing. We need local policing. We can't be running off policing from the colonial times. It's insane.
This is really easy, right? It's easy for what you are saying. You are speaking the fact. The president is aware of what's going on. It's very easy, especially with the illegal mining going on. What you just need to do, he goes there, call his friends together, and legalize that space. Let them form companies with their Chinese collaborators, and then own the shares there. There's money, all this insecurity.
There's money in all these places.
Economic interest. Then once the place is stable, they can do their business legally, and they all enjoy from it. Instead of killing people, okay, if you want the land, negotiate with them and tell them, okay, we'll buy this land off for you. Let them go somewhere else. Let the locals go somewhere else to go reside, and then you do your business legally. And
you mandate them to put processing stuff in there
exactly.
to not just take raw stuff, process it.
Like the Chinese guys who doing with the lithium there, they can do it with the gold, they can do it with the tin, they can do it with the cobalt, they can do it with the zinc too. Get this thing legalized. The more legalized, you can sit at peace. These idiotic politicians who are doing this nonsense can be at peace. They can make generation wait for themselves and wait for their families, and then the country would increase their revenue. I know they're listening. They have not legalized it. They have not legalized it. Dele Alake is yet to put up the framework and the law. They have not legalized it. I know they are listening. Wait, Pastor, you're always on passatory nonsense. Before you come with your passatory nonsense, start discussing
this other thing. Interjecting for a long time. Hold on.
Let me tell you, they are listening, and I'm giving them an idea now. Go and legalize that thing with the nonsense politicians. Let them, with their companies and their Chinese collaborators, they cannot make money legally instead of making money illegally. We cannot make also revenue for the country in terms of our minerals and grow our revenue base. This can be done easily. The insecurity in the country has to stop. If the president is really serious about growing a $1 trillion economy, insecurity must stop. Period.
Okay.
And then if our military is afraid that they will be insignificant, let them go and be causing chaos in other African countries and go and be solving it there. That way we can expand our own ideology in other African countries.
You make good points. Those are good points, right? But look, Kulata, you don't expect to get blood from a tulip, right?
Oh, God.
The suggestions you're making and the one Emeka is making, that's basic. We know that, right? This guy's run for president. He was chairman of their party for a long time. He had a chance to tell us what he's going to do as president. He avoided doing that. There's nothing in his past that will show that he will do any of the things you're talking about. If anybody does what you're saying, then it's going to work. So my question to you is, Kulata, to you. You have persistent armed conflict by Boko Haram in the north, in both north, northeast and northwest. Banditry, kidnapping. That is a major problem for our economy. I know you agree with that, so I'm not going to ask you that, right? The potential in Nigeria is constrained by infrastructure, right? Not only that, widespread displacements, we're talking about food insecurity, many victims of violence. And we know how that retards investment. You've said that. But what is it in this government that's giving you confidence that he's going to even do any of the things you're talking about? Because every Nigerian, if you go pull somebody from the streets, would say those things you're saying. Nigerians are smart. People on this platform, people in other platforms, every single Nigerian knows what the problem is. My question to you is, what is it that you see in Tinubu that shows you that he's going to do anything that's positive in the country? I'm talking about just one, because no government should solve all the problems. There's no panacea, silver bullet. The problem we have is that we have a situation where there's not even a movement in any direction whatsoever, in the things you're talking about. Just one, tackle insecurity. If you could do that, fine, because he can. What does it take to tackle insecurity if you're not from the north? They're doing insecurity in the north for political purpose. But somebody from the south, you have nothing to gain from not going in there and weeding this people out. I mean, electricity, you whatever OB or somebody who's smart suggests something, you just talk it down. You talk it down. Okay. But what is it in this administration that gives you confidence that he's going to do just one thing?
Let me answer your question, because you've asked the question. So I don't have confidence in any administration because they're politicians. I was not brought up to have confidence in politicians, number one. Number two, when we talk about a politician that has a control of his space, to a large extent, is one of them. Or else we could have had another Jonathan that has been emasculated, like basically castrated, and will not be able to do anything and will just be run over by a large section of the country, which we know, controls stuff. So he has a vantage position because at this point in time, except you're kidding yourself, it controls PDP, it controls Labour Party, and it controls APC. No other politician will be able to have that control. So now is what is he going to do with all that power? And that's what we're trying to do. There's nothing about trust. It's about advocacy. Advocacy for a good country, advocacy for things to work, advocacy for just common sense solutions, stuff that should be done, stuff he himself has been talking about for decades. Now he's in the seat. All these wishes, writing stuff, well, they're politicians, so they lie a lot anyway. But all this stuff that he's been writing,
Kulata, you're not responsive to my point.
No,
not all politicians are bad.
I've answered your question. I have more stuff to say, and I don't want to believe.
No, just 1 second, so you could make it properly. Make it proper. I'm saying not all politicians are bad, right? That's what your answer to me is. That's
politicians are politicians.
No, listen to me. Not all politicians are bad. Okay, let's just agree. Let's not fight over that.
I disagree.
My point to you is this. The Nigeria's economic potential is constrained by many structural issues, including inadequate infrastructure, tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade, obstacles to investment, lack of confidence in currency valuation, and limited foreign exchange capacity. The thing, I'm asking you this because you're the one who talked in those terms, right? So why don't you give me a cohesive answer? Forget about politicians. America has politicians. Britain has politicians. South Africa has politicians. Every country in the world, they have politicians. So some of them, they do a decent job, at least to, make people have food, shelter, and medicine, right? Forget about other things. But in our case, we have specific needs that are small. Building infrastructure, having security in the country, right? Tell me, now this is your chance, instead of propaganda, right? Tell me why you chose this man over Peter Obi, who has elucidated what he's going to do. And we know that he's a politician, but when he was a governor as a politician, he delivered.
Okay, right? Then let me answer your question. You've asked your question.
Kolata, respond to that, and then off the back of that response, continue with your submission.
Yeah, so because Peter Obi did not achieve a fraction of what Tinubu achieved. And Peter Obi is a dullard, even by his WAEC result, is not that sharp. So there's nothing in Peter Obi's record that I admire. And I've never even told anybody to vote for anyone on number one. I just knew for a matter of certainty that I was never going to win the election. And I vocalized it. So let's move on with election. They're losers, they're winners. I'm talking to the winner now because we're now in the period of governance. I'm not going to relitigate election where someone came third. So based on what I'm saying, the opportunity, one man and everybody is home. We need to fix home. We need to look more inward. There are many areas of the economy that can be opened up. And there are many, legislations that can be brought in to facilitate opening up all these areas. We should not be afraid of selling. I'm glad that NNPC is going to finally list. That's a positive step. Maybe I'm too antsy. Maybe I'm too impatient because I know some things will happen in the future. NNPC is going to the market. Dangote refinery, they already have 6 million barrels, is real. The NNPC on, let's cross our fingers. But if they're going public, if NNPC is indeed going public, breaking up, I think into 4 different, the details, I can go find the details, but the good news is they're going public. So if they're going public, there's hope to kind of like at least get that thing here. But it still goes back to oil. I'm sick and tired of that determining whether our economy rises or falls. So rail lines, roads, bring companies in, bring investors in, give them terms, create regulating companies to make sure they don't rip us off. Get all this money into the economy. Whatever they build is going to stay in our lands. We're going to use it. It's going to reduce the cost of production. And for crying out sake, if you're going to focus your own money on anything, let it be 2 things, security and power. That's all. That's not asking for too much. Use your money for security and energy, power. Then let bring other people's money in and your own money in Nigeria unleash it. That's all I ask for. I'm not asking for too much. 2 things. And then open up the space for people to invest. That's it. And if you're going to face insecurity, you have to face your friends. So face your friends for the sake of the country. You stayed for how many decades to get here, and then you now want to come here and be doing Baba Saleh. It's not the time for Baba Saleh. So that's, my take on this economy stuff. It's just, maybe I'm impatient, but I'm pissed.
All right. So Tinubu, the Professor Pella of politics, to fix the economy in 7 months. So let me take you to this space. Labour Party reacts as Okupe to Okupe's exit, say no room for political opportunists. So this came out yesterday, and then of course we were expecting the bat back from the Labour Party. I was actually expecting Arabambi to seize that moment and do his usual spiel, but this is coming from the Abure camp. So what are you then making of Okupe's ideological rebirthing and Labour Party's clap back?
Well, Okupe is just a garbage person. He said the truth at least. He said after they lost, at least they acknowledged that they lost the election. So we all know that Labour Party was an SP, special purpose vehicle for politicians that all suddenly lost their home and looking for a place. It's not the first time people are going to use Labour Party, but it's just the first time that they're going to grow it into some national party. So you have to give some credits to Peter Obi and his gang. But Okupe exiting could mean two things to me. It could mean him going back to PDP. It could also mean setting the stage for Obi to go back to PDP, because there's a lot of push from Atiku's camp to get them to get on the ticket. And I'm going to say this for the second time. The best shot for people that want Obi to be president of this country, the most realistic shot is for him and Atiku to partner, and him being the vice and Atiku being number one, and Atiku only does one term. It's not going to be easy for him to, even Atiku one term, but that's still the best pathway. It's not a guaranteed pathway by any stretch. He has to fight. Anybody that's going to govern that country will fight for it. But that's his best shot. So
it's a loaded panel. Why don't you, when you're done talking, give somebody else a chance? What you're saying is not important. We're here waiting to talk. Just if Obi is not going to take advice from you, you know that.
Yeah,
so
I've heard you.
I said,
we've heard you, Fasad. Let me
I said, give Tinubu advice, and you can't. Tell him how to fix the country.
We don't hear you.
You're telling Obi how to join a party.
Kulata, it's just unfortunate that the prospects of that is between slim and none. Because the only way to wrestle power away from APC is that combination, Atiku Obi. So the weight of those two spaces will shake the ruling party, but it's never going to happen, is it? Because of course, the stumbling block is who takes the lead.
Yeah, who takes the lead has to be Atiku now.
With the obedience space, accept that. Never, not in a million years.
One man, you'll be shocked that they will accept it, because for the remaining obedience, a lot of them are gone away. For the remaining obedience, they're on that juice. They're on that.
But the obedient movement largely, not exclusively, but largely, is a southeastern precedent narrative.
Yes, Obi won Abuja, Obi won Lagos, Obi won Benue. Right? No, hold on. You just said something that's not true. I'm correcting you. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. Okay, you're not wrong.
That was to Kulata now. The audience actually delight in hearing from Kulata. You may
I understand, but I don't think Kulata objects to me insulting.
But we here, so we can move on.
And you don't want me to talk?
You have your time now. Let me. If
it's actually my turn. I left for a little bit. I was right behind Emeka, but if you give me a chance, let me just say a couple of things.
Now you can't be using all these tactics.
No, just give me a minute. Let me correct one man.
Let me round up so others can talk.
Okay, one man, come to me after that. I want to correct something you said.
So in my opinion, it can carry his core base back to PDP because they feel jilted because PDP, they didn't do the right thing to the Southeast. Let's say the truth. But if Atiku becomes the president, it's going to be 80, 81 or something. By 85, for the love of God, I shouldn't expect him to go for another time except he's Cameroonian president. And then if Atiku wants to help, then they can help propel Obi to number one. But then they have to fight all the Wikis, all the Sarakis. They have to fight all those ones. So it's still going to be a fight, but it's his best shot. Otherwise, it's a political career. So let me round up with that.
All right, Kulata. Just one last thing. Kulata, do Do you believe that I can influence your dreams tonight?
How is that possible?
Okay, I'm going to influence your dreams, and then you have to come back tomorrow to report if I influence your dreams or not. I'll influence your dreams with this, and this is what you'll dream about. Look at that. The farmer needs a wife. Look at that, eh?
I'll loan Pansat the drink.
I'm going to be listening to that all night now, eh?
I'll take the dream. But look, one man, let me insert something before you. It's actually my turn. But
no, it's actually War Peace, but I have that insertion because our War Peace is impatient to have a say. But
okay, I'm making sure then after War Peace, at some point you come to me because that's the reason why.
Yes, I'm trying to get to you. It's the interjections. We love the interjections, but it elongates the sessions. But
okay,
yeah.
I got you. So now look, Kolata, I gotta tell you, right? Over and over, you keep repeating this mantra. When I said something about Peter Obi, I'm not really litigating the election. I'm talking about governance now. If you have to look at this at the results of the election, right? That's history. It's right there. It's the facts. You cannot say that Peter Obi won the Southeast. That was it. All three major candidates got 12 states. But in the case of Peter Obi, it's nicely distributed and at financial capital, Lagos, government, city government, Abuja, and so many other places, and actually won the election. Let's face it. And that's the genius of the Nigerian people. They're savvy. They elected this man to be the president. But like we've been complaining about everything else. If somebody like you who's educated, who's in diaspora, I don't know if you're in the United States or Britain, could you tell me which one are you in?
Is it
South Africa.
Because we could forgive people like one man who live in a bloody monarchy, but people who are in the United States of America, the cradle of democracy, right? See, these British Nigerians, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. They don't know when it comes to electing a head of state, the importance of it and how it's done. They've never done it in their lives. They never voted for a head of state. They don't know what the hell democracy is. So all I'm saying to you is that at some point we kid around and say, hey, you're doing propaganda, you're lying, at some point you have to knock it off, right? We're here, I'm here on this platform. We can have you saying something that is absolutely untrue, something that we could look at the record and see that Peter Obi was a candidate or a Nigerian candidate who got votes from all major regions of the country. And that his rhetoric is not Ipobian or Biafra or Southeast. So I want you to take this correction today because, you and I will have mutual respect for one another. I normally don't attack you on a serious.
I am glad.
I'm admonishing you. Hold on.
Pansat, don't admonish me. First of all, wait. I am glad that it's one man that said it and not me. So if you want to talk to one man, talk to one man.
No. You also.
I didn't also say that.
What you
so
do,
don't
you need
so
to
I think you're hearing something different.
No, listen to me.
So talk to one man. I'm done for the night. Talk to one man.
I'll take 30 more seconds and I'm done. What I'm saying is that one man, you see, I didn't understand this show before. I thought it was a serious show, right? But this show, if you want to be liked in it, you have to make it a good evening. People are enjoying themselves at home listening to this show, right? Maybe you make your voice better and you get along. You help the moderator, one man, produce a good show. That's not my style. That's not what I do. But I understood this quite late. One man is a very smart guy. He's all over the internet. He's got all this stuff, right? So what he's doing sometimes is trying to make you feel good, Kulata. That's what he thinks you want to hear, right? So he puts this in. So we have to help him get out of that zone. You're gonna have to be an honest, truthful person when you're talking on this platform. I'm admonishing you now from today, and I want you to be a friend of mine. But the only way you can be a friend of mine is if you're not a propagandist and a liar.
Can I be collecting pocket money from you, Egmont?
Thank you very much. One man, I'm waiting for my turn.
All right, but that's the excellent Pansat, of course. Interjection the elegant Kulata. So the majestic Warpace. Yes.
So that's not his tongue.
Does Kulata? Kulata does. Pansat just comes in and puts the platform in a headlock and bullies us all the time. Yeah. All right, Warpace, Kanachawa. Apologies for the long wait. And I have to say that to Ajan Lekoko when I get to him as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I sent you I sent a video and a kind of document in your WhatsApp. Did you see it?
Yes, I saw it.
Can you play the video first before you put the document on screen?
All right. Wait, let me just.
Evelyn, right from the villa. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, you can read under the caption I wrote to you the lady's name. Can you tell me her name and the amount stipulated to her? Can you just say that, please?
It says Oniyelu Bridget Mojisola, whose account was credited with 583 million.
Okay, thank you. She is a friend to Better Ado. What led to her investigation is this conflict of interest thing that is going on, right? So when we're talking about conflict of interest, doesn't really mean it has a threshold or has a definition or a circumstance to just a certain crime. That's okay. This is what you did. Now you arrest. While we're about conflict of interest in parastatals, it will escalate to a section that you will not even know about that will cause you problems. At the beginning, why this lady was involved, when they started investing Better, what she was saying, she ran to channels. The case had not even gone that far. It was in the section of conflict of interest. They were just querying that she cannot use a private account to collect public government funds, and he rushed to the channels to show that he came out with the list. He paid so people, she's doing nothing illegal. That was then escalated to this position that they will point out your friend, that is your friend, you gave her contract. You will not know that you gave her contract, you paid money into her account, 500-something million. That, first of all, is an offense. What escalates to that? Conflict of interest. That was one. Let me leave that. Let's go to the list I sent to you, the people that are involved in the payment. Please, can you put on the screen so everybody see and everybody see?
This is unverified, by the way. So this is
I know. Yeah, it's verified, but it's not even the Ojo I want to talk about. You see, Olakpekun is there. His firm is there. You see Olakpekun and so his firm. Olakpekun, that is there. Did you see Olakpekun go on his PRO or him going to China to defend himself? When scrupulous journalists come up on TV to say things, you don't need to rush to TV to defend yourself. First of all, Ojo has a PR in the ministry.
Sorry, Warpace, you can't build the narrative on some A4 sheet that somebody's typed on.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's the same thing with Ojo. He cannot.
A backyard love letter. What is this?
With all due respect, Adelko, I'm not talking to you. Sorry, please.
You can't base our discussion on this.
I'm not basing my discussion on that.
A4 sheet, handwritten, something.
If you're smart enough to listen to my session, you would know that same thing you would have told Ojo not to go to TV, because when
they accuse him.
Hold on. He
went to the media to clarify his name. Is that not the way it is done in Japan? That is the way
you are not the spokesman for Ojo.
You talk to the press to clarify your position, to tell the nation whether you are involved or you are not involved. That is the way democracy is run. That is why we have the press. That is why the press is mentioned in the Constitution. One of the profession or the highest number one profession that is mentioned in the Constitution is the press in any democracy. The press call you, hey, you embezzle money, you come and talk to the press to say, no, I didn't embezzle money, it isn't me, it's not me, it's a lie. And you prove yourself. And it came with documents to prove to everybody that, look, I have written this thing to CAC. I've done away with my directorship. What else you guys want? I mean, who else would he talk to if he didn't talk to the press for us to know? Who else would he talk to?
Now you have talked. Now I hope you feel good. Now I allow you to be the bigger man. I thought you're supposed to be a Jaliko. Now that I could allow you to talk. Hope you don't interject me again when I'm talking. Because I don't know the last time I checked, you were not a PA to Ojo. When I start talking and you start antagonizing me, he's a public officer. Anybody can talk to him. I'm talking to his actions. I'm not talking about your actions. So please just respect that and let me talk. Now, a unscrupulous journalist came on the media to release a shit like this I just released that has no credibility. It was released on Sarah Reporter that has no credibility. And he ran to channels. And look at the kind of one that is leading to right now. Why didn't he just keep his mouth shut and wait? If you know he's not found wanting, that is bullshit, that it doesn't make any sense, he'd have kept his mouth shut. Now, Ministry of Interior had a PR, public relations officer. Likewise, this company, former company that he was a boss, has a PR too. That him as a minister has a personal assistant. None of those three have come out to talk, but he ran there to be doing the work of PRO minister and chief executive officer for the other company he had left. Don't you see conflicts of interest here now? What does he have to? What is he hiding? And now he's a minister. Hold on, Benny. Hold on. Don't ask me any question yet. He's a minister. He works under president. He has department he answers to. And that's what we are seeing today. He has not even been summoned by the department to talk to him, to even grant him press release. Every minister doesn't just do what they like. They must take order for somebody. This is a national affair. It's scandal. It's affecting a administration. We just take it lightly. It's robbing us bad international community. Who gave you the authorization to run to China to speak about it? This breach of law. This influencing the process. The other day, the Chief Justice just said we should not take public opinion, not public court, as they call it. We should not be taking that. And this is what he's just doing. And we are just shouting, oh, is he smart? Do I say he's not smart? But he's not street smart. Stealing is not one of his specialties. And he's saying it, he's falling on his face. Just yesterday, today, he has changed his statement more than 10 times. He went to China and said his wife is a shareholder. He's recused himself. We check it on this platform. We check corporate affairs. It was only his name that was coming out as a shareholder and the owner of the company. He took that same document to show saying that he has changed this thing, that he's no longer the director there, that he only has shares and his wife is there. Is that not conflict of interest? Conflict of interest means things that will, why is your name always popping up when it's supposed to be? That will not disturb your job. Now, are you aware since yesterday there's circulation? Let me take the circulation in the media. People are coming out with fact that his own company, his own ministry already found his own ministry giving contract to better do husband giving me contract. Is that not conflict of interest? If that one is going to establish tomorrow? Tax salary, what killed tax salary? Not conflict of interest. When he took a job to become a bank, whatever bank Bangladesh gave him, and people started taking loans, then they started seeing him hanging out with the Bangladesh. That brought back conflict of interest. We started investigating after the people were sitting under his neck. Today, his name is put is in a black book of corruption in Nigeria. That's just a symbol of conflict of interest. Conflict of interest don't have no threshold. And it's not sacrosanct to one thing like, oh, this is this way, it must be this. But you must avoid the thing that will drag you to the mud. That's what we're just saying here. And people are rushing to say, no, let's defend it, or he's smart, or he's not there. It doesn't make sense to me, one man. I'm not after the guy, I'm after the action that involves him. And if they keep digging and digging, like Baba said, a lot of kind of one will be opening. You think better I'll do started with conflict of interest. So then now you're choosing of corruption. Money already left. That's the meaning of conflict. You will escalate to a place you will not understand. Benny, you can answer your question. Sorry for holding you back.
So my first question is that a personal allegation has been made against Tunji Ojo. You think he should use PRO of the ministry to counter a personal allegation? Is that your own understanding of corporate governance?
Benny, last time thank you. Last time I understand, he was not accused by the ministry, not by a political party. It was just a mere one-page or article by a journalist.
Okay. My second question.
Hold on now. It has nothing to do with him. Hold on. I'm not even. Let me land. If the ministry felt that their minister, the guy is trying to tarnish their minister name, the ministry will issue a statement from the PR that they don't have anything to do with that. Their minister has nothing to do with that, and they'll be suing for libel. How come Ojo have not sued Uday for libel?
I'm coming. So
okay.
The understanding is that personal attack on Ojo, they should ministry should be the one responding to it. Okay. Second question I want to ask you is this: are you aware that it wasn't even Uday that broke that news? It was Sahara reporter that gave details of his companies and then broke the news. Are you aware of that too?
I'm aware that not even Sahara reporters. It was a leak from what Edo was trying. He was trying to right it wrong by showing documents outside. They don't know implication that he didn't do wrong. That's how they got to start saying people he was paying to. So I'm aware of that.
So when we finish this program, try to just go and check Sahara reporter at one time. Check the details of what they brought out and go and check. I don't know where you get this one from. This is your list, and go and check the list. You realize that what this man is replying to was not this your list that you brought out. It was the scandal and the details of attack that Sahara reporter brought out. Now, it will lead me to the last question. So you said that in the social media, or I don't know, in some publication, it has now shown that the husband of Edo also got a project from Ministry of Interior. Is Beta Edu married?
Yes. Don't you know she's Mrs.?
Oh, okay. I thought she's single.
She's Mrs. I said speculation. I didn't say it's a fact. She's not married. I said speculation. Listen, she's speculation.
So there it is, right? Is that touche?
You see all these
hold on, Benny, hold on. I don't like this. When Professor and you were giving speculation, you understood that it's speculation. Nobody hold you on it. And I said it here, it's speculation. I said I don't know if it's a fact, but it's a speculation. Just take a speculation. If they don't find it's a fact, what would that now lead to?
I agree with you.
So don't now read on that and say, oh, because this now. You see, don't go there.
Speculation. But so get somebody who has the street intelligence, the so much street intelligence that you have been emphasizing on this platform, the street intelligence, to put one or two things together and think, okay, if she's single, then where does she get that husband that has a company that Ministry of Interior is now? You see, these are just little common sense for us to pick up, and then you dispel the suspicion immediately.
See, Ogbeni, listen, conflict of interest, like I said again, let me go back to it, has no threshold. Neither I use mine over yours or you use yours over mine. But what we will not allow to be established is there's already.
The question I asked are just simple.
No, I'm not. Your question is a side. Your question is a side question, and I've asked.
You are talking about our husband getting contracts. How do you
hold on? Hold on. What we're talking about here, why Ojo name coming into this, is what we're talking about. And it already been established that a profit, illegal money goes to the company you used to be associated with or still have share with. That's the conflict of interest, and that has been established. If it's an offense tomorrow in the court, if he wins the court, he didn't win the court, that's a different ball game. But for people start debunking it right now that
it's not conflict of interest. What you have just said now doesn't even have relationship with conflict of interest. If you want to talk conflict of interest, you tell us his interest in that company, and
listen. Sorry, Ogbeni, I'm not here in the front of court before the judge to prove my legality or technicality. So please don't give me those smart questions. No, hold on. Conflict of interest is not for a special. Hold on. It's not for a legal numerator to explain to a layman. Any layman knows it's a conflict of interest. If you start finding you
no,
get
a layman, not every layman know the meaning of conflict of interest. It carries legal implication. That is what
Ajalikoko, the last time I said I don't want interpretation from you. I'm not trying to be offended by you because you're already biased.
You can get offended.
No, I don't want to engage from you because your engagement. No, your engagement is already there because you're emotional. No, not with you. Like
yesterday, we started.
No,
this
you started it.
We were telling you that there was nothing conflict of interest in this thing. You argue with me. Everything I said yesterday is just like Ogbeni was listening to me. Everything that Ogbeni narrated today, everything that I said yesterday, as if I'm a lawyer. As this guy, his business organization, his former business, company can do business with both government and private company. As long as it's registered with CFC and as long as it's registered with government to do business with government, it can do business with government. And that does not mean that because it's doing business with government,
you are done. You are done.
If he's done anything wrong, you want to hold him responsible.
Are you done?
The company is
a different
entity from its own personality. We said yesterday, and Ogbeni was telling you what conflict of interest.
This is what I don't like. You are approaching. Don't use Ogbeni.
You still don't want to believe.
Don't use Ogbeni to.
Why do you want to challenge somebody who is a professional who is telling us what this thing means?
One man, can you tell Ajaliko to just keep it?
Is that the way
can you tell Ajaliko to disturb my time?
Is that
can you tell Ajaliko not to disturb my time?
What kind of things is this? You are challenging a lawyer. You are telling a lawyer the meaning of conflict of interest. You are telling him that he doesn't know the meaning of conflict of interest. Why are we doing this? Do you know more than him?
One man here.
Can you prove conflict of interest?
Why I'm calling your name? I'll make it right now because Ajaliko is not respecting my time. I'm respecting him, talking to him respectfully. He's not acting his age, and I'll go the way you wouldn't like. Answer now before I go, or you kick me out on this platform. He cannot be trying to bully me because he's what? Who make him who what? Can't I just keep me quiet? Why is he forcing me to take Benny? No. Ajaliko, they will be the last time you do this. Ajaliko, they will be the last time you do this. I will not take it from you. This will be the last time. Don't try it. Don't try it. Don't try it. Do not try it because you are. Don't try it. You do not try it.
I'm not talking. He doesn't know what is that. I mean, why are we doing this for God's sake?
I'm warning you. I'm leaving my either country. I'm warning you. You're getting me pissed. You're not speaking for Benny. Don't make me go to the route you don't want me to go.
It's annoying.
You don't try. Don't dare you try it. Don't. You are driving into the tribal line. If Benny is a lawyer, he can speak for himself. Not you to remind me he's a lawyer. He's well educated. He has a PhD.
He's a lawyer.
He's not the first. He's not the first to have a PhD. There are thousands of people who have PhD before him. No, I'm not you. It's not you that will tell me what's the meaning of conflict of interest or not. I have a chief justice in my family, and it's not you that will tell me, Ogbeni. For that alone, Ogbeni don't be started to tell me anything about law. What are you talking about? What do you think you go? Sometimes why you think the education will just end in your own position? Why? What makes you feel so, Ogbeni? Sorry, Ogbeni. Ajalikoko. This is the problem I have with you. Why must you? Why must you be the one to tell me what I'm going to know?
When it comes to this issue, and I too, I don't know more than him. None of us here know more than him when it comes to confidence and influence. They can define it and they can prove it. You cannot prove what conflict of interest means.
Keep quiet and let me talk with let Benny challenge me.
You cannot prove what conflict of interest means.
You just keep quiet and let me talk to Benny, talk to me. Or if I don't, first of all, it's my time, and I'm giving you the privilege to target me, and you are taking like it's your time. Don't you see? It's just being childish. You're not acting your age.
Okay.
If it comes to,
you want to go that route. You okay?
No, you'll be going that route. You don't know that. You don't know that route you'll be going. Don't know that you'll be going. You don't know is that route. That's the route you'll be going. You'll be telling me to go listen to Ogbeni.
You think
you'll be telling me to listen to Ogbeni.
You think you are doing good if you are going.
I'm not doing good. I'm not doing good. You're in my own section. I'll be telling you. I'll be telling
that what you are doing. You are just making mockery of yourself, challenging Ogbeni on the meaning of conflict of interest. A man that teaches law, you are challenging him. Come on, man, be smart. Stop this. Let me leave you alone, man.
Don't leave me alone. Stay now. If you're going to tell me.
Look, let me say, War Peace. I support War Peace in this. By the way, I don't like your approach. I want you to respect Ajay, but I think that what Ogbeni and one man have done is to create a super panelist who has all the legal expertise. It belongs to him, and he hasn't laid a single foundation. Now, I said to him that when it comes to conflict of interest, appearance is one of the key things that you have to use to measure the standard. If you have an appearance,
are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer?
I teach law.
Which school?
Hold on.
Which school do you teach? Do you teach law?
I'll tell you. Hold on. Let me first.
Now you are supporting world peace.
I'm gonna be in camera. No, hold on.
You want to go after. You want to support world peace.
No.
Are you not the one? Abusing him the other day, describing him as a nonsense person from a small town from Nigeria. Are you not the one that was talking crazy for world peace? Because two of you are ganging up against
no. I'm on camera now. So hold on.
Supporting him.
Hold on. Ajay, it's his time, but let me take 2 minutes of your time to say this. This is important stuff. Ajay, I was not supporting his approach, right? I said, okay, he has to respect you. We're Africans and we have respect for the elder people. I'm older than you, Ajay, so I have interest in that. But here's my point, though, is this: I said to Ogbeni, right? I saw Ogbeni in another platform.
You told War Peace the other day that when you are talking him, when we majority are talking in Nigeria, according to what you said to him, you said when you majority are talking in Nigeria, he from a tiny part of Nigeria should not speak.
I did say that.
How can you make such a derogatory statement to your fellow Nigerian? Now today, because you're speaking in the same language like you say you agree. Oh, you are friends.
I agree with him in this sense. I don't think
all of you are just
but I mean, you out of order now. Hold on.
This world peace was challenging Tinubu. Was saying that Tinubu could not talk to the press. Why couldn't he talk to the press during this campaign? Now today, Bosun talked to the press. He's saying that he shouldn't go to talk to the press. That he's trying to hide something. You see that hypocrisy? I don't get it sometimes.
Okay, all right. Look, it's not hypocrisy. My only point is this: a very simple point. I'm saying that War Peace is making his case about conflict of interest, and he happens to hold the right position on that, right? But your argument is that because Ogbeni has presented to you sufficiently that he's some kind of lawyer, right? But now I was in another platform, and on that platform, it was established that Ogbeni is in Nigeria for one thing, right? I challenged him. I said, you're not a lawyer. He knows a lot about law. That's true. But you have paralegals. Or he could just be a bad lawyer. Because when we're talking about our country, about conflict of interest, the appearance of conflict, it's what is sufficient for people to recuse themselves. If you're a judge and you're going to render a case, you don't have to have been convicted of a conflict. Once let's say your wife is working for the company Well, you have an appearance of a conflict of interest right there. It's sufficient for you to do the right thing, which is what WARP is saying, which is what I've said to Obeni in the comment section. Now, time and time again, he comes and he uses more time than anybody else. He wants to reserve to himself the ability to determine what is true and what is false. Now, that I don't agree with. Okay, now what's good or bad, all of us can make that decision. What is
you know what you know what I found, Pansat, because I've known you for a moment now. I think you are somewhat intimidated by intelligent people and educated people as well.
No,
because you like to imagine that you're one. And then when you say one,
I'll let my listen. You know, one man. Sometimes we kid around, like I said before.
This is the one thing.
Let me respond to what you said.
I've seen it endlessly.
Let me respond.
Anytime that an intelligent
let me respond now. I put myself on camera, right? It's something Obeni cannot do. Obeni cannot put himself on camera. I put myself on camera.
We've seen Obeni countless times. So
but listen to what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. I'm not intimidated by stuff. I like intellectual discussion, right? Yeah, you know that. Don't forget, I'm not an unknown phenomenon, right? You and I have been on other platforms. I am me. I'm somebody who cares about our country. Now we have to do things the right way. I'm in the United States. You are not. That's a big deal. That's a big difference between you and I, one man. I'm in the United States. This platform you're sitting on right now, it's our platform, YouTube, all of it, all the technology. You come on, and we let you come on, but you have to have some respect. You don't know what democracy is. To say that I'm intimidated by somebody, here in the United States, lawyers come a dime a dozen. I teach law. I'm here on camera, I'm telling you. It's not because I'm a lawyer. You have tax lawyers, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, one man. I want to take my time back. I want to take my time.
I give him back his time. But listen to me. It's only in weekend that when you hear about a lawyer, you start shaking.
One man.
I don't know who has more professions, rational mind or cancer.
One man.
Is a doctor today and a nurse tomorrow. You know,
Woman, I want to take my time back.
Carry on now, please.
Yeah, and it's very, very annoying, you know. And what Adelko is doing.
What happened?
What Adelko is doing, you go play back. If you step out, you play back. What Adelko is doing is called bullying. For the fact I give that respect, don't impose it on me.
You mean Pansat?
No, Pansat, no worry. I believe you stepped out. I'm telling you again, like you don't understand. I'm a very respectable person. But when you're setting out your boundaries, I've called you so many times, you feel that you have the right. You don't have the right to impose somebody on me. I keep telling you, don't impose Ogbeni's view as a moral standard for me. And that's the point I'm getting angry with you with. And you are saying I'm disrespecting you. Go hear yourself back again. I'm having a discussion with, I like Ogbeni to interject me, and we're having a conversation back to front on, the only topic I want to speak on is this Ojo guy. Not because he did something too great or something we don't know before. The thing he did has been done in several countries. Some succeed, some go scot-free, some go to jail. We're just discussing the event that happened, and you are coming to tell me, you'll be telling me there's a conflict of interest, and Ogbeni is saying now, and I should accept Ogbeni stand, and Ogbeni is a lawyer, I have no moral right to question Ogbeni. What kind of nonsense is that, Ogajaliko? What are you doing in a public platform?
That's not where your conversation gets hostile.
No, Ogbeni, say, just where I respect people. Just where I respect people. You could have stopped Ogajaliko telling you can speak for yourself. Yeah, even why did you do it? Why didn't you do it? Because I was just having a discussion with you.
Everybody, the public will still go and watch this, listen to this thing later. Before he got to the stage of him now emphasizing, Ogbeni has said this, so why are you? If there is something that started that hostility, there's a conversation you guys have been having before he got to that.
Ogbeni, like I said, I wasn't angry about it. No, Ogbeni, I wasn't angry about the conversation, but the way a manager was imposing that conversation on me, that's why I was telling him, don't stop. Because talk is something that I give the floor for him to talk, to make his point. Did I do it here? I allow him to make his point, just to have his say, let me have my way. But he keep imposing on me. That's the problem I have. It's two different things. When you're a lawyer, I get to understand what I'm trying to say right now.
All right. What piece? Whatever that Ajale Koko said, I'm sure he wasn't said that of malice, because Ajale Koko, as you and I know, is not a malicious person. But
I know that he's just being emotional, too emotional about this guy.
You were looking to hammer down Tunji Ojo, so hammer him down.
No, Ajale is playing his hand.
Please, there is an advice I will give you. Stop throwing tribal card at every point you are having conversation with someone. It's not good. The part about Ajale Koko is mentioning Ogbeni. You start saying, oh, it's because of tribal that you. No. We should stop all these things. Anybody can support somebody's opinion. It doesn't mean then the next thing you should throw tribal card as it's because they are of the same tribe. It's not a good thing to be doing on a platform like this. Seriously.
The first person the first person to throw a tribal card, that person is conceding defeat. That means they can't follow through with logic, and then they.
Bennett, thank you very much, and I listened to what you said. A good advice, but it's like you didn't follow this since yesterday. I didn't start it. They started since yesterday, but they didn't tell you that part. They were trained tribal card of it yesterday. Me and Mekabu went out. Okay, I say I and Mekabu went out. This one guy that came in and make it tribal. Even Mikey, who is organic came to support, like it's not tribal, and they were trying to paint it like that. And his emotion, his action is taken to that way. You cannot just want to bully me. I'm talking with you. I'm in conversation with you, Benny. You have stopped Ajale Koko. It's okay. Let me our peace continue. But you allowed it. What do you want me to say? And I didn't throw tribal card. I just said the way he's making it look like. And he didn't recuse himself. He didn't hold himself back as an elderly man. See, his emotion took the better part of him. And at least you can make reference twice. I used the floor for him. Did he ever did that for me? In my own floor.
I was ready for him. I'll listen back later, but back to your submission, Warface. I was going to say apologies if we are offended, but I'm pretty sure Ajale Koko would not seek to cause offense. I know that. I know that for certain.
If he's offended, he should.
Can I say something? I don't want to interrupt you. All I'm just telling you is that, look, we are having conversation here. And when we have among us somebody that is a professional and is telling us from his professional point of view what conflict of interest means, he expatiated, he analyzed, he break it down into pieces. I think that should be enough for us. But you still challenging him, telling him that he doesn't know what he's talking about. You are still insisting that guy, have committed conflict of interest. And Ogbeni he explained everything in details, that this is not popular, and he make instances, and he did everything. I think it is not good when professionals speaks from their own point of, experience and what they know, and we that are not in the same profession like them, challenging them. It doesn't make us look good in the public, and that is what I am advising you. This is not a matter of someone have to win the argument. You don't have to win. It is not between me and you that we are dragging something. Somebody must win. No, it is conversation, and it is a conversation that brought about a professional how do I say a professional a professional how do I describe it? A point of view. A professional. You are asking for him yesterday. that, oh, where is Ogbeni? When me and you were having this argument, you are saying, oh, when
Adeleko, hold on, please. Please, hold on. Hold on. I want to tell you something before you land. You add it to it to land with it.
Let me make this point. Yesterday, you said, oh, where is Ogbeni? I want to hear Ogbeni to come and tell you this, that, oh, there's a complete. Now Ogbeni came today and he explained to you, tell you that there's no conflict of interest. Yet, you don't want to agree with him. And you are challenging him to his face that he doesn't know what. That is what anger me, that you don't do that to a professional. You don't.
Can I come in now? Can I come in now?
Yes.
Go ahead. Yes. This morning, my first statement, I told Ogbeni I came for you. Ogbeni, two of us. So I actually came for you today to ask you certain questions. I'm not coming yet. I didn't come for you to. Yeah, so I don't know what Odelko is talking about. I got to hold on. Don't go anywhere. When we're talking about conflict of interest, and it says it's not sacrosanct. Like if today I'm accusing the panel or the government that why Ojo is not summoned for query, and you are telling me there's no conflict of interest, that's why it's not summoned for query, then you have a superior argument. But we are seeing Ojo is being summoned by the presidency to come and defend itself, and you are telling me there's no conflict of interest. If there was no conflict of interest, will he go defending himself? It's just a simple mathematics. Nobody's saying he has done the crime or not done the crime. Because of this, like I said, conflict of interest escalate to things you don't even know. But the major thing that don't let them establish it. When they establish it, it's going to keep cascading and cascading. We don't know what they're going to find. But am I wrong in that? Please answer. Correct me now.
You asked for
so so what's Adeleko talking about? I'm just trying to correct Adeleko. Stop imposing Ogbeni this. I know what I'm talking about. Ojo, I have a very strong ground now because Ojo is facing a scrutiny. True or false? It's true. He's facing a scrutiny in the House of, with the presidency. There's a crime already established. And there's no conflict of interest. Who is looking dumb? We will be looking dumb if we start saying this. Thank you, Mama. I'm getting angry. Adeleko, I'm very sorry to say things that I'm very sorry. You know me, I don't insult my head. I'm very, very sorry. To use that word. I'm very sorry.
Now that one don't pass, no problem. Now we just explain to each other, but everything it's okay. No as I just, we are blessed in this platform that we have a lawyer, not just.
There is no super panelist. You're making a mistake there. There's no super panelist here.
Hold on.
No, seriously.
Kulata is a super panelist.
No.
Is a super panelist.
We don't have a super panelist, but Adeleko tries to create that.
King Maker is an extra super panelist. Extra super panelist. And Passat is here to make the tea. Passat is here to make the tea.
I'm the tea boy. The tea boy. Don't worry.
You see,
all I'm saying is that we shouldn't do that.
We are so lucky here that look, we have Ogbeni here, who most of the time, when it comes to legal issue, this guy will take his time. He should be sleeping now, but he come and stay with us and try to tell us every legal implication surrounding issue or matters that we are treating here. And we don't want to appreciate it. I always cherish professional when they speak from their professional point of view. I love that, and I always respect professional.
But Adeleko, just look. Hold on 1 minute. Listen to this. Ogbeni has a political bias, right?
Hold on. When Ogbeni,
let me just respond to what you said. Please, let me respond to what you just said, and you continue. I'm saying that Ogbeni has a political bias, right? When it comes to Peter Obi, he's against Peter Obi, and he's very insulting and rude. Speaks in a manner unbecoming of a professional, right? He has a professional bias. Our country is in trouble. Well, we're here to find solutions, right? You cannot try to make a super panelist, especially one that is not neutral, or at least one that's not cultured. I don't even think he stepped his feet outside of Nigeria, because I detect that a lot. I know how to detect that. Listen to me. When I left Nigeria, right? Listen to me. When I left Nigeria, right, I consider myself the sharpest tool in the box, right? But when you get to the Western world, then you get to know even if you yank a governor who hasn't been outside of Nigeria, you put him in the United States,
One man
he's gonna be the dumbest person in the world. So because hold on, because Obeni has not stepped out from Nigeria, right? You could tell from the way he talks. Hold on now, hold on. You could tell he wants to be.
He painted abroad as if he's in
No,
heaven.
but please, could you hold on, Obeni? Please hold on. Now, what I'm saying is that
so
you cannot hide it, right? The way he talks, the way he argues. Now, I blame every Nigerian who's in diaspora. We've brought ourselves so low that somebody in Nigeria is going to have the temerity to come on a platform with us, right? And trying to impose his thoughts. You know that he's inadequately yoked because he hasn't been exposed. You understand? Now, I have that problem with certain governors, like in Nigeria. You see those who never studied overseas, like Okezie, Bazo, and so many others, right? People like Wike. You could tell they never were exposed and they have political power. They're educated in Nigeria. They don't know their ass from their mouth. They don't know. So this guy, he comes here, because he's a lawyer, he doesn't know in the United States, you being a lawyer doesn't mean anything. Because in any litigation or courtroom drama, a lawyer loses and a lawyer wins. It doesn't mean that because you're a lawyer, you win. Every time you go to courtroom, there's one set of lawyers that will win, or one lawyer that will win, and then there'll be a lawyer that will lose. So a lawyer does not determine true or false. So that's one thing he doesn't know. So he gives himself away.
I think I found evidence of what Pansat is alleging about Ogbeni. Watch this.
My name was Unisa. I thank God for my life and my family. As you can see, I'm on the airport, so this is my bag. So this is my passport and everything. My original passport. So I'm not traveling, but I just come and feel myself. I want to feel myself. I want to know how it used to be if person are traveling. I just dress. I come and see airport. This is my passport. But it's paper.
Pansat, you're happy now, right?
When you've been exposed.
Give me 30 seconds to respond to the heavy allegation Pansat has made against me.
But where are you responding from, though? Is it Okitekupa, Abi, Barapa, or where exactly are you?
You see,
carry on.
The allegations. You remember on this platform, you see, when you are engaging somebody who doesn't even leave his cocoon in an advanced country where he's hiding, you will surely know. They don't go home. That's their problem. So when they see you going home, they think you stay permanently there. They can't even imagine that you are buying tickets and you're flying home back, because many of them do 24 hours job in whatever they are. So they can't even pick that money to travel. So I understand his predicament. But he talks like somebody who probably the first in his generation to travel abroad. So he hold that abroad so much esteem, as if even people that live in Nigeria, to him, they are nothing. You know the way he talks down them, the Nigerians are not exposed, they don't have anything. Many people like that are people who are first in their generation. And by the way, people have been traveling abroad since 1900 to date. People have their 3 generations away who were more like first generation to travel abroad. And today they still travel abroad. They don't talk like somebody like Pansat. They don't see abroad like an heaven where you stay, and wherever you see not staying there, then you look down on them. It's a pity. But by and large, I also see him talking from both sides of his mouth. First, he said, I'm not a lawyer. Just now, he just confirmed now that, okay, he's actually a lawyer, but a local lawyer or charge and bail in Nigeria. But there's no problem. For me, I've said it on this platform severally. I'm not on this platform to impress anybody. I'm not on this platform to prove anything. The only reason why I'm on this platform is to express my opinion. If anybody is challenging my legal training, go to law school, go and spend your own 5 years there. After there, go to Nigerian law school. Then after there, if it's part 2 you want to do, it takes about 10 years to have the legal training. And don't be intimidated by it. And if you are intimidated also by it, I don't care. It's not me that put myself there. I'll put you in your own predicament. So that's all I just have to say.
Ogweni, are you aware of the DC comic book Superman?
Yes, now.
So Superman comes from a distant planet, and there's not one single thing that can destroy Superman other than a rock that they call kryptonite. So because that's from the planet that it comes from. So the one thing that can destroy Superman is kryptonite. So the kryptonite of Pansat is a young, educated, and an intelligent person. That it intimidates him when he sees that sort of a presentation. He gets intimidated.
No, let me have a right. Let me respond.
Yeah, Pansat's kryptonite.
Look. I want it to be true that Ogweni is a trained lawyer, young lawyer. That's what we want our kids to be doing, right? And to use that, like Ekene always say here, if you went to school, use it for the betterment of the country. You being a lawyer should be a good thing. You don't even have to say I'm a lawyer for people to know you're a lawyer. It's gonna come from the way you talk, the way you make your arguments, the terms you use, the nomenclature. All right. In the United States, like I'm saying, I know you never been to the United States, and that's a big deal. What they say, what is it? Diaspora is not diaspora. There are people who are in Saudi Arabia, for example. What's his name that come here? He's in diaspora, but it's not in the United States. One man is over there in United Kingdom. They have their GDP is about $3 billion. I'm here in the United States. It's $30-something billion. Diaspora is not diaspora. Trillion. I'm sorry, trillion. Thanks. It's just a typographical error made verbally. So now what I'm saying to you is this. Ogweni, don't come here to intimidate panelists with your legal training, because it's a good thing, but it doesn't make you right. Every time you go, you have a legal battle. No. Why? Listen to what I'm saying to you. If you're a lawyer, you go, you have a legal battle.
I thought we've had the GEJ'S gas for the day with
okay. So let's just end it in a nice way. I want to be proud of you as a Nigerian lawyer, young Nigerian lawyer. If that's what you are.
I'm not here
let me land now. Hold on. Here is the way people who are abroad, people who are in diaspora, say people in the United States, they don't talk about abroad. Right? They don't talk about abroad. I mean, somebody going abroad. That's a Nigerian language. Let me land now. This is why I say you're not a lawyer, right? You want to be. You like the fact that one man is making you so big. Now remember, he could take you down. If you let one man be the one who made you, right? If you see, please hold on now. One man, mute that guy. Could you mute the guy, please? So you don't want to be made by one man. You want to make yourself. It's like me. One man cannot take me down because he didn't make me, right?
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I mean, every day.
Your profile was built on this platform.
That is true. This is our platform. A lot of people don't know that. New guys that come here, Kulata and Ubeni, obviously, the newest guy on this platform. He doesn't know. Baba, all these are new guys. We are the platform here, right? So to conclude, all I'm saying is that do not be coming on this platform so that you're going to be elevated to a super panelist who determines what is true and what is false, or what is good and what is evil, or what is right or what is wrong. You don't have that kind of arbitration. You don't have that kind of power. No matter how much you train as a lawyer, it doesn't give you that anyway. Even if you're Chief Justice, you come here, you're going to have to argue your case. You have to establish your case. You have to lay a foundation. And people are going to disagree with you and then poke holes in what you're saying, especially in your case, where you always choose the wrong side. For a young man, you are for Tinubu. How could a young Nigerian be for Tinubu? I don't care if you're from Panya, no matter where the hell you're from. You want a progressive country? You saw the new president of France today. Look at it. That guy's 30-something years old. And of course, their president and others in government. In your country, one man in your country, look at the youth, what they're doing. So you can have a youth come here and talking nonsense, and then you want me to believe you. No, I'm not going to believe you if you are outside of Nigeria and you're trained lawyer and you're patriotic. They won't hold the positions you hold.
One man, can we move on?
Yeah, move on. Thank you for hearing me out on this. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Pansat. So Ajale Koko, you're up next.
Thank you.
So sorry for the long wait, Ajale Koko. It gets like that sometimes.
It's been very fascinating.
It started mildly, and we were just Tunji Ojo, and then so suddenly you and War Peace, you started throwing hands.
Now two brothers, no my Pansat. He doesn't know that me and War Peace we are brothers. The other day he was throwing abuse against him that when him is talking from one of the biggest tribes, a little tiny place, War Peace did not talk. Now today he's coming to say you're lying with War Peace because me and him are having disagreement over a little thing that we have resolved just easily like that. Pansat.
It's not a little thing, with War Peace, that's a big deal. What you're doing?
Don't worry about. Don't worry about that. Me and War Peace, we are brothers. So it's gone. So greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Where am I starting from, one man?
Do you want to start with the title of the thing? The suggestion, the idea that the Northerners are actually launching that insurgency that they used to chase Goodluck Jonathan out of office at Tinubu.
No, I don't want to agree with that. It's been an ongoing problem. It's a problem that we've been having in Abuja, surrounding counties before now. Even it was very bad during the Buhari's time. It was not during the Buhari that they went to launch an attack against prison, Kuje prison, and free some of the terrorists from there. So we won't be right to say, because of what happened, terrorists took some people, kidnapped some people, and we say, and then conclude that, it was because they it's an effort to launch attack or create some kind of insecurity problem for Tinubu. No, I don't want to agree with that. I don't want to agree with that. It's been an ongoing problem, and the federal government have to, stand up to the challenges. The military in Abuja, I don't see why there should be kidnapping in the federal capital territory. It's very shameful. It just shows that our politicians and those in charge of our security are not doing their good job. It can be very scary. People that want to travel from abroad to Nigeria, particularly to Abuja, if they, stumble on this kind of news, they'll be very scared. So they still have some. They have to double their effort in tackling this insecurity problem. There shouldn't be any room for blame game. They don't have to blame anybody. Tinubu cannot blame anybody that Buhari left problem behind, or the officials around him cannot blame. They promised Nigerian people that they will tackle the problem and they will solve the problem for us. So they should face the reality and face the problem squarely and, put an end to this insecurity, so that's the way I see it, one man.
All right. Do you want to take us to the space, Tunji Ojo, who seems to be the one that is dominating the conversation the most? Opinions quite sharply divided. Some people feel that he has a lot more questions to answer, but from the legal perspective, as excellently fleshed out by the erudite Ogbeni, that he has not flouted any law, is essentially what it is.
Yeah, he has not flouted any law. His company, his former company, are registered to do business in Nigeria, and as such, they can do business with any government agency, any ministry, as long as it's not a ministry occupied by Bosun himself, But other ministry, I think they can do business with them as long as they register with the federal government to do business, because the procedure.
But Ajale Koko, do you not find the convenient coincidences in this particular narrative? Do you not find them a bit off? So he's a minister of state. The other person, better, she's a minister of state. His company, and there's no way he can detach himself from that company, resigned or not. They whether it was an open tender or not, they now land this plum contract with his fellow minister. It's not even a stretch to imagine that what would have been said at FEC meetings to say that I hope you notice that my company is bidding. It's the coincidence is not too convenient, almost on the borders of sharp practice, if not illegality.
Let me tell you one, man. You see, while I will like an investigation to be carried out by EFCC or whoever that is assigned that responsibility to carry out investigation, until investigation revealed that Bosun played a role by way of influencing the minister, or by, having some kind of connection through the back door to get that contract for his former company. Until then, I think for what we have at the moment, he has not done anything wrong. Until when investigation is carried out and now revealed that, he's implicated in that deal, then we can call for his resignation or for him to be sacked. But the way it is, with what we know at the moment, that company have the right to do business with the government. They have, legitimacy to do business within Nigeria, including with Nigerian government, state government, local government. So for the fact that they did some business with humanitarian this thing, and he occupied the position of Minister of Interior, they are two separate ministry. So you cannot accuse him of conflict of interest when the business or the contract did not go through him, when he does not have an oversight function over the Ministry of Humanitarian. So it's a two separate organization. So, but the president has acted well, according to what we heard today, that he invited him to know from him what happened. That's a good thing. But the president, I believe he knows better what the law says about what somebody in government occupying ministerial position, what he must do by resigning from organization where he served, which he did, where he served before, which he did, by not having directorship position, which he did, by not playing any role, active role in the day-to-day running of that business, which that guy I've done away with. So for now, with what we have seen him done, I think he has not crossed the line. But investigation could come out tomorrow to say, well, he have answer you have question to answer. He has some skeleton in his cupboard. That's a different ballgame. But for today, as far as with what I've seen, I don't think he has done anything. He has not. He's done nothing to show that he have conflict of interest until investigation prove otherwise. So we will wait until then. But this guy, how do I say? The president have done well, and the president, for him not to give him suspension, I believe the president is convinced that this guy have no question to answer at the moment. So let's wait. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow or some days to come, but we just have to relax and wait. The president did well on the case of the Better Edu, suspend her, and he directed the EFCC to carry out investigation on her activities since he assumed office. The former lady that occupied that Betu position that Betu took over from is in detention at the moment. He already reported herself yesterday and has been kept in detention for questioning with EFCC. So let's wait and see what's going to happen. So I think that's my take on that one, man.
All right, I'm going to take you to this space next, but on my way to that space, Ajale Koko, let me flash up Dups's session for Sunday, which is guaranteed to be epic. Everybody delighted that Dupsy is back after the festive season. So Dupsy is going to be taking on the delicate but thorny issue of surrogacy. So it's the Pope declares surrogacy as a deplorable act, but Dupsy is questioning if it was right to do that. So that takes place tomorrow, not tomorrow, on Sunday. So I'll send the link in the comment section for people to bookmark it. But Ajale Koko, Tinubu caught a wolf in governance. Tinubu reduces entourage on foreign trips for president, VP, ministers, and others. A step in the right direction, would you say?
Yes, absolutely. Step in the right direction. But I don't like why his wife, the first lady, must have 5 persons with her if she's traveling outside the country, while the minister that work for the state must go with 4 persons. That I don't like. What constitutional responsibility does your high wife carry out for the state? Why must she spend more money when she's going abroad than the minister that is working for the state that want to go and conduct, maybe establish some kind of business deal and government relationship with our counterpart abroad? Why must they be given lesser number of people to go with minister than the wife? I think that is not right. The wife shouldn't have got more than 2 persons or 3 persons going with her. She carries no constitutional responsibility. No constitutional responsibility defined by the law of Nigeria. Why must her office spend money when more than the minister when she's traveling about? For what? What are they going? Is it not peperimpe they are going for? What's she going to do at our own expense for nothing? Our trip is not going to bring anything good for Nigeria, but the minister trip can bring investment to Nigeria, can establish, a good relationship between our country with the foreign counterpart. So that one is wrong. And that of the office of the the wife of the vice president, that one too, we have 5 people we have. When anytime they are traveling, that is nonsensical. I don't want that. That's not the way to do it. Do it right. He did it. I mean, I commend him for what he did. But that of the wife, I think you have to slash it down the more. She shouldn't have more people to travel with her than the minister. It shouldn't be. So, and I believe this decision must have been, I believe maybe since they came into office, the Minister of Finance must have seen billions of money that they have been spending on traveling, and he might have advised the president that, look, Mr. President, or maybe it's the accountant general, between accountant general and the and the Minister of Finance. They must have seen that, huge traveling expenses.
Ajali Koko, that Dubai trip was embarrassing. I think that's where it came from.
Oh man. Oh God. Don't let us even go there. I don't know what he has brought for the country, what they have been able to achieve for spending so much. So I believe they have seen that huge expenses and they might have concluded that this is unsustainable. All these funds that we are spending are borrowed funds. Why must we be wasting these for traveling at whose expenses? At whose detriment? At detriment of us, the people. That money should have been injected into, a productive venture than just traveling, and some people will be carrying their girlfriend and doing all sorts of nonsense everywhere they go. So he has done good, but that of the wife, they need to slash it down more. She shouldn't have more than 2 or 3 persons. It shouldn't have more people with her than the minister. That is the only area I want to advise the presidents to look into. If they are listening to us, cut it down. We will praise you here that you have done a good job. So it's a good job. It's a good step in the right direction. The president should be commended for doing this. It shows that he's listening to us. I mean, listening to a lot of Nigerians that have been calling for them to slash down on expenses that they incurred on Nigerian resources. So I think it's commendable. That is a good effort.
All right, let me take you here, Ajanle Koko. So that the soldier boy that lambasted Sanwo-Olu for calling his colleague a useless soldier, so he has been arrested. So is this heavy-handed, or is it a necessary step that had to be a necessary action that had to be taken? So is it heavy-handed, the response by the army chief, or a necessary action?
It's a necessary action. You remember on that day
when this video of this rascal boy came out, I was I showed my strong displeasure at his behavior, that it didn't show no, it did that I said it here, that he portrayed the image of the military very bad. He portrayed the image of the military as indisciplined. He portrayed the image of the military as unprofessional, and he totally shattered the image of the military. Because we are in democracy, and military are, subjective to democratic rule. We are their boss. They are not our boss. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces is Bola Tinubu, and Nigerian people elected him there. And the governor of the state who arrested that guy is the, how do they call them? The security officer, what do they call them? Is this security officer of the state?
Chief security officer.
Huh?
Chief security officer of the state.
Chief security officer, totally. But look, it's the chief security officer. How on earth the chief security officer is driving, and some people are driving opposite him? It is wrong. They are driving on opposite way, and which is against the law. It's against the traffic rule. So they should be arrested and disciplined. And more so, a military officer that knows better, they shouldn't violate the law. The law is very clear. It doesn't mean that because you see this entitlement mentality that we are military, we can do and not do it. We must put an end to it. We must put an end to it. They don't respect the law, the military, when they are in uniform. They use their uniform to harass people, to violate the law, and then get away with it, and with impunity. They don't care. It's like they don't care. They call civilians, they call us bloody civilians. They have no respect for anybody, but only for their boss and bosses in their cantonment. Those are the people that they do. But ordinary, it's our tax money that they pay them from our tax money. But then these people disrespect us, they molest us, they humiliate us, and they brag that nothing can happen. You see, the governor, I think, to me, I don't see anything he did wrong on that day. He acted in the right direction. He should not be the chief security officer and right in his face, some people are violating the law, and he let them go free. It shouldn't happen. That must not happen. If you allow that to happen and he didn't arrest the situation, that means he's complicit in that. By my own opinion, it must not see lawlessness in a public space being perpetrated while he's there and he doesn't do anything about it. That shows that he is not a lead, is not fit for that position. He is a man that can be rubbish in the public. He mustn't do that. So what he did on that day to arrest those people, to seize their Okada, that was the right thing, because they are driving in opposite direction of the road. So what do you call it? The army chief that spoke, that responded today, he spoke well. I think has been able to redeem the image of the military, that when they come to discipline and orderliness is the top of the line is what they cherish as most in the military, is their watchword, according to him. They call him discipline and orderliness is their watchword, and they don't compromise with those with indiscipline in the military. So he's been able to tell Nigerian people that we are not going to tolerate rascality. Some youngsters acting irresponsible, disgracing the military in the public, it will not be tolerated. So it did well, and that is what I called for that day, that the chief of army staff should come out, address that issue, and get that guy arrested and slam him in the guard room. And possibly if the law, the military law, says that he should be fired, he should be fired, because it shows that he is not fit for that position. He have no that training that he went through to be a disciplined military officer. He doesn't respect it, and therefore there must be punishment for that. So the chief of army staff have done well, and I think he has redeemed the image of the military, that they respect us, the civilian, and they will always show discipline in the society, and they will be submissive to the rule of law and the civilian rule as well. So, step in the right direction. Kudos to him. We want to see a follow-up on this, how that guy is disciplined. We want to see it, if possible, so that a lot of us can get, be more happy with the military as well. So that's my take on that one, man.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the space. The serve and volley from Okupe and the volley from the Labour Party space. No room for political opportunists. This is the response to Okupe's resignation letter to the Labour Party by the Abure faction of that party. So a political opportunist and a rolling stone, they described him as well, who cannot sit in one political party. Is there an inherent hypocrisy in that response?
Well, one man, I think they should have wished him well. They should have thanked him, and not, through all this abusive language against him. It is not the best way to treat people. It just shows that their political party or political leadership in that party that doesn't know how to manage people. You can't force someone to remain in your party. Someone said they're going, let them go. But then your Okupe particularly, who was the one that carried out an effective campaign. He was the one that managed Obi when he was PDP, brought his campaign to the limelight and the delight to the limelight and Nigerians, they should be grateful to him and not show this ingrate to him. He doesn't want to be in the party again, they should let him go. They should thank him for what he did and for what he has done for Obi and their movement. That is what they should have done. They are telling him he's a man that jumped from one party to the other. What of Obi? Has he not been jumping from one party to the other as well? They did not start with Abga. With PDP. From PDP to Abga. And from Abga, you run back to PDP. And from PDP, you now run to Labour Party. Who knows where he's going tomorrow? Do they know where he's going tomorrow? They don't know. So this is to say they are just a bunch of ingrate people, And what Okupe said in that letter, that when they left PDP, they are looking for a special purpose vehicle to, to advance the the Obi's presidential ambition, and they got to Labour Party. They were able to do it, to market him and contest the race with others. They were able to achieve what they achieved. Now they fail, and they have to wait till another 4 years or another 8 years. Who knows? And he doesn't want to go that route anymore. He believes that that party does not align with him. He decided to leave. They shouldn't be so sure that that element of ingrate, as they acted in that letter that they threw out to the press. It's not good. I personally does not see Okupe as a politician that is stable in one place too, but that is their nature. All of them, that including the Obi that they call their saint, it does not stable too. They've been jumping from one party to the other. So they should have kept quiet. They should have thanked him. They should have wished him well, and they should have said, "Look, well, we are still friends. We can still connect, but it will have been. But we're still looking forward to hear from Obi himself. What is his statement? Because Obi has to make statement. This is the guy that was with him. This is the guy that struggled together. This is the guy that managed this campaign. This is the guy that directed his campaign. This is the guy that shot his campaign to the limelight and to the to such a movement that knocked on the door of many people in Nigeria. He was the one talking to the media. He was the one that was telling us all sorts of things that we don't know about Obi. He packaged Obi, excellently, perfectly and excellently. But for them to say, because he's leaving and they're throwing all sorts of abuses against him, it just shows that they are ingrate and they are just a bunch of people that cannot manage human resources. They cannot manage people. And when you have a party that cannot manage people like this, it's going to be very hard to see people of great value to want to associate with them, because they know, okay, if there's agreement between us and we say it's going to be a lambast and all sort of languages against you. So I think they are wrong. Somebody should have advised, who actually signed that woman.
It was their publicity national secretary or something.
Is it Tanko Yusuf?
No, it was Obiora Ifo. I think his name was Obiora Ifo.
So Obi cannot advise him. This is what we're talking about. This Obi man, he cannot advise them not to write such a very, disgraceful. It couldn't advise them not to issue such a very ridiculous statement against somebody that worked for him, that worked with him, that stood that place of second position when they are looking for vice president, a trusted person, a person that is so much trusted, to take the temporary position of the vice president before they took the government. You see, if tomorrow now you see this guy now going against Obi or making statement against him, a lot of disobedience will come out and start raining, talking all sort of nonsense. But where is Obi now? Why couldn't he advise them that whatever they're going to, any statement they're going to release to the public concerning him must be a friendly statement and not a statement that is antagonistic? Why? Where is this man now? Every time that is necessary, is required of him to be to act. It's going to be missing in action. You won't see him. You will never see him. It's just, I mean, where is Obi? We still want to hear from him. Where is him? I know some of his supporters will be going haywire now, but where is this man? This is the same thing that happened during the Arab Bambia and all these people. All these people were carrying out campaign with you. They're traveling everywhere. And when there was trouble, you took side from one place instead of you to manage them, bring them together and see how you can, manage them and, to your own advantage. But you are missing in action. At the end of the day, you took side, and then those people now, they are now is in opposing camp, fighting him and his group. It's Obi have to, I don't know. He has to know the way to. I don't think that man can manage political organization, man. That is just what I see. I don't know. He could be good in managing business, but when it comes to political organization, a leadership position in a political organization, it doesn't know what it entails. It doesn't know how to run it. It doesn't know how to manage it. And that is why you see people breaking away from him. And it's, I don't know why he's just there, not doing anything. You should have advised them not to make such statements and release such a press statement against Okupe. It's not good. That's where I see it, Woman. It's not good. Very bad.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So, Ajale Koko, on my way to Pansat, I want to play this. I want to play this clip. It's the feedback that Foley sent in. So we've seen little snippets of it, but I've put it together as one video which is on the platform. So I put the link to the receipt from Hassan that's been put up on the platform as a video. And I think we've played that clip already, but I'm only going to play this only to capture this gentleman because it wasn't in one. This is an 8-minute long video, so I'm not going to label the whole 8 minutes, but I've sent the link to the comment section for people who want to go watch it. So these are just thank you notes from some of the beneficiaries of the One Man Went to More platform. This gentleman was particularly appreciative. Let's just have a listen.
ẹ ṣé o ẹ̀yin ẹgbẹ́ tẹ́ ní kàn fi owó yìí fún mi o ẹgbẹ́
One Man platform ní diaspora
tẹ́ ní kàn fún mi lówó yìí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní ọ̀nà jíjìn ẹ ní dòkú wálé o
àmín Ọlọ́run
ẹ ní níbẹ̀rì sẹ́yìn odi o
àmín Ọlọ́run
gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Nàìjíríà ẹ ní dòkú o iṣẹ́ yín ò ní dòkú o ẹ á dàgbà ẹ á ní nǹkan àgbà oore tí ò ní gbìmọ̀ Ọlọ́run á ṣe fún yín One Man
platform
ẹ á rí àánú gbà látọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run wá ẹ á rí àánú gbà ẹ á rí àánú gbà má jẹ̀mú ṣe rere yín a máa tẹ̀síwájú lórúkọ Jésù ẹ ní wówó tì ọ̀dà omi ò kì í dá olókun ọ̀dà ohun rere ò ní dá yín ọ̀dà irun ò kì í dá orí ọ̀dà ohun rere ò ní dá yín lórúkọ Jésù ẹgbẹ́ yín ò ní túká o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
All right. So, like I said, I've sent the link to the comment section. So anybody that wants to, it's an 8-minute long video. There are about 4 beneficiaries that are fully based identified, and they're just acknowledging and saying thank you. So if you want to go watch it, go watch it. Let's go on to Pansat as we start to wind it down. Pansat, you're up next. So
one man before you go to Pansat. What is going on in this comment section? Ola ń ta guitar fún Dupsy.
You know, Ola is the sort of guy that you don't want to introduce to your girlfriend. He's
a dangerous guy. He's
a dangerous guy. Don't introduce him to your girlfriend.
Tí ọba náà kí Kùlátà lẹ́ẹ̀kan hi dear nísìnyí ó tún ti kọ kíní fún Kùlátà in case I fall asleep good night pẹ̀lú sign pẹ̀lú love sign kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ Kùlátà
like play
bí àwọn pípù yìí wọ́n gbé nǹkan gbẹ̀yìn wa o.
wọ́n á gbóyún wálé pé wọ́n man ìyàjọ lágbádá mẹ́yẹ ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ o kó yá máa sáré bọ̀ à ń lọ sí Mbèsè à ń lọ sí Mbèsè à lọ tọrọ ìyàwó Mbèsè.
Àwọn Kùlátà àtọ́lá wọ́n gbé nǹkan gbẹ̀yìn wa o àwa kan sọ̀rọ̀ bí àṣẹ wọ́n dọ́gbọ́n sí nǹkan kan lẹ́yìn abájọ tí wọn ò wá sórí platform Kùlátà yẹn ti sá lọ. Okay.
We are monitoring you with clean eyes. So I wonder if Pansat has fallen asleep or not. Pansat. Look at that. When you don't want him to talk, it never stops. When you want him to talk, it's not there.
It disappear.
It's disappeared. It's that brandy, that extra glass. Ekede, hopefully you are there. The Megida of always late for class, Ekede.
Yeah, and I did village. I enjoy. You know, say that I take time to sleep.
It's the 10th now. Now, when are you going back to work? What's all this over celebrating?
I need to relax very well now. I'll be traveling by weekend. The market just opened on Monday now, on 8th.
All right, you get small boy where they open shop?
No. I get, but I do not open until I come back.
Now, wow. How many shops you get for themselves? No be 5, you say.
Yes, sir?
I say how many shops you get for there? Don't be 5, you say. No be 5 shops, you say you get.
Oh man, leave me alone. Alpha.
Adeo. So come into the just come into the conversation. I think you are the last commentator, so come into the conversation at whichever point, and then we shut it down.
Nothing much. I just came in. You know, I always come in to listen and just share my thoughts. You know, these days I don't have time to go into the news to know what is happening. A lot of activities. So I come back, I just sleep off. So, but the last thing I had was I think Tinubu is trying to cut costs.
Yes, this is something you've always advocated, so you must be pleased.
Yeah, I'm pleased now. You know, but when I say it, some people here say cutting costs is not the way to go. I don't know why people say that cutting costs is not the way to go. I think he now understands that he cannot do without it because he needs to do a lot of cutting costs for him to be able to meet up with, even with that budget, that 2024 budget. If he didn't cut costs, he will not be able to meet up his expectation. Most of the things he wants to do as the president, because if you look into the system, you see a lot of vampires in that system. Both from the ministers, all those guys are vampires. So it's now left for him to say, I'll not allow these people to finish my government or make my government look like not productive. So now he's coming up. I give him kudos. I give him kudos for that. Now he's stepping up with the game, trying to cut costs. A lot of things, not just a lot of cutting costs. He's just starting. So the ones he just did now, I give him kudos and I want him to do more. Any area that he sees that he should shut it down for his government to survive, especially the area of First Lady, traveling. You see, I think they're now beginning to know that Nigeria is now awake to a lot of problems we are facing in this country. It's not like before. Like people that say that we should shut the internet down and all this. I pity those people because they don't want the truth. The internet is doing a lot of good work. But because those guys are hypocrites, they don't want the internet to be doing the job that it has to do. So they want the internet to be shut down. And I pity those guys, those Nigerians that say that the internet should be shut down. The internet is doing a lot of, and when you think that these guys are not listening, they're listening. Because most of the time we argue here, we talk, we think, we wake up tomorrow and we see that the news we receive is according to the demand of the people. So when that happens, I feel sorry for the people that are negative, are hypocrites, that don't want to say the truth because they want to look good to the government. I feel sorry for those people. But we must continue to push. I thank God for the internet. They now begin to fall in line with the mind of the people. And I give him kudos for that. So he should do more. He's just starting.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So I'm going to shut it down here. All of my co-hosts are not available, and I think 6 and a bit hours is more than enough. So let me shut it down here. We'll pick it up again tomorrow. So thank you, Kenneth, for your company. The ever majestic Pansat, the Ogweni with the elegance and the eloquence, and Ajan Lekoko, of course, to keep things 100%. The super chatters, Ola Ayo, Tima, Jack, and Choma. So thank you to all those. We're going to round it off with the Slay Mama minister that got slayed. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. The Slay Mama minister that got slayed.
I want to eat,